Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high, need the hush, feel the dark, overcome, shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems.
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray. When they see the gray. Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat.
Knock me down another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite. Ready to ignite.
I'm unbreakable. Can't hold me down. I'm unstoppable. I feel it now. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me now. Nothing can stop me. I'm
everyone, and welcome to week 3 of the LCK 2026 regular season. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid as we continue the journey to crowning an LCK champion. And it's been nothing but direct, and a lot of history was made last week. We'll cover all of that in today's pre-show. How you feeling, Ox?
I'm good. It's been exciting so far. I feel like sometimes we get very tier listy when we go in the LCK. It's like this team beats this team, beats this team. It's just top down. But it's been all over the place, a lot of mix-ups, and I think it's just made it really interesting, really fun.
And so many upsets that we faced, and I think every team got their chance now. Like, it's so chained.
Look at this guy. I know he's the LEC guy, but he's bringing up upset again. I can't stick to the LCK.
I know, man. LEC did already. You said it was tier listy. This team beats this team. Really, it's KT beats everyone. 4-0, undefeated still, kind of crazy. Hanwha Life Esports sneaking there in second place after 1 week. And then Gen G D+, and T1 Nongshim, and surprising Kiwoom DRX, your 2-2ers.
Yeah, I feel like estimations have just shifted so quickly. Like Kiwoom DRX on a 2-win streak, which I think after their start wouldn't have expected. Nongshim on a 2-loss streak, which again, after the start wouldn't have expected. Gen G, we said they righted the ship. Well, it looks a little askew now. I said you wouldn't have expected. Maybe Digon did expect all of this. Maybe he's a knower.
Yeah, you're just too good at prediction, man. Like, I guess Digon, the prediction king, is here.
Oh, yeah. I am. Oh, that's right. You guys did. How many did you get? You got less than 7? Alice, good job, man. Good job, man.
Enjoy your
these
time.
Guys not getting it right. Yeah.
Enjoy your momentum.
All right, Malhouse.
Yeah.
Getting some real Chronicler
That's
vibes.
Right. All
over
right.
here.
Well, one of the reasons why is because KT continued their momentum on up, as you see over here. They got themselves a great job in a perfect 2-0 week. So the question for everyone is, do you trust KT now? Is it what do or what don't?
I mean, I said I trust KT last week, so I do trust KT. Because, I mean, they're just too good.
Yeah, I also do trust KT. They've had some big wins. I feel like as well, like last year, 3 of these players made it to World Finals. They've been getting impressive results. I'm ready to believe.
Oh. Well, we have the picture of what don't here updated because we asked Lore, do you trust them now? And Lore still says she doesn't believe. And so we will wait yet another week. How much more do you have to do, KT, to get Lore's favor? Well, they are getting accustomed to the carry at both the jungle and support role.
Yeah, I think obviously the big talking point was effort coming onto the roster and the stabilization of the support role, but also these two players haven't played together before. You can see how well they've linked up. I think jungle support synergy, so important in teams. We saw it was a big reason why G2 did so well at First Stand. And I think Effort and Cuz have just completely been on the same page and really driving forward the pace of the game.
Yeah, I think so many times you're hearing from Effort, he was stabilizing the game for sure. I think Kaz and PDD, for sure, they're veterans, but sometimes they get too emotional, like about the plays. But yeah, with Effort,
time's up.
We're going up!
Wait. Or does it mean we should be facing the other way because it's going down? Oh, no! We'll find out after this week. Again, KT, they've got themselves a big test in their first game as Ditch trying to fight the microphone.
We lost with it.
All right, well, one way they've been able to do it is some of the champions that have been played on the top side of the map. One of them being Rumble, as Keen got his one and only game that Rumble has been played here in the LCK.
I love we just get this little, hey, do we still need a ban Rumble? Yeah. I mean, yeah, we do. And you know what? I respect that Keen was the player you wanted to test it on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
But like, I'm still wondering, is that OP? Maybe like people are just like scared of it, so they just like automatically just ban it, just like But I think at some point you gotta open it up because the blind pick Jace is not working. I think so many times we mentioned about this matchup, but I think we still prefer the Jace. But I think right now all the LCK top laners, they got so much better on Yorick right now. We could see like Yorick team fighting, carrying the team fight, like carrying the game by himself. So I think the blind pick is not working out, except this champion, the Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, some of these matchups are great matchups for Gnar. You know, Gnar into Redactor, we've seen so many times that be a favorable matchup. But, you know, Vayne, Kennen, Aurora, these ranged champions normally have a great time into the pick, can bully him out, he can't use his range advantage he normally has. He's just been winning, though, consistently in every matchup, strong in the side lane, strong in team fights. And speaking of strong in team fights, Sion, an absolute brick wall, especially into Jace, but it just feels like teams cannot really get enough of an advantage to be relevant against him.
Yeah, we've been talking about the top blind pick, and Sion has been a great blind pick for the top lane since last year. But like beginning of this year, I think people might just forgot about the champion, and now it's back. It's one of the best blind pick. And also in the bot lane, I think Bard, maybe not win rate is not the greatest, but I feel like Bard has been like proven himself that it's one of the great blind pick because you can pair with all the other AD carries, just like not like Yunara, Lulu, or like Ezreal Karma who needs the pair. But I think this is good for the team who wants to blind pick support.
Yeah, so that's some of the picks that have propped up from last week. Another thing that happened last week, it's the earliest in the last 2 years, two and a half years, that a team got their first win. That's right, BNK Fearx was our last winless team, and it only took 2 weeks. You look up there, and it was a lot of misery for the Bros before they got their first win. And then last year, we all remember 11 losses in a row for the DN Automotive Freaks. So here's some of the history that was made last week. Kiwoom DRX getting their first ever victory on Saturday's Showdown. 9 losses in a row. Hanjin Brion being BNK Fearx for the first time in 17 tries. And there it is, the ripping of 21 losses in a row. The Northern Expedition is over for D plus Kia.
It's just crazy we had so many of these massive loss streaks broken because, you know, each one, it just feels like, okay, that's great. Oh, that's insane. Oh, that's... like the D plus Gen G one was just mammoth. And the way in which it happened as well was crazy. Some moments like this from Korea on the bot, catching out the bot lane of Gen G. And I think so many times before, we've seen Gen G, even if the early game, even if the mid game doesn't go completely in their favor, which, you know, sometimes happens, their team fighting is crisp, is clean. It's so hard to out 5v5 this team well. D+ had the winning formula and consistently found a way to do this. I think Shiwa was a massive aspect of that. Permanently finding these great flank angles and just an absolute magnet to the backline.
Yeah, the positive thing about DK is that the player who popped up was only the Smash, but right now, even Career with his Bard, he saved the game 1, and also like the whole series, I think all the members from DK, they had a clear idea about the team fight, and you mentioned that Gen G is one of the phenomenal team when it comes to the team fight, but I think they had a good idea about like flanking on the back line and looking for the correct target in the team fight. Still some question marks on their micromanagement when it comes to the mid game, but I still think DK, with this momentum, they just beat Gen G, so there's nothing more they can stop. Like, they can be stopped, you know, like Showmaker finally proved himself against Gen G again.
Again, it's been 5 years since Showmaker got his last victory against Gen G. And something that we didn't write up there, it's been 9 years since KT has gone 4-0 in a season. So which got us thinking, you know, what was happening 9 years ago? So now
Who's that?
For,
Oh my God.
a little more would do or would
Who's
don't.
this?
Is that Dagon?
Yeah, that's right. 9 years ago, that's me over in North American League of Legends Challengers Series.
You look so picky.
That was my first broadcast. I was so nervous.
You look so much better
Are
now.
we doing or we're doing? But more importantly, this guy, he's a copier. Do you see that move?
No,
this move?
no.
Shut up, Dagon.
I did it
I don't
first.
care.
Egon's
Like,
doing like
like
the
the
little
little
finger. He's doing like the little finger. Chovy's like, I want you.
It's not even close.
Egon's like, Chovy's got the Giga Chad.
I can fix this.
Egon's
Hold
like,
on.
But
I can fix
Chovy's
this.
like,
Whoa. Here,
nah.
let's write.
What don't?
that's a difference.
What don't?
There. Okay. Well, it's not just me. Actually, 2017 what did?
Who's this?
That's 9 years ago. That's the last time KT started 4-0. That is Rising Star team owner Kim Bae-in what did. back in challengers of LCK.
Crazy.
Or I
man.
guess Korea challengers.
Oh my god. That was me like.
Oh, we're
20
not done yet.
hours.
That's
Oh
right.
my
my
god.
That's right. The same
my
league
God.
that Los Ratones played in. It is the spawn of it. The UK Premiership 2017 Ox or 2026 Ox. That's 9 years ago.
Oh my god.
When Ox made his debut as a support.
XL Esports. There we go. Yeah.
Which brings
Oh
us,
my God.
that's right, to Digon's Fact of the Week. We've got the longest standing battle between these two gentlemen. First up, it's Woodid, who is 2-5 in his 2016 campaign. His opponent, as we see multiple times, looking for his first victory in Digon's Fact of the Week, 0-2. It's Ox. And so this one, you guys should know it. You're very intimate with this question. Who debuted first? Was it Ox or was it Woodid? Both 9 years ago. But who debuted first?
Wow. I know
I did
myself.
some deep digging. Chat, weigh in.
I think you did.
I think it's me too.
Yeah. I think it's Ox.
Double Ox answer.
Dan Harrison.
What? You both are wrong. Both of you guys lose Digon's Fact of the Week today. It was Woodid by 2 months. 9 years ago their careers started, and they're only separated by 2 months. The support greats
I'm
of
an
the
old
LCK
gamer.
global broadcast.
Wow, I'm so old. What?
Olge. Can we get some Olge in the chat? Oh, most of chat was wrong too. Jeez.
Man.
Not so good.
What
9
happened?
years ago.
What happened to
What
my-
I mean, that is an old picture.
It is.
We
man.
also watched Woodid's interview. He sounds exactly the same.
Wait, really?
Yes, you sound exactly the same.
All right.
You were like, something, something, team gap.
Didn't
Never
change.
change.
Didn't change one bit.
Nah.
All right, let's take a look at this week's matchups. It all starts off with Nongshim versus BNK FearX, and then the big one down there, our second match of the day, KT versus D+. What are your guys' matches?
I think for me, KT D+, I think is a really big one. KT still undefeated, and we're asking which teams are going to be able to take them down. D+ coming in hot off their win against Gen G. I think KT are the favorites, but there's a chance. And if they don't take them down, I think KT might end up going 6-0 at the end of this week.
I normally don't pick the showdown match or like obvious one, but I don't think this HLE Genji matchup is obvious one this time around because the way how Genji plays right now is so weird. This is not the Genji that we know, and also HLE, so many question marks about their playstyle and stuff. So this might be a banger for sure.
Yeah, big matches throughout the week. And so this led to a lot of contentious picks.
Ooh, we have little sprinkles, you
It's a
know.
little
All
sprinkle
right.
here.
Max
All right.
with the D+ prediction, you know, Digon with the Kuum DRX, and the Bro prediction. I mean, that's no surprise. Wolf with the
Wolf
D+
with the
over
sneaky
T1.
D+ over T1, and then Hanwha
Okay.
versus Gen G. Like,
This is
that's 4 and 3.
This is more
Wow.
interesting than our predictions typically are. Normally it's very tame, but this is I think that's telling for the season we've had so far, where we've had a lot of upset, had a lot of spice. Predictions are getting a little bit, you know, spicy themselves.
This first match, BNK FearX versus Nongshim. Ox, you went Nongshim. Woodid and I went BNK FearX. Why did you go Nongshim?
Did I? I think I went Nongshim.
Oh, I might have got it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, so me looking
Good
at the
stuff.
predictions, you know,
Yeah.
like I'm not even sure if I'm right, you know. That's how confusion, right? Like how confusion the LCK right
So much
now.
confidence.
Like I really think, like it can, like either way can happen, you know. So I feel like this week it might be the final decision week, like that we can have like some opinions about the team. But right now, I'm so confused. I'm not even sure who's gonna win. Like
You don't even know who you picked. Ox,
don't know,
why did you pick
man.
Nongshim?
I just think BNK FearX still look a bit out of sorts, and even though Nongshim have gone on a little bit of a rough streak, we know what they can do when they're firing on all cylinders. I think these are two rosters who need to bounce back, but I think Nongshim have shown more so far this season.
The Noodle Boys and the Foxes do battle in our first match of the week. Thank you for our breakdown here by our UK Premiership 2017 Autumn Champion and our former co-owner of Rising Stars Challengers, Woodid and Ox. We'll send it on over to Atlas and Wolf for the call of Game 1.
nowhere to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
LCK 파이팅! 예스.
레드포스 화이팅! BFX 화이팅!
BFX
농심
파이팅!
아케토키 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. Yes, I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf. We are getting ready for what is going to be a banger first day of week 3. And they were getting a bit nostalgic over there on the pre-show desk. Wolf, do you want to know something fun?
Yeah.
Right when Wadid and Orcs are busy doing their debuting thing, you and I met for our first beer.
Yeah.
In Hongdae.
Yeah.
That happened 9 years ago.
Yeah, that's true. It was a great time. We were having a lot of fun. And then later on that year, you know, around like after Wadid's debut, I watched Runaway throw another finals and Dizzy jump off a bridge with Achilleos. It was a fun year back in 2017. I cannot believe that's 9 years ago now.
I know,
It's kind
it's
of
ridiculous.
insane. It's almost a decade you've been here.
Yeah, it is. That was when Apex started as well.
Yeah,
like
it
the
feels-
height of Overwatch and stuff like that.
It
My
feels
goodness.
like you have both been here for that long, but also only 2 years.
Right? It's what I'm kind of feeling as well. But let's have a look at the points of the match here for our first one. Nongshim taking on BNK FearX. Some coach points here in week 3. Even if we take losses, our priority is raising our floor, finding ways to play into our comp's strengths. Kind of like that. Vikler is more aggressive while Daystar is defensive. We plan to utilize each of them in the right situations according to the match.
I don't know. We watched that Akali game.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm feeling like maybe the year of Vikla kind of ended. Like, up until Hong Kong. Maybe that's what, as far as the year of Vikla got.
Short year.
It was a short year, but let's see whether, you know, the year of Daystar is what we're in for now as the teams make their way out into Chijijik Lol Park here today. I do think that Nongshim should probably be seen as the favorites here, but they are on a bit of a loss streak, and we do know BNK FearX are a good team. They were our team that we sent alongside Gen G to first stand, and yes, they got clobbered by G2 in that weird situation where our region lost 6 games in a row, but still, I think they're not too bad. So let's see whether they can pull themselves out of deep into the Rise group and find some victory here today against Nongshim. I'm feeling it. I don't know. My waters said something really strange about today. And I think I'm either going to look really stupid or I got lucky is kind of how it's going to be as far as this one is concerned. But
I think that this first matchup is such a toss-up. You know, BNK have had so many ups and downs. Nongshim looked more consistent at the beginning of the season, but, you know, it's that bottom 2v2 and the bottom players, just frankly, like Taeyun in lane and Lehen's frankly out of lane that I'm more concerned about. You know, Lehen's roaming, Lehen's trying to make flashy, aggressive plays on the Nivea. It works when it works. It doesn't work, you know, he looks foolish, but I just don't know how to quantify this roster versus Raptor, who also had that really silly game on Xinjiao where he like tried to flash the wall and help Daystar out, messed up his lane, but they still came out of that one ahead. They still won, but this left us with more questions than answers. I don't think that Diablo has been set up for success the same way he was in the LCK Cup. He has just not been given as many resources, and he also just hasn't been able to have the pop-off performances we saw there. I think the series goes either way. I think if you feel really confidently that it's going one way or the other, you're going to have to leave like a 5-page essay on this cast that's before the end of the day and explain it to me. Because I don't think that you can walk into this series saying, I know exactly what is about to occur. You just cannot tell me that. I won't believe you.
I've got a pretty good way of saying it. Wolf, Nongshim lost to KRX. That's it. That's the essay. That's on your desk.
Well, you're going to have to extend it, but I'm sure you can get AI to do that or something. You know?
I mean, I could just write it. How about I just write it down? I'll write it down right now. Nongshim, I just did NS. Lost.
So you just put one word on each page.
KRX. TY 4A+.
All right, we're going to have to talk about the length a little bit, but I do think you have a pretty good point here.
Yeah. If you want to see it, we could bring it up. I don't know whether we can put up a pip, but you can see it if you want to. My handwriting's not great. I do need this back, though.
QMDRX did have a pretty big bounce back, but I agree that it was a lot on the mistakes from Nongshim at the same time in that series. And LazyFeel has brought a new energy to the roster. UCal performed well. Rich got POM. You know, it's definitely a different vibe. But I don't know how much stock I want to put into anything early on this season. And even though I last week said that I was a Wadu on the trusting KT, I'm kind of leaning more towards Wadon't now, even though they're 4-0.
Well, I mean, if they win today, everyone owes me. Because if it was a unanimous prediction of KT, doomed. Absolutely doomed. There is no way that's happening, not against DK. And so it had to be, you know, someone had to make the sacrifice. And I guess this time it was me. But let's focus on this one.
Yeah, I want to see some calm, you know, like
cool, calm, and collected League of Legends with BNK FearX involved?
And Nongshim on the other side, probably not. But I want to see a laning phase for Taeyun and Lehen's where we're just getting out of the lane and going, all right, yeah, maybe buy a cull, you know, on your first back.
Oh, yeah.
Like, give me a Sivir, okay? Ooh. Put Taeyun on Sivir. If he gets a Varus, you know, if that's up, lock that one in. Just get through the laning phase, just chill, and then go to a mid game and play League of Legends. Lens, you don't need to be roaming top lane. I don't need to see a flash gank in the mid lane. Just chill. Stay with Taeyun. He needs your help. Get through that lane.
Basically, just tell him to stay in their lane.
Yeah, stay in. Literally, just don't leave that. Get your role quest as soon as possible.
Well, we'll see what they do.
You're in the lane or you're in the fountain. You are nowhere else. You don't need to go help on the red buff. You just stay where you are.
Hey, what if you can have a man advantage on the red buff though, Wolf?
And like if you're on blue side, which they're not in this first game, don't you dare be going over to that red buff on the other side or the blue buff on the other side. Don't be over there. Don't go across the river. You just stay where you are.
Well, Daddy Wolf on the case, okay? And so he'll be very disappointed. He won't be mad. He'll be very disappointed if they do mess this up. But let's get into Champion Select here for game number 1. Nongshim with first pick as they had right of first selection. And blue side was chosen here by BNK FearX. They're going to take away the Rumble. They're also not going to need to take away the Karma that was banned on the first pick side, which is kind of crazy. Often we do see this one reserved, but Varus still up and available. That is going to be taken away.
I think they're just looking for maybe a trade of Pantheon or Rise, like which one they can get.
Oh, yep.
And the Rise themselves, though. So it will be a trade of Pantheon or Rise in the bans, and then maybe they'll go for the Orianna first pick here. Scout's Azir has been really good, though.
Oh, wow, they banned already. I wrote Pantheon.
Okay, well, now they're going to trade, it looks like, Pantheon for Azir. I think Sponge will take the Pantheon.
Yeah, I think definitely take the Pantheon, no matter what. So you're going to be picking that one up. I don't know whether you really want... I don't know whether you want Daystar playing Azir as the priority pick, but you also do not want Scout having it. So this is really, really difficult. The Ezreal is going to be a choice here for Diablo. He is a big fan of this champion, so it does make some sense. Also, picking it away from Taeyun is a good idea. But staring down the barrel of a Xin Zhao is a rough time. There's a Xin Zhao, staring down the barrel of Pantheon's a rough time. Xin Zhao is going to get locked in.
Yeah, Xin Zhao,
Raptor
does enjoy, even though he had some funny moments last week on that pick. And we're looking for the Azir here because guess what? They gave it the Pantheon and they took the Ezreal priority to the Moon. So it's just going to be an Azir lock-in here. The crazy thing is I almost feel like you could just go Azir Gnar and be like, what are you going to do? We have the ultimate stability. You ban out our bottom lane. Give it a try.
That'd be an interesting one. I think it'd be Jace more than Gnar. Just with the blind pick priority that we've seen in the LCK. I would agree with you. I think that Gnar has actually been a lot more successful, and it's kinging, but we'll see what they do decide to do.
Jace will have the counterpick Yorick available he'll be facing it here for BNK if he does lock that in, and Clear can just snap that one up. It will come at the cost of losing Kellen's support, but without knowing the matchup, do you really want to pick support here anyways? And are we looking for like a Talia counterpick for Daystar? I doubt it. Oh, he's going for the LeBlanc. So I just saw a comment from the coaching staff. This guy was defensive compared to Victor. That's what I was told, even though I saw something quite the opposite earlier. And he was looking for LeBlanc, but he goes for the Nico. So instead, the Yorick can now be banned here by Nongshim Red Force to protect this Jace pick.
I wonder what Clear is now going to play into it. He hasn't had a massive amount of success on a large breadth of champions so far. He's undefeated on Renekton, though.
Renekton is really good, but it's a little bit tricky into Jace.
Yeah, I wouldn't be picking it up on purpose.
It can work with a lot of jungle attention. They do have the Nico in the bottom lane, so if they can ban out a bunch of range supports, maybe he could go to it.
I do think that this is a really powerful bottom lane that FearX have locked in, though. And they are a team that when they can play through their bottom lane, it kind of unlocks their ability to play League of Legends. And we haven't seen Diablo and Kellen finding that level of success that we're used to, and that's why they were falling behind a whole lot, as Land's going to lose the Bird and the Bard.
Yeah. It could be, interestingly, a Gnar ban here even for Nongshim Red Force now that they're playing this Jace, or they could ban the Kennen if they want to deal with all of the potential range threats here now that the Yorick is gone. Scion, which has been the strong counter pick, actually it kind of slipped my mind that was still up.
Yeah, this is sort of the classic protect the Jace type scenario.
So if you feel like you can play this bottom lane without resources, I think you can. I mean, you could go for the Zahin as well here that Clear is considering.
Or K'Sante, and then maybe it's because Daystar could just play Akali again and do his best Vikler impression and try and take down the Bird in the mid lane. It is a matchup that we have seen opted into quite a few times, but Taeun heading towards the Yunara. So Yunara Lulu going to come out.
Yeah, that's left all the way till the end here, and it goes well into the Nico Ezreal lane. Has a lot of team fight power, sets up the Pantheon for success later on. And we'll see what the response will be here in the mid lane now finally. Daystar once again looking to pull out the Akali counterpick to the Azir. And this draft for BNK feels all over the place to me because it has a lot of engaged opportunity with this Nico, and there's great frontline for the Ezreal, but isn't necessarily a front-to-back comp with the Akali aspect. But the Akali can do really well into the Azir matchup. Jace is very squishy. Lulu is very squishy, right? If you can get on top of Lehens and force into wild growth himself and then get out of there, that's also just a win. If you're not using your ultimate to get on top of him, and if you find him in the jungle, if you're ahead, it's very, very powerful. But I think the team fighting power for Nongshim Red Force and the side lane power of this draft is so much stronger, and the Pantheon just sticks out like a sore thumb. How is this pick still getting played in game one?
It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous indeed.
Yeah, so it was an Orianna that was taken away instead, ladies and gentlemen. Scout gets his Azir instead. I just don't think it's necessarily worth it. Do not leave Pantheon up is the first bit of advice that I would give. However, we are not onto the Rift just yet. And if BNK FearX can make sure that their target selection is absolutely perfect, get their CC lined up exactly where it's supposed to, this can be a very deadly composition. Not to mention the fact that it snowballs incredibly hard. Xin Zhao from ahead is an incredibly dangerous champion. But these are a lot of things that are what-ifs. And then on the other side, you've got Yunara Lulu, which seems like really free in the late game. Azir is very good at not only peeling for the Yunara, but also doing a lot of consistent and largely AoE damage. It is just a really rough time here if you're a BNK FearX fan out of Champion Select. But let's get onto the Rift for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for our first game as Raptor is just diving in. Just already starting to try and do hurting, and it's unfortunately not going to work out as Scout just gets a Sand Soldier up and is a little bit angry with him. He's going to start on his Raptor camp though. Raptor is at home.
That's where he goes.
Indeed. And look, he did get N damage onto Scout.
Yeah. And Daystar is making level 1 equality look quite formidable here so far.
Almost got an electrocute proc. That would have been really cute.
Fortunately, isn't able to get that. This is where I want my eyes to be, and that's not up to me. That's up to
you. You can put them there if you want.
Yeah, I mean, the observers kind of like might make me look at the mini-map instead, but this is what I want to see is how well Taeyun and Lehen's lane here, because they have a strong laning phase. They have Lulu, which wins almost every lane right now, and even into the Nico is very powerful, and he'll be able to out-damage the Ezreal as long as Diablo doesn't hit every single Q onto his targets here. Should be able to get a lot of pressure here. And if Taeyun and Lehen's just say Pantheon, you know, if you just kind of hang out around here, they'll win by default. They could also try to make sure topside gets ahead. So those are the choices they have here. They don't need to necessarily play through mid with Sponge. So my biggest thing is, again, Lehen's, please just stay here. And here comes Raptor.
Yeah, what about the level 3 gank for the Xin Zhao, who is wrapping around, thinking about maybe going for some counter jungling first, as the Gromp is up. He will spot Sponge moving his way over, and he's looking a little worse for wear. Just dives in straight on top of this Pantheon. Wind becomes lightning. Should be able to get the 3-talon strike here, and there's the flash. The immediate follow as Raptor is looking to get on top of him. There's the audacious charge. One more auto. First blood solo bolo in the jungle.
And also, they've pulled Lehen's out of the lane here, so he can come over here and try to secure this kill. He needs to be very careful about how he plays this. He just needs to tag Raptor. He might have to flash for it.
Yeah, that's a slow.
Yeah, they got
so unfortunately, Taeyun gets the kill. It's an absolute disaster in the end.
They do lose a little bit of the minion wave for it, but it's worth it in terms of the gold they pick up here. So Taeyun did, in fact, drop that wave to go up there, finds himself down a wave of CS as a result, as the dust settles here.
Oh,
is it worth in the end? I think
I'm going to say no.
I think
absolutely not.
Because this also isn't Raptor getting a massive camp lead or anything like that. He just got the single kill. And we'll have to just go back to his jungle delayed anyways. So, like, Sponge is already back on his camps.
So he has the better initial buy, I guess. But like you say, Sponge gets out onto the map. So it's not exactly a huge thing unless they meet. And that extra longsword is going to provide a bit of extra something. I think that's clutching at straws.
Diablo's going to try to keep this wave in a frustrating spot here. But, you know, how much do they really care about that right now with a recurve bow and boots in inventory for Taeyun on first back? Feeling pretty good about that, as this has not been great. We've talked about this a lot. Scout is on this list as well.
Yeah.
But he is one of the better Azirs in my mind from the eye test of what we've seen so far this season.
Oh, absolutely. I think we have a lot of players that are very good at Azir. Azir just hasn't necessarily been fitting in with the winning formula here at the LCK at this particular point of the season. But I'm like... Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned just because of how poorly that initial first blood went for Raptor after the fact. Because it was, I really liked the idea, right?
Yeah.
Being able to try and push the Pantheon behind is a really good thing, but it just didn't really work. And so now I'm hoping that he's not feeling, you know, not confident anymore to go for these more aggressive plays, because I think they need to if they want to be winning this game. As Daystar going down relatively low here.
Like you said,
Scout,
this draft really needs to get ahead, needs to come online early, and it initially looked great, but he's coming for a second pass here. Now, Taeyun did not flash, nor did Lehen's actually on that last exchange. He's seen on this ward, and they should be totally fine to just kite back here to the turret.
Callan's going to flash, does get the flash out of Taeyun. Didn't have level 6, so he wasn't dashing anywhere. So that is a good exchange. Trading the Nico flash for that of the AD carry. Always going to be a good move. Although, I guess once you do...
Level 6.
Oh, there is the Emperor's Divide onto Daystar. He is in the Shroud, but does have to backflip to try and get himself out of the way. No flash going to be expended for either mid laner. Daystar looking a little worse for wear.
Certainly walking the tightrope. He's doing
really well, though, in farm.
Yeah, I'm still going to have to keep raising my eyebrow at that statement about him being more passive than Vikla, but you know, there were some moments where I would agree with that statement, but Scout here also now potentially vulnerable. He still has his flash, but no ultimate.
There's the flash in from Daystar, looking for the angle as Scout doesn't have any mana, and he hits the backflip. It's just a solo kill. Raptor was just there for a little bit of, you know, friendly.
Moral
you
support.
can do it. Yeah, the moral support sends out. You love to see it. And wait, now Daystar's done it as well.
My God.
What is it with this team's Akalis and just getting solo kills against world champs?
Yeah, it's...
Well, I mean, let's go with MSI champs and world champs.
There you go.
One of the two.
All right, well, that I don't think was supposed to happen that way, but Daystar is showing why he picks Akali, even though the last time we saw it, it was a little bit of a question mark in the draft. This time around, you know, if it gets ahead, I think it absolutely can work, but I was not expecting that. And watch him here have, obviously, level 6 picked up a little bit later. He knows Scout doesn't have his ult. He flashes in for this, gets the 5-point strike, gets the electrocute proc, bounces back here. That's it, and he's just telling Raptor to back off.
Yeah. He's like, don't worry about it. Raptor's like, oh, okay, whatever, man. Chill out, Daystar. Well, he's got his Hextech cookie, looking to do a little bit more damage as finally we're going to check out the top lane, Wolf. I know this is exactly what you wanted to see. Most of this game is Cassante versus Jace matchup. Man,
yeah,
I'm floored already. This is so exciting. Oh, man, too much excitement. We had to leave.
Yeah, let's go back to the bottom lane.
Okay.
That's where I'm interested in.
You were just watching the minimap that whole time, weren't you? You were just looking at the little bottom lane icons, weren't you? That's what you were doing. You weren't even paying attention
I was
to the
constantly,
ludicrous amounts of action that we saw with Cassante versus Jace.
I was constantly tracking Kellen's transformations to make sure I knew who the real Ezreal on the minimap was.
Oh, cute.
You know, just never in doubt. Level 6 nowhere near for Kellen here. Lehen's actually getting fairly close, so they need to be careful about continuing to push this advantage. There's no wave, though, and they should be fine to set up a group for this dragon. This ward will be cleared. Sponge can ult in from a long way away, but they have no mid-prio, and it kind of just feels like Nongshim have to give this one up, which is, I think, totally fine. It's a solo Chemtech dragon here. And let's see what they decide to do, because I think fighting for this is a little greedy.
Yeah, they also have zero control on the bottom side. Diablo is 2 waves ahead. So that is actually the advantage that they managed to pick up. With the fact that Taeyeon and Lehen's left lane, it did allow Diablo to create that little bit of an extra advantage and hold on to it, as we can see here. So the result of that initial play actually swung back again. You know, the pendulum just keeps on swinging, does it not?
It's
much like in our intro.
Exactly. It's a weird shape, the pendulum.
It is.
Sure what
it's a little bit more like a plumb bob, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know what a plumb
does
bob is?
Yeah, no, exactly. The thing in the toilet.
No.
No?
No, a plumb bob is for working out how vertical something is.
I don't know, when you said plum, I thought of plumbing for some reason. Not
it's
plum
not Bob the plumber.
No,
although, I mean, could be confused pretty easily.
I thought it was kind of the thing that's in the, you know, the back of the toilet that like floats and creates the balance of the water flow. I was like, it kind of looks like that. Yeah.
yeah. That might be one as well. You never know. That could be a plumbing bob. Or maybe that's a plumbing Robert. Maybe they have to distinguish between them.
You know, Faker's very aware of the push and pull of League of Legends, much like how the water drains in and out of the toilet.
Maybe it's like one of those feuds, you know, carpenters and plumbers are both like feuding over who gets to call it the plumb bob or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'm on team toilet cleaners.
Well, I made one for my dad in metalwork when I was like 15. And he called it a plumb bob. So I'm calling it, I think it's one of those things, the dangly ones. You attach to string.
A bit of a potential fight here with level 6 for Kellen. So we need to be very cautious. Taeyeon needs to make sure he comes in late if they are going to fight for this. They just give it up. And this bottom side prio, playing through bottom side for B&K, I like it when they do that. I think they like it when they do that. They do that very well. Obviously, a bit of a backfire on the early dive from Raptor, but... Or not even dive, invade, I should say. But Taeyeon's going for the all-in.
Yep, there's the arcane shift and the flash. He's not wasting any time at all. But the flash forward from Taeyeon. Flash in as well from this Nico. But Taeyeon does get the wild growth and has the assistance of his Pantheon. And I don't think that this Crescent Guard is going to work. Although the 3-talent strike does come in. And Taeyeon did get a little bit low. However, he will not be going down. And that is a big advantage now over to Nongshim.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of a judgment error there from B&K. With the amount of things Lulu can do in that situation, also with how quickly Pantheon can join and his burst damage in that scrap. It's a big backfire again here for B&K as Daystar.
Yep, now the Emperor's Divide does come down as Daystar hits the ulti. He really wants to go in for this. Does have perfect execution second round, but is not going to press the old button. As there it is, just going to clear out the wave with it, and we'll be heading back home. I don't think it's end of the world here for BNK Furex, but having a Yunara that now has 2 kills and first item completion, right, and has a bit of a free pass heading towards that second, it's a little bit of a rough time.
Yeah, it kind of does feel like the end of the world for me. I'm a little bit worried about what they do, because they have this Akali that's, you know, incredibly like strong this early. You know, having a 350 gold lead means that she's very powerful in skirmishes, but obviously wasn't involved in this one. So maybe on this next Dragon fight, BNK could turn it around, but if they don't, I think it's going to be potentially curtains here. As we'll watch this play here. This is Taeyeon going in, follows the flash play here, actually extends the W in with the flash. Was really cool to see that. And Lulu here then peels for Raptor. You know, Lehend is able to wild growth, and there's nothing that Xinjiao could do. He just stays his ground, but doesn't.
I do think if he didn't sidestep that Wind Becomes Lightning, though, it would have been a 1-for-1, which would have changed things quite considerably. So good play there from Taeyeon. I do think that there will be a time, right? The reason why I'm not too worried about it is that there will be a time where Ezreal hits that 2 item and we don't have 3 yet for the Yunara. I think that time has now been shrunk.
Sure.
However, it's still going to exist. And so if BNK Furex can play around that, maybe get a couple of extra kills in a skirmish for Daystar, something like that, would be an angle as this control ward worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely.
As Raptor will come down, spotted on the ward that Lehend's threw in as well. And he does get the extension on this Audacious Charge, but I don't know whether BNK Furex are really looking for this. And that Wind Becomes Lightning will go wide. There is the stun onto Raptor. He may have to ulti, and he does so. As now BNK Furex, the rest of the team just cannot make their way over, and another Wind Becomes Lightning does go wide.
I mean, this Yunara has Kraken Slayer and barriers back up. You just cannot win this fight, especially when the Xinjiao is on the side like that. So they end up losing out in a big way. It won't matter too much. Nobody dies. But the ultimate is now down for Raptor. Sponge just got his back up, so he can impact the top side of the map here. So there's a window where this could be punished. 15 seconds until the dragon spawns, and Taeyeon and Lehend have just returned fresh off a back here. So they're going to be at full health, whereas you can see Diablo here doesn't have his first buy-in just yet, and you know, he'll come back at full health as well, but he's not going to be anywhere near this dragon where there is tons of vision set up here for Nongshim. The real question is, can they get Scout in here and get set up? Because that's the one place they really don't have control is the mid lane. Sponge is going to have to help out to get him escorted in, but once he's in, I think they could start this dragon absolutely. Nashor's Tooth and Kraken Slayer here. This is an incredibly strong early game for Nongshim.
Well, Raptor is just going to wander his way in. Actually decides to start the fight. I don't know about that one, though, as he just blows up. They do manage to get on top of Raptor, but he's got the Aegis Assault. He's just fine. True Shot Barrage does so much work, though, and Clear dives in with the all-out and then leaves with the all-out as well. Sponge is able to throw a spear into the back of the head of Daystar. And Diablo, ladies and gentlemen, was not there.
That was a really close, like it was almost a successful all-in by BNK. I think it caught Nongshim off guard, but they just don't have the numbers.
I mean, but they didn't all-in. They sum-inned.
Yeah,
Diablo wasn't there.
With his True Shot Barrage, his spirit was there, I suppose. As Kingan's going to grab plate gold here on the bottom side, they will get the dragon. So initially here, look at this setup. Like, Diablo isn't able to join this fight, and what is the most baffling about this is, remember, Raptor had just used his ultimate. Like I just mentioned, that could be punished. He punished himself by going in here, but he was hoping that with Clear showing up, and with this extra damage coming through from this Akali that's accelerated, that they would have enough, but they have no Ezreal damage outside of the ultimate. He is not there. He's practically AFK for the fight, and he True Shot Barrages, and then he's like, well, you guys got that right, because I can't do more.
And now they're 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
And this composition ages like a fine wine. Nongshim's certainly going to be very, very happy with this game going as long as you would like. And this is about the time where BNK Furex did want to start a fight. The problem was they did so without their team, which is going to be a good idea for next time, as Sponge looks for a little bit of a stun here, gets backflipped on. True Shot Barrage once again going to be the contribution here of Diablo, who might even be able to get a couple of autos, but he doesn't have a support, and Kingan is dancing down from the top lane. Flash comes through from Daystar, who backflips out of the way of Kingan. Will be slowed down by the Wind Becomes Lightning. They only lose their support this time, but it is once again a little bit of a split fight scenario for BNK.
Clear showcasing why Cassante is a great counter pick here by absorbing that accelerated shock blast and not carrying, but they're not getting anything back here. They're going to get the Herald, and it looks like that Crystalline Overgrowth probably procs. No, Taeyeon just plays it safer because he knows Raptor's still in the area, so they won't get that plate for him, but he's already 1,200 gold ahead. And the Herald will guarantee some plates probably in the mid lane soon after it's taken.
Yeah.
This is like, when I look at this situation here, they have limited vision. Like, they have vision in this area, so they think it's enough, but they don't have vision in the brush. And like, I look at this and I'm like, okay, so Nongshim aren't really sure what's going on, but they still feel like, okay, we win this fight, we're so far ahead. And I think BNK maybe don't realize they're further behind than they are as Kingen.
I'm not sure about that one. Kellen is going to die, but they want to be able to kill Kingen at least. Scout is also in a bit of trouble as Clear looks for the angle, doesn't hit the Q, and Diablo's also dead. There is action in every single lane, and most of it goes towards Nongshim.
First brick goes to B&K though, so that's something. Yeah,
okay.
Pretty surprising they were able to get that one, especially with Herald on the other side, but that whole turret is going over to Taeyun in the meanwhile, and Clear's going to be pushed out of this lane. The thing I was going to say, you know, really more than breaking down the individual mechanics of that fight that we just saw in the jungle, and you know, this is pretty self-explanatory, I'm not going to get into it, is this is what this org has been since the sandbox days, right? Like, Fear X is their name because they do not fear. They go in, they dive, they're the cool kids who don't panic, but maybe they should panic a little bit more. Sponge is dead.
Sponge absorbed.
Yes.
And then died. Sometimes that's what happens if a Sponge does too much sponging.
If Nongshim, you know, end up giving a few more freebies away, you know, if there's a few more kills that go over like this from overextensions, or they're able to set up pockets of vision like what they tried to do around the Raptor camp, then maybe they can come back. The problem is every time you fail at a play like this, in this case they succeed, right? But every time you fail and give over more gold to the Yunara, more gold to the Azir, even if it's just plate gold in the side lane, you're not trading up. And like you said, this composition ages like fine wine. Lahen's in trouble though.
Oh, another pick coming on through here for B&K. The flash in from Raptor. True Shot Barrage unable to steal away that kill, but they will be able to get one for the Xin Zhao. And so it's another player on Nongshim just caught roaming the jungle.
All right, so they keep getting these little picks, right? Every time they get
I think another 4 or 5 more of those.
Yeah.
And we are in for a game.
You can see the holes coming through. Taeyun?
What? Hang on.
Certainly not.
Why is this happening? Gets the flash. Okay. BNK Furex pretty happy about that one as well. The 80 carry flash, a pretty important thing. So, time to, you know, fix the boat here, Nongshim. They have not taken it for a service, and it is sinking.
Yeah, maybe scrub some of those barnacles off while you're there and
something like that.
Get the hole patched, because you're leaking money here to B&K, especially to their jungler. But this Akali is on 2 items now, and very formidable, as we've already seen. Nongshim looking to get their second dragon of the game here. Sponge's ultimate's coming back online. They have full control over the pit and even vision on the left side of it here. Raptor's going to get this camp on vision. We'll show here briefly. So they know where he is. And it's 30 seconds till it spawns. They're going to try to actually look for something bottom side here first. They need to be careful. TP flank.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide is going to get Clear away, but there is that flanking teleport from Daystar looking to make his way in Lahen's. Already has to ult himself as True Shot Barrage not quite doing enough, but Daystar will be able to get in, looks for Scout, actually predicts him, and finds the perfect execution. Named beautifully in this case as King, and he's just going to take a turret. He will do that one as his mid laner dies, but that will cost them the Drake, and that'll be double dragon over to B&K.
Yeah, this is a huge win here for B&K. Like, they are starting to stack up all of the dominoes to get back into this game. It's only the second dragon of the game for them as Diablo is in trouble.
Hold on, in goes Sponge, finds the stun onto Diablo. He arcane shifts, he gets himself out of the way, but the spear will land. Clear gets in there, but it's unfortunately not going to be enough as Taeyun is eradicating the plates here. Will get pushed back though, and the all-out does come on through. Let's see whether Clear can find the angle here. He cannot, he is just dead, but so is Kingen. This game is a mess. This is absolute Rise Group gaming right now.
Yeah, this is 100% Rise Group gaming we're watching right now. And if you're a Nongshim fan, you're like, don't, no, I'm a Legend team. I did it last time.
Don't you remember?
We were 2-0 at the beginning of the season.
It's okay. Nongshim doesn't remember the Legend Group either, because they didn't have a very good time.
This was a very clever play here with this really unique ward placement. Like, that's just unseen here. Daystar gets the flank off. True Shot Barrage here again, layered with all these dives. They're turning Ezreal into like this dive follow-up guy. It's not too impactful in this fight, but you can see how they're trying to use this pick to get back into the game. Unfortunately here, you know, Diablo is now kind of left alone. Clear wants to peel for him, but the Pantheon just doesn't care about you. Great shift. Still sniped.
Oh man, yeah. Beautifully done there by Sponge. I think it was blind.
It was.
As well. So really, really nice work.
And then, you know, the rest of this fight, a little bit broken up. Kingen is trying to go in and look for this kill onto Kellen, who gets his ultimate, gets the kill, but does end up dying while they kill the Cassante on the left side. Nongshim can't really bail Kingen out there. At least he gets one for his troubles. He is actually quite far ahead of his opposition in this game. Does have 4 kills to his name. And starting Baron, because this Yunara is on 2.5 items.
Wow, that's so many control wards. That is absolutely insane. Well, this Baron is going down extraordinarily quickly. Diablo looking to make his way in, finds half the health bar of Lehens. Raptor, can you actually get in? This is going to be a 50-50. What the hell? It is taken by Sponge. The Emperor's Divide onto Raptor is going to interrupt the ultimate. Daystar gets into his shroud as Kellen on the backline looks for the angle. Perfect execution, and down goes Taeyoon. Sponge finds another beautiful spear, and Diablo gets over the wall to escape Kingan's wrath. 2 Barons survive, but they go 3 for 3, so probably still fine here for Nongshim.
Yeah, for Nongshim, I think they're pretty happy with this, especially because of that flash that got used by the Ezreal. This is still a very, very close smite fight here. Too close for comfort. Raptor is trying to get it.
It's not a good Baron, is what we're going to say.
It's not clean. It goes down to 200, is secured ultimately, though, by the patient Pantheon. But then backs away. This angle here from Kellen, by the way, almost could have won them the game.
Yeah.
If they were in a better game state, or if they were ready to follow up, Diablo wasn't in position to do all of the damage there. He actually walks the tightrope quite well, but has to ultimately flash. That's another win here for Nongshim. They get the local gold from the Baron, as well as still have a few of those buffs alive on their top side. So it's not the greatest Baron. Like we said, it was not the most safe Baron to take, but they still end up walking away with a lot of advantages here. And the IE is nearly done here for Taeyoon. Once that's done, they can do almost whatever they want in this game, and the Azir gets stronger and stronger here as well. I want to trust that BNK maybe have a way back into this game, though, because they've been playing so confidently and kept this game really interesting for quite some time.
It's almost like they know something that we don't.
Yeah.
We're like, you guys are like losing like a lot, and they're like, no, you're missing.
7 kills on the Kali.
Yeah, the fact that we do have Daystar, who is incredibly far ahead. I mean, Scout is pretty anemic at this point in the game. The Rylai's Nash's Tooth is not really convincing anyone. And Daystar is very, very large.
He's basically just peel for Taeyoon. Taeyoon has a huge responsibility in this game.
And Daystar just needs to kill him.
That's all he needs to do.
Yep, that's rule number 1. Well, Raptor looking for a bit of an angle over here. And Daystar on vision as well. I mean, this ward is getting so much value. The inner turret is going to fall as Nongshim get a little bit of value out of this Rebel Baron power play.
I really liked how they set that up, weirdly enough, with the Pantheon in mid, because he has his ultimate, and he can clear that wave to make sure there's no cross map in the mid lane to try to get turret plates. That mid turret is so valuable for this composition, and it really hinders the Akali from making aggressive plays through this mid game. We're getting closer to the start of the late game here, as it looks like Nongshim might actually be able to have a fair fight for Dragon this time around to bring us to 2-2. And if this game goes super late, the BNK composition is also incredibly strong.
I mean, yeah, if Clear becomes, you know, a super tank that's able to really take control of these games, like maybe there is going to be an opportunity there. But I do feel like there is a severe lack of AoE damage from BNK FureX, so it means their target selection has to be absolutely perfect.
And only Raptor has really consistently been able to set up engages onto Taeyoon with his winds become lightnings. You know, otherwise they don't really have point and click to lock this Yunara down. So if Taeyoon just kind of hides,
like Clear has to flash all out to like pull him back in, and then Daystar knows where he's going to be, and he can actually hit some buttons. Like that could be the angle.
If Taeyoon makes a huge mistake and gets hit by Kellen's root or something like that, then everything can change. He doesn't have cleanse, but as long as he plays safe, he has the polymorph to defend him. He's got wild growth. He's got Scout's ultimate. If everyone just stays grouped, like I feel like this Nongshim composition can't lose from this stage, but we'll see, because this game has been pretty wild, and the Akali will basically one-shot Taeyoon.
Well, let's see. Nongshim getting to work on another inner turret. Will be the last one to go down. BNK FureX, I think, looking to try and defend this one, as it's still pretty healthy. Diablo doing so. Does
Maybe
not quite
Dragon, Nongshim, the Dragon is up. What would you rather have, an Infernal Drake or one plate on the turret that you didn't get, actually?
Some crystalline overgrowth is going to be what Daystar collects here.
Daystar is like chilling. He's like, thank you guys for taking this Dragon so slowly. I'm getting even richer.
True Barrage was spotting to see whether they pulled the Dragon out. They do see that it is going down, but it's 2 Dragons apiece. Not really end of the world to give that one up. Would have been nice for BNK to collect it. Would have provided them a bit of a win condition, but unfortunately, the best that they can get at this point in time is a not lose condition, which is everyone being alive and being able to wait for some of these flashes to come off cooldown.
It's pretty crazy this season. We've had so many players come up from challengers, return from challengers, like Daystar, Effort, and come in lazy feel, where you're like, wow, the whole team looks different. when this guy is playing. And Daystar in this game is the only one who can save the game somehow, some way. And you and I think, are pretty much on the same page. We don't think it's going to be likely, but he has to be the one to do it. He has so many items. He picks up an extra rod here after taking that turret down in the top lane. So he's getting closer and closer to potentially picking up a death cap here.
Yeah, death cap with his Zhonya's already complete. Does have that defensive option as Clear makes his way in. Does push Sponge away. Absorbs a bunch of that CC, and now Raptor goes in. Pushes Sponge back. Not sure about that, but the Pop Blossom is so good from Kalen. They just don't have the damage. Everyone is just dead. As it's once more Diablo, the last man standing. And yeah, we were talking about that target selection thing. It's important, and it didn't work.
Diablo, run!
Well, he flashes, does have that one back up and available again. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be game number 1. Nongshim managed to put them down in the end, a 9,000 gold lead as they just wander up this mid lane to finish this one off. And I think next time around, let's hope that B&K do some better picking of champions.
Yeah, the draft had some holes in it for sure. I will say, though, just like in their loss to Gen.G, B&K made the game look somewhat playable. Like, they were able to find a few angles. They were able to, you know, get some turrets down. They got first brick. They were able to catch Lehens. They caught Sponge that one time. They absolutely will call you out if you are just playing a little bit too aggressive, if you're playing a little bit too greedy. But ultimately, the Yunara in that last fight was just like, I got Wild Growth. You guys didn't pick the same target. I'm actually still free hitting. And everybody's health bars just went from 100 to 0 as Taeyun's auto attacks went brr. Yeah, and that was the end of it. So ultimately, it's pretty bad if the Yunara gets really ahead early. Even if the Akali has a, what was it, 4,000 gold lead at the end?
Yeah.
Still does 13.7k damage, which is the highest on his team.
The fact that
but
Scout did the highest damage in the game,
Yeah.
whilst 4,000 gold behind with 0 kills. It's
I like
just kind of insane.
I will give him credit for his individual play on Akali, but I will not give the team credit for picking Akali in this situation.
No, I would agree with you, but there is now a chance for them to return to the drawing board. They do have one of those in the coach's booth. I believe it was right there. They're referring to it now. They're going to see what they can do moving towards game number 2. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that one, and we'll have the second one. We'll see you soon.
여기 텔 받았다. 아칼리 있다. 텔
텔보다.
아 W 되고.
이제 볼게 이제.
야 산테 빨린다. 천천히 앞라인 쳐봐. 앞라인 쳐봐.
좋아.
잡아서. 아칼리 W.
아칼리.
이제 미드. 야나 집대할게. 미드 가면 끝나. 나 미칼도 있고. 나 이거 다음 라인에 직공할게. 천천히 보자. 나 봐도 돼. 나 봐도 하나만. 야 라칼 직공할게. 나 찍었고 얘들아. 살짝 봐줘. 엎어졌어. 펄떡 받을게.
잡은 듯.
나이스.
So I'll fly away, fly away, we'll fly away, fly away. Oh, you're so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in a day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away, we'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, we'll fly away, we'll fly away, we'll fly away.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. That was a slobber knocker of a game. It was fighting nonstop. In the end, Nongshim take game one over B&K FearX. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. It started off with an aggression of the junglers, early invade, and it just never let up.
I mean, before we start to talk about the jungle, I want to talk about the bot lane matchup. And just guys, I'm a Azure and Nico hater. I don't want to see these champions like on a bot together because you're going to play against Yunara and Lulu, and you're not going to win the lane, and you're not going to outscale them. So what's the point of playing Azure and Nico? Like, I don't get it, So if you want to force that, then you should ban out something else. But you had to ban out Barden and Nivea, and you still not be able to win the bot lane. It doesn't make any sense for me.
Yeah, also if you're not winning this bot lane 2v2, Yunara's going to be such a threat. Your composition has tools to try and deal with it, but then there's also the Azir, the Jace, who are other threats. And I feel like that there's a lot more damage, a lot more late game scaling available to Nongshim in this one. The pressure really was on B&K FearX to get the ball rolling and also be crisper in team fights. I think they didn't give themselves as easy tools coming out the draft on the onset.
Yeah, definitely not. And then it felt like when they pushed up, they got punished early on with the Pantheon ult. Let's take a look at the early part of the game, though. It starts off with Raptor here, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically about the jungle invade. You might think Raptor is good in this situation, but in fact, it's not.
Yeah, so he ends up dying anyway, so he gets cleaned up here, and we don't actually lose that much time for the laners. And then Sponge just essentially gets to walk down and continue his full clear. If you actually see, he just ends up rotating through his camps like normal. Whereas on the other side for Raptor, the way his camps are spawning up, like he doesn't get to do his blue in this situation, doesn't get to do, he actually passed up to do the scuttle here, but it's just a bit more awkward for him.
Yeah, so here right now, again, what Ox mentioned is about the jungle pathing, right? So you can just zoom out and show the jungle camps right now. Yes, Sponge, he died, but look at his camps. Like, it's really clear. Like, it's really clear that he's just gonna top to bot once again. But for Raptor, he has blue up and he has Raptor up. So it's kind of confusing for the Xin Zhao to like clear the jungle pathing, but also I think you're gonna get behind in the tempo against the Pantheon, which is not a great news.
And in the end, what did you actually get from that invading kill? Because you lose out in terms of team gold because they got an assist as well. And it's like you got more gold on the Xin Zhao itself, but it just didn't end up panning out to as much as I think they'd hoped for.
Yeah, and that's the difficult part there when you make a play like that, which then, as you said, you fall behind against the Pantheon. You're trying to push that lane and get the lead that you picked, and you get punished because Pantheon's there first.
Yeah, this is the power of the Pantheon. That global ulter can just come in and immediately join the play, and then the Xin Zhao ends up ulting pretty late because of the stun. And so not only did we feel like the Pantheon didn't get phased at all by the early kill onto him, is able to clear cleanly, that first big play around the bot side, the Pantheon gets the advantage as well.
So it literally felt like Raptor just like killed himself like, by invading the early game. So
yeah, and I think, like I did earlier, you could just see, oh, Pantheon ulted there. But it all started from that early part of the game. Then you feel the pressure to make a play, and you go in, as the cast said, with no ultimate there, Raptor.
So there's three big problems with this play. Firstly, Xin Zhao didn't have ultimate when he went in. Just gets exploded on the offset. And then they're still going for this invade. It's,
it's going on!
This is honestly how I felt about the team fight.
Yeah. Just FF right after that, you know, like, what do you mean? Just FF, press the FF button right there because my Xin Zhao is going in without the ultimate. Nah, I don't want to play this game anymore. Get out of here.
We had 2 more points we did. What were the 2 more points?
That was enough. Second point, all this engage is going on the Pantheon, who just pops his Aegis and is taking no damage. And then, final point,
yeah, just FF, who cares?
Really just FF.
Yeah, let me out, man. I hate this game. Oh. All right.
You know what? I think that says it all.
Yeah, I think it did. That was basically the game. Don't worry about the fact that Nongshim almost threw it Baron or the fights that happened after that. It was a clean 1-0. Nothing to see here. Let's get to game number 2 with Atlas and Wolf. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I feel like Yundo just took a day off. Maybe he was helping clean up all the tea that got spilt on the side of the desk.
When I came back, I saw your tablet was kind of on the edge of the desk, and I was like, well, I don't want to knock that over because my chair was touching it. I didn't want to knock your tablet down, and so I put my tea down. I put my tea on top of a lid that was on the desk, and it spilled all over the desk, and I'm incredibly sorry to everyone.
Well, I'm sorry for having my tablet
no, it's not your
what
fault.
was an awkward position.
I was like, that's why I was out of focus, because I was like, okay, I don't want to knock this over, and then I just knocked the other thing over, and then a sea of water went all over the desk, but luckily all of our electronics are raised for a possibility of that happening, and so nothing is, as far as I could tell, damaged in any way, but
If he sounds like he's underwater, then you'll know exactly why if you were at this point of the show.
Yeah, so sorry about that, everyone.
It's all right. I don't think it affected anyone.
I'm not talking to the
Twitch
fans,
chat.
but I'm talking to production who probably freaked out a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, it may have also affected the space because it seemed like we weren't able to actually observe replays and things like that. So we just kind of rage quit those. Let's see whether we're going to have a more competitive draft this time around because it is once again first pick going over to Nongshim. Okay. Which is kind of interesting. I believe that's because BNK chose blue side. So,
It's, if you expect your opponent's going to pick first pick, you can get blue side as well as the counter pick. Like if that's what you wanted, counter pick all.
Yeah.
You can kind of risk it and go for blue side. But let's see what they end up getting here, because trying to maybe give a counter pick to clear could be the game plan here. Perhaps it's Kellen who wants to have the last say in the bottom lane. The Ashe Seraphine is not going to be a duo that's going to get picked up in first rotation here for BNK. However, Karma also banned again by Nongshim. And with Orianna and Nocturne as a strong combo, they actually banned the Nocturne instead this time to start things off, as the Rumble will also go. But, you know, things like the Rise are jumping up in priority here.
Yeah.
Especially if Orianna does get banned in this spot and they decide to ban both.
Yeah, with the Nocturne ban, I find it kind of interesting that they're going to ban the Orianna as well. Obviously, Jarvan is still up and available at the same time. That was second ban in the first game.
Quite an error, right? Because now they can get...
They're in a really awkward spot.
They can get so many power picks. They ban the Orianna. You could just first pick Jarvan. You could first pick Rise. I think both feel pretty good here.
I wonder what Daystar has as an answer to the Rise, because I think we know that that would be what was going to be picked up.
Maybe he was planning on playing Anivia. Maybe he's playing the Rise now, since they'll look for the Jarvan instead.
And with Pantheon and Xin Zhao both taken away, Jarvan's priority goes pretty high up. I think the only other thing that you're seeing here in the LCK especially is something like Vi that has been picked quite a few times, things like that. But there is the Jarvan that we were expecting. And now what does BNK do with what they've constructed here? The Rise seems to make a fair bit of sense here, but you are then going straight into an incredibly flexible Anivia lock-in if it does come on through.
I mean, it's Lehens on the other side too. I mean, there's so many things they could do with this draft.
This is scary.
I'm not sold on this decision-making, especially because the Nocturne, some of its best tools, like you knew the Orianna wasn't going to get picked because you were planning on banning it. The Lulu is gone. A bit puzzled by this one. Maybe Raptor just pulls out Lee Sin and we see something crazy here.
Well, ask and you shall receive, Wolf. There is the Lee Sin.
Because that's the only other thing. That's like the only thing that makes sense is BNK being like, well, Raptor, I'll play this. It's fine. Don't worry. We've got strong access to anywhere because Lee Sin allows for that.
And he also allows getting out, and so you don't get walled into things if the Anivia is going to come up. Not to mention the fact that the Cataclysm is already there.
I actually would rather see Cassiopeia here now that the Lee Sin is locked than the
good point.
Anivia here. Although they could still flex the Anivia and then pull the Cassiopeia out later in the draft if they want to. And that's what they're going to do here. You can get Anivia and a strong pushing 80 carry. Like you could even go Sivir here and have, you know, a strong lane and then swap the Anivia later.
Yeah.
Depending on what they pick.
You can go like Anivia Caitlyn here as well.
Yeah, that's a great shout. That's a really good one.
Decent option. But we'll see what they do decide to do here. Scout thinking about what he wants to be taking away. It probably shouldn't be a support, but it's going to be a Bard locked in.
They're going to let us know right away. Which is fair. I mean, I think the Anivia is still a great counter pick. Bard is going to be great in a lot of different matchups in the bottom lane. So we're sad the flex is gone, but I still think what they get is incredibly robust here.
Yep. And so now what is going to be the choice? Just a blind nod towards that top side of the map for clear. I kind of don't mind it. You were calling for it just before. You can protect it with a couple of bans at the same time. And we've seen Rise Nah, like this was a very classic sort of T1 top side of the map as far as the first 3 picks are concerned.
In another era, I would ban GP from Kingen because he loves to play that matchup.
Yeah, true.
But I don't know if they're really afraid of that. So much scaling damage, though.
So many circles as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of crazy.
Like, the Bard ultimate sets up your barrels. You get the big keg explosion.
Yeah, sets up the barrels, and then afterwards, you've got Cannon Barrage, Cataclysm, Glacial Storm. My goodness, that's so many things. You can make a word fusion out of that, but I don't want to do it on the fly because it's a bit much. As Caitlyn going to be taken away here, recognizing that could be relatively powerful in lane.
Makes the most sense. I'm still vibing with the Sivir pick for Taeyun, though. It's just really easy to play, very safe.
I personally want 3 games, so I'm really hoping he gets distracted by the potential Jhin Bard.
Oh no, please no Jhin Bard with Anivia.
Oh, it's got to be the Jhin Bard.
No.
That's what it's going to be.
I'd rather, like, at least it's not Jhin Bird in the bottom lane.
True. So, it could be. I mean, maybe you got Mid Bard. Have you seen Mid Bard before? I haven't either.
I
think Rusty played it. Yeah, I think Rusty played it, actually. You know, you get your rapid fire cannon, you start to meep slap pretty hard.
It does do some funny things, believe it or not.
It does.
I'm really struggling to come up with a really strong 80 carry here to play into this Bard lane. The Lucian made a lot of sense, but it's banned away.
Well, you can't play Sivir. But it's going to be Kalista. Okay. So no Renatas are going to be picked away or anything like that, but you can now pick knowing that the Kalista Renata is coming.
Ashe is banned, so...
Yeah, Ashe and Varus are both gone. It's actually kind of an okay... And without the Caitlyn as well, there's a lot of things that you would like to play into this Kalista that aren't there. And it's the temptation.
It's really hard to play.
Bud.
It's really hard to play the Sivir lane into Kalista, I think. So I guess this makes sense. At least they didn't pick Kai'Sa.
I mean, I also really like having a full 3-game series. All right, let's see what top laner Kingen is going to be locking into this.
Come on, do the GP. Don't be scared.
Oh yeah, do it, Kingen.
Don't be afraid.
Your team's already locked in.
That's so boring.
There is so much anti-fun. That's the anti-fun comp. Apart from Bard. Bard's pretty fun, but outside of that, oh goodness me, it's not looking like a great time.
I kind of feel like the Renata is not that useful into this composition outside of lane, and the Lee Sin is very mobile, obviously. Can get past the Anivia wall, can get past the Cataclysm, can avoid the Tempered Fate probably, but if it gets stunned by lands, you know, then it's just going to be a sitting duck, and the follow-up CC is kind of insane with Flag and Drag, the Anivia Q, like even the W from Jhin to come out, so...
One of the cool things that you can do, though, is it's Kellen, for one. Like, this guy is a really amazing Renata player. But Realm Warp Renata, you can kind of put her in really funky positions to get that hostile takeover to work out. Because this is such a solid front-to-back composition coming out of Nongshim. Almost too much so. Where they've got like these beefy boys for the front side, and then the Anivia sort of holding down the fort. So much control of the battlefield. If you can then just circumnavigate it, you can start to pull them apart. So I think it's going to call for a lot of fantastic positioning here for Nongshim. If they have good vision, I think that this is going to be a very difficult game for BNK FearX to play. But I have to say, I feel way better about this draft this time around for the FearX boys than I did in game number 1. We may actually have a close game on our hands. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. BNK FearX looking to see whether they can bring this series the distance. And I think this day deserves it, right?
Yes.
Nongshim FearX, like, this was such a difficult series to predict. If it's just like a swift 2-0, Nongshim just dominate them and, you know, BNK's struggles continue, that would be sad.
Yeah, that would be sad. Even
and it might still happen, but I want it to happen in 3 games, Wolf. I think that's what we deserve. And then DK versus KT, I mean, we all know that is going to be an absolute mess.
It always has been, right? It was our battle for the final spot of the Legend group last year.
Yeah.
And it might be again this year if KT turn things around and the coaster starts going down.
Yeah.
I doubt
KT
it, but,
managed to turn it around. Oh, no, we're winning way too much. Quickly, let's turn it around. Yep, we'll do that.
I'm quite bored by KT right now, so.
Yeah, that's going to add a little bit of added entertainment. We'll see whether DK can help you out there. All right, Diablo and Kellen standing their ground here in this lane, and I don't think, you know, obviously Jhin does decently well in the early game.
Yeah.
But I just don't think that it's that good, and then I think that it gets even less good, and then, you know, you press curtains and you're like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then nothing really happens, and then you lose the game. That's kind of how it's been going with Jhin at the moment.
Spartan and Kingen are really the main characters for me in this game. They need to set up Scout and Taeyoon for success. Lands has some playmaking power here as well. On the side of FearX, I'm kind of into this Gnar pick. I think it can be very powerful in sides in this game, as we're going to see another early Raptor gank, the classic.
Yeah, Flash comes out. Q going to connect there from Raptor, but he gets towards his turret. And Raptor did not feel like tanking up a shot of one of those.
And since LCK Cup, Raptor and Kanavi are kind of like, we just don't play by the rules. We gank early. We will get your flash. You can't just stand up like you normally would.
Ooh,
nice dodge.
Avoids the flag and drag. That's 2 buttons that didn't do a whole lot. Sponge does know that he has to wait for that cooldown if he does want to scrap. As Raptor walking on a ward, but his whole mission is to make sure that he kicks him out of the jungle over and over again.
He's leaving.
Oh no.
Good luck to you.
Well, that's a reset on the Krug as well.
He's going all the way around the mid lane. He wants to come and pack this play topside.
Yeah, flag and drag doing a fair bit of work here. But Raptor can always get out, and he flashes to do so, gets on top of this crab. Raptor wastes a lot of time, but like you were saying, I mean, now Taeun is just here in this bottom lane, unable to do anything. This wave is pushing back. Lehens, get back down here!
Lehens is rushing back over, but perhaps could be punished. He's actually even going to get Scout to come down a little bit here as well. Scout has no health, so I don't think he can do anything, as they are just going to get him back to lane for fine and for free.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, what?
Yeah, hops into it. That's a novel way of dealing with that issue.
I do remember when Diablo learned about, you know, in the lane swap meta, learned about Sion's charged Q. He's learning little by little.
Scout is trying to utilize his egg, is what it looked like here, tanking up so many caster minions, taking a lot of damage, as somehow that Roar of the Slayer didn't work. Kingin, I'm surprised he didn't pause the game there. But Clear is going to make it back home, and does have a cull in hand now, as well as some brown bags.
Well, this bottom lane is going pretty well for Taeun and Lehens, even though he's down a wave because Lehens left him there to get Raptor out of the jungle and get his flash.
I mean, the problem is that it should be going well, right? It's Jin Bard.
Yeah, it's just, I'm surprised it's going this well with Lehens leaving.
Yeah, true.
And then just coming back. I mean, the fact that he keeps hitting these stuns is a problem.
And Handshake was pretty nice. Unfortunately, there was just not a whole lot they could actually do about it.
And suddenly, just like that, Taeun and Lehens are back in control of this lane. Despite the slight deficit I mentioned before. Scout has TP'd back to lane. And he is also chilling. Well, it looked for a moment like maybe he was going to have to come bail out the bottom lane, but that did not happen.
They've already got a bailout. They don't.
Yeah.
It's okay. There's bailouts down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're dads.
That's yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Solid,
I understood
nice.
why you had to say that. It's all right. Clear is about to hit Mega. Is actually looking to try and get some damage down onto Kingin. Throws the house around and gets a nice little wallop. Gnar into the wall there as well. He really wants to get this damage in. The Q is going to connect, and Kingin is he's just a Scion, you know?
He's not even going to get experience from that ward. He needed like 2 more minions.
Well, Sponge making his way over. Daystar is going to flash as Raptor gets the Q down, but yeah, he ain't following that one. And only level 5, not able to get a cheeky little kick or anything like that. That's a really nice Q to connect, though. Sponge taking more damage once again. Wall is great, and Daystar, he doesn't have his flash available. The handshake does come through, though. The egg goes down, and that is going to deny the bailout. And Raptor is going to get taken out as well. An absolute disaster for BNK FearX.
Oh, man, Kellen forgot about the egg.
Oh,
not really, but sadly the egg did deny his bailout there, which he was pressing just to get a little bit more there, and did get the egg out of Scout, but this is just a crazy passage of play here for the side of BNK. Like, Daystar here is alone until Kellen shows up and barely heals him back up, gives him the shield, then he gets the bailout on, and then meanwhile Sponge just breaks Raptor's ankles here.
Flash, man,
was so clean.
Slick.
And, you know, it's in part just set up by Scout's great wall, and then all of a sudden, you know, this is not really a playable fight.
He learned about great walls when he was in the LPL. That's how that one goes. That's why he's so good at this champion.
That's a very good. Wow, we're dadding so hard.
That's an aggressively dead joke.
Yeah, but it was pretty good.
Thank you. All right, Diablo facing off against Taeun here towards his bottom side. I liked how Kellen played that last fight. I just think that there were too many tools available for Nongshim.
Yeah, he was a little bit late to arrive. He didn't have his ultimate, you know.
And Sponge's outplay was just amazing. So Nongshim continuing to find early advantages here.
And because of Lehens getting the flash on the Raptor earlier, you know, a little bit of a butterfly effect there.
Yeah. Okay, so still, shove is available here for Nongshim's bottom side. First rake is going to be an Ocean. I don't think that we're going to be clamoring to try and lock that one down, so it might not be a point of contention for a little while. As Diablo retains that advantage, and it's actually quite large, as we can see. 71 to 58, a couple of waves.
Yeah, a bit of an advantage up here on the top side as well for Clear.
Yep. And Nara's been finding a lot of success here in the LCK.
Yeah, looking really good. Same with Sion, but more of the counter matchup to some of those picks like the Jace.
Yep.
So here in this draft, a little bit more strange of a pick, but works well with the Jhin if they can stabilize through the early game, which so far I would say they're on the right track for. Have a gold lead.
And there is also, you know, Catalyst done here for Scout. This Anivia will be doing a lot of damage later on into the game. set up for success at the moment. Not to mention the fact that Raptor was the one playing hyper aggressively and then Sponge outplays him. And so now this Lee Sin needs to be pretty careful about where he's going to be situated around this map. Hopefully Raptor can get back on the horse and continue down the aggressive path, because if you're trying to play defensively on Lee Sin, you're kind of doing it wrong. It's not really how that one works.
He's not following my advice, but it's working out.
Well, I've seen this play before. As the Ghost comes on through, no knockup there, but the Cataclysm will be able to take down this Rise.
No
Raptor,
flash.
yeah, I don't think that he's going to be going in for this one. As Kellen going to show up, only level 5, no hostile takeover available. And Raptor looks for the angle, gets the kickback. There's the Tempered Fate to make sure that Sponge is all right. And I don't know, man. We're witnessing tilt right before our eyes.
Raptor and Kanavi, they can't help it, man. I swear they're practically the same player. They both do the same Xin Zhao build with the Hydra. And really, they're the only ones, I think, doing that right now. But at the end of the day, it's a big backfire again. And Sponge is like, thank you for the money and the grubs. And okay. The Jin follow-up there actually works out really well. Just don't want to scrap into this comp at that position. As, you know what, Taeyun is saying, I don't need Lehens anymore. My own Jin in the bottom lane, I don't need a support, I don't need anybody's help.
He's got his little fridge over there as well, with his little drinks in there.
Yeah.
As Daystar, yeah, no flash, and so he just gets walled in and destroyed, seeing the advantage of this Anivia into the Rise.
This is quite Raptor-esque, right? Sponge was like, even you could tell with Sponge's movement there, he's like, yeah, I know Raptor, he goes for these.
Yeah.
I'm ready for him again. Like, he was just waiting for him to go in. And then so was Taeyun, and they just destroy the Lee Sin.
I don't see a world where that was ever going to work. Maybe it's just because I didn't see the angle and there was one, and so it looked even more silly. But
it's a little Lee syndrome, you know, in this game.
Might have been a little bit of that. But the benefactor is, of course, Sponge. 100% kill contribution right now on this Jarvan. And the first pick, once again, working out very well here for Nongshim. It's clear. Let's get rid of this wave. And I don't think it's the same as game number 1, where, you know, it's Yunara, Lulu, Azir, where it's just so hard to do anything as the game goes on. I think that BNK FearX have a composition that can be a little bit more robust later on. But this Drake should be going over to Nongshim. And if Nongshim retain control, we mentioned the brick wall nature of this composition, it'll just be so hard to fight into them.
Yeah, and that's kind of the plan, right? That's kind of the game plan with this draft. And the Anivia being 1,000 gold up was never supposed to be on the cards. You know, that's not supposed to happen. But Lens was like, well, I will make it so. And look at his aggressive positioning here again. He's just really good at Bard. And, you know, with the control they have on this bottom side now, I mean, the lead has shrunk heavily. Scout gets more plate gold. As Lehens is lurking.
Yeah, he really wants to try and find a Tempered Fate angle, set up for Sponge to make his way down here, as both flashes are available. And Lehens just going to make his way in. The Magical Journey comes on down. Handshake is going to be there, but there's a flag and drag. Hostile takeover does so much work, as now Diablo trying to turn things his way. The Ren not enough to take down Lehens, but Raptor is making his way in, and there is the safeguard to get him there. Flash out from Lehens will keep him alive, though. And Diablo this time is able to dodge the Deadly Flourish instead of jumping into it. Raptor, though, continuing to go forward. I feel like I should just have a soundboard of me saying that.
Yeah, he just does not want to stop it. I think it makes sense in this case, trying to stop the recall, split them here, as Lehens is on his way back, but it's going to take a little while here. There is definitely an angle. The control vision is so good, though, and it looks like that is just going to be the end of it.
Yep, a couple of plates do go down. One more very, very close. Staying, holding onto that fourth bullet. And Daystar continuing to be in a little
Raptors pitched a tent.
Yeah, out he goes. Lehens takes a lot of damage, though. He'd just come back from base. So this is a good sign. But getting a bit of extra aggression here out of the BNK bottom lane.
Sponge is coming back. They need to be aware of this. They're going to spot him right now. He is on this Scuttle Crab. This tension is never going to let up here in this bottom lane.
It isn't. In goes Raptor once again. Does get out of the way of the flag and drag. Looks to outplay it and does so pretty nicely. But the curtains are now being called as Raptor has to flash to get himself out of the way. Now that has to be cancelled. Tempered Fate avoided as now Diablo dashing in. They do manage to get the crab, which is what this entire fight is about. And the flash has to be used. Every wall from Scout has been so good. As there's a flag and drag. Cataclysm comes through. Diablo just bounces out of it. Handshake is good, as this time Raptor might find his revenge. As never mind! Sponge stays He's alive. It's a double kill for this Anivia. And Kellen underneath the turret will, well, maybe will survive, as Scout will just come over and take some crystalline overgrowth. Oh my
This draft just didn't have to be played out this way, but they donated so much. I don't know what else to call this. It almost feels like an ego game from Raptor. Like, some of these plays, I'm like, okay, just be happy with the small advantage you got, or just be happy to walk away because you do not have the position to follow up on this further. Like this here, he just dies. There's 4 people there.
Yeah.
And you just use flash. You're costing your team big, and everybody's in on the play. Like, everybody's communicating, coordinating the same type of play around it, but now he's 0-3 on this Lee Sin. And I like you said, tilt earlier really spells out, I think, a lot of what we're seeing here. I mean, it's tough as a commentator to know that and trust that, but it just feels like that's what we're seeing, you know, and it's never a good look.
With, you know, how narrowly Sponge got out and outplayed him and things like this, like, you can certainly understand if it was tilt. I wouldn't blame him, but still, you can't be making those plays. I think that Nongshim certainly getting the better end of it.
Scout is just kind of walking around collecting bags in this game. He is 1,500 gold ahead. His rod doesn't finish for 6 more minutes, and he's already halfway with his second item.
And he's level 11 now as well. The Glacial Storm value certainly very high. NK Furex, 2,000 gold in the hole. It is a Chemtech Soul next. Sorry, Chemtech Drake next. The Soul opportunities are very good.
Yeah, very good. Pretty much all of them feel fantastic for this composition here for Nongshim, the lead they have. And unfortunately, Daystar just hasn't been realm warping in to follow the aggression quickly enough, as we are going to see Clear now in trouble. TP committed.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is actually going to be opted into here by Clear, but he immediately gets knocked up. Man, Sponge is playing so well today. As Callan, yeah, he's on the wrong side of this one. Hostile takeover onto 3, though. That's a decent amount of value. Good handshake there at the same time. The Fates call from Diablo will save his support, but the flag and drag just gorgeous out of Sponge. And Diablo not going to get bailed out of this one. The flash forward from Taeun with the 4th bullet in hand will be the end of this Renata. And now Daystar dealing once again with the specialty of Scout, and he'll be able to take him down as well. They're protecting the egg as King can tank up this turret for such a long time. Gets a good old thumbs up from his teammate. And Nongshim 10-0. I mean, it is perfect game territory right now as the teleport in from Clear to try and outplay this, as he's just squished into the wall and obliterated.
Lens, no!
Perfect game is dead!
Oh! I swear, every time, it's like I'm commentating with you, and then something happens like that, and we're like, oh, the perfect game was the last interesting part of this.
We have had, like, this is like 2 go nects in a row.
Yeah.
After the Bro KT series that we had on Sunday last week.
It's, you and I are just ruining the LCK, I guess.
Yeah, it must be us.
Clear is unfortunately just 100% dead here, but the rest of the team are trying to group up to help this out. But Diablo's cut off on the side, right? Daystar shows up here, but he's just not that big yet. And Sponge is having the game of his life, man. Just give him his palm. You know, look at this double knock-up after getting caught. Cataclysm starts it off and denies them entry. I don't know if he could do more this game if he tried. And poor Raptor is just trying to make an impact. He had a much closer game in game 1 than he is here. Well, I mean, much closer is maybe strong, but I feel bad for him because he had such a great start to the year, as Clear is probably just dead again.
Yeah, he might go Mega before he dies, so there's that. But then he does indeed die. That'll be the outer turret secured here as well, as at least Furex are looking to try and get something on the other side. Raptor, is there going to be a second kill in this game, as Kellen was tanking up the turret? My goodness, this Sion takes so much to take down, but they finally will be able to get him. In the meantime, there is a Drake being secured, an inner turret being taken in the mid lane. Thankfully, you know, the Jhin has to spend a lot of time reloading, so it's going to take a little bit of time for him to take that down. But this is against the flow of play, so probably something that B&K are at least okay with. The problem is it's clutching at straws.
Yeah, it's... I mean, they got the Scion, but that's exactly why Kingen was the guy. He's weak-siding topside there to absorb all that pressure, to make them waste so much time, so they get so much more elsewhere on the map. And Clear is just trying to farm. You know, he's in the mid lane picking up the pieces here as they're making that play topside, so... this is why Jin works in these types of comps. If you have a lead, you just layer one piece of CC in and just hold them in place forever. And eventually that Jin will get that damage done. I mean, everything lines up here. Raptor gets the kick to start it off. But Kingen just ults. They have enough damage here with the Ren coming through to blow him up. Daystar's the one who picks up the kill. But again, it's not about him dying. It's about how much time he bought.
Yep. And so now that we've crested the mid game, is this the time where Nongshim throws away some freebies and then we get that weirdness in game number 1? Or is this going to be a clean closeout of the game?
I just don't think this game, like, the same opportunities are there. They don't have the same tools.
They don't have a fed Akali.
Yeah, this time it's a Gnar that's less fed, but he's ahead into a Scion. And Clear keeps dying, so I don't know. He's like the 0-3 Gnar's 1,000 gold ahead. What does it mean?
I mean, if it was Noguri, you know, like back in the day, I'd be like, yeah, this is exactly what he wants. But it's not. He's not. It's Clear. So I don't know. Kingen is just going to be in this side lane, clearing things out. And Diablo wandering towards the Baron pit.
I mean, I think we do have to have a conversation about the fact that BNK was our second best team.
I know.
Just a month and a half ago, and now 1-4 is on the
Diablo
cards.
has to get out of the way of the dead turret as he at least gets his health bar cleared up. That's a Fate's Call to come on through. Tempered Fate was decent onto Diablo, buys them some time as Raptor just explodes once again. The curtains are being called as this minion wave at least is going to get torn apart by this curtain call. And Taeyeon is just waiting. Get that last shot. We'll connect it onto Diablo as Clear.
It's getting more ahead.
Time. We'll be able to take down this outer turret right as the bounties are set up. Look at that. Gold money going over to Clear.
He's following that old classic Artosis principle, you know, when you're ahead, get more ahead.
Hold on.
Taeyeon?
Yeah, BNK looking for a little bit of an angle here as the bailout onto Daystar will not give him enough movement speed to catch up to the Swifties Jin.
I think he also needs to leave. He will.
Yeah.
So Scion, Kingen's pretty good at it. You know, he has the driving skills. They have the Tempered Fate follow-up here, and the Raptor is up at the front trying to make something happen, has to defensively kick, then he's really the casualty as he's just trying to follow the play. They're just too far behind, and then the Jin is like, well, you guys can't do anything. You can't retreat, you can't back, you can't challenge us. Okay, Atlas, this... The margins for comeback are very thin.
All right, so...
It will take a lot for Nongshim to lose this game. If they try really hard, it still might not be possible.
Having a look at that gold graph, though, it did tell us something. The gold has not moved very much at all.
True.
That's a Fate's Call teleport, now thrown towards a Kellen who did the walk strategy in order to escape.
A full 3 levels down. Okay, 2.5.
All right. He's also in the river, having a swim.
He's coming up.
All right.
No Realm Warp, but...
Get him! Moving over. That's a decent Narbar here for Clear, but he gets engaged on. He'll need that extra health as Kingen comes on over. That's the ulti just to disengage as Taeyeon slowed down. Sponge comes in. Cataclysm goes down, but he's taking so much damage. Hostile takeover will allow Diablo to get his first kill. And then the bailout is looking to try and keep him alive, but it's not going to work out as these health bars are just evaporating. The aim is true as Daystar does at least have his Seraphs in order to keep himself alive. Kellen's very dead. And Daystar sort of the last one alongside Clear here to survive in the fight.
Well, it looked okay at the beginning, sort of.
It did.
As I yelled, get them, because this is basically BNK being like, we got 5, they got 3, I don't know, it's the best chance we're ever going to get. And Clear actually had his mech in a really nice spot, so he can actually absorb this pressure as they look for the re-engage here. But Sponge gets this Cataclysm up. Raptor gets a really nice kick. I mean, you couldn't ask for more, but Taeyeon is still just so ahead, it doesn't matter. Bailout here for Diablo does not work out, and then Taeyeon is just shooting fish in a barrel here. Yep. Good try. Is the best we can really say here for BNK. They found an angle, they thought, but just too far behind as Baron gets taken in live, and the woes continue.
Yeah, now moving up to a 4,000 gold lead, closer to 5, as the Baron is now secured. So BNK, I don't know whether this is going to be a 3-gamer. I have a feeling that maybe this is out with a whimper.
I told you during the break You know, I was like, I think maybe it's secretly not going to be the 6-gamer we were hoping for. But I spilled the tea. I thought that was a sign.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe that'd have something to do with it, as Lehen's possibly caught out. Good knock up there onto Diablo as Sponge continues the great play, but then he dies immediately afterwards. The Renata is also dead. The bailout comes through, though. Diablo cannot get it. Just barely not able to kill Taeyun here, as Raptor will be out of there with the help of the Realm Warp from Daystar.
Taeyun's ult's back up, but he's a little bit too far ahead, or too far away.
But they deny the soul point, and they trade 2 for 1. It's still bad.
It's bad.
But it's like, it could be worse.
But it's kind of hopeful.
And it's a negative 200 gold Rebel Baron power play.
Yeah, and like they put a dent in that gold lead for just a brief moment before this turret goes down the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Daystar does not have flash.
Isn't dead.
Still
That's
alive.
good.
He's rod finished.
Yeah.
He's only a level and a half behind now.
Man, all I'm seeing are positives. 3 games, here we come.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Look, Sponge has no flash. Scout has no flash. Taeyun has no flash. Lehen's still, for a few more seconds, doesn't have flash.
Yeah,
maybe
Scout has had like 0 egg value. Oh wait, no, he didn't have that great egg towards the top lane.
Yeah, but it's been a while, right?
Yeah, true.
As this fight here, again, the Sponge is absorbing pressure. And the Tempered Fate here, a little bit awkward, but it doesn't matter. As Diablo, even if he gets this kill, by the way, like even if he gets it, it doesn't change anything.
I mean, he does die, probably.
Yeah.
But I mean, going 2 for 2 then feels way better, and they got the Drake, so, you know, it could have been worse. As Tempered Fate going to be avoided here with a hop, skip and a jump, as Raptor looking to try and get out, does have to use the flash to do so.
My takeaway from watching Diablo, okay, Scout, you're not that crazy.
He's doing some weird bird moves.
But my takeaway from watching Diablo play this mid to late game is, what if they weren't super far behind? You know?
Yeah.
Like this draft looks really strong, it looks really practiced. His Callista is pretty insane, right? But the wallets are just too light here for BNK. You know, he's trying to do what he can. He's not even Mosquito Callista, but
I thought they'd be.
He looks like it.
With their sponsorships, so they could apply for a loan or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like it should be a case, but it's just not how it works in League of Legends, unfortunately. As Nongshim look for a bit of a siege here. Fate's call just to start this one up, as that's a flash from Kellen Woods predicting the flash out of Taeyun, then throws a hostile takeover the wrong direction. What the hell was that, man?
Taeyun's like, I didn't even have flash.
Okay. Wow, that could not have gone. Okay, well, Daystar is now also dead, and the game is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Please kill Nexus. Good luck later on this week, BNK.
Yeah, I would agree with
Please kill Nexus.
whatever that reaction was. Yeah, hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah.
But, what is going on, actually?
Yeah, show those
That's
guys
a really
again.
good question.
Show those guys again.
Yeah, guys, what is going on?
Put the League of Legends away. Put those guys back up. They looked like they were having fun. I'm not having fun, Atlas.
Well, neither are BNK FearX, as most of them are in the death chamber right now. This game may not end right here, but it did end just there.
Well, it also ended a while ago. It's, you know, depends on like your definition of end.
Yeah.
If you want to be a little technical, Nexus is still alive. You know, they're not going to put the game time as like.
Oh, the dragon was flying by to the left there.
Oh, that was cute.
That was really cool.
They won't put the game time in the records as when you know, that flash play happened in the mid lane for Sponge, but that's we know where the game really ended. Diablo is trying to make something happen here with Kellen, who just tries his best, let's say, but there is just no real good play to make. They're trying to set things up, but like they had a few of these moments in game 1 as well where you're like, wait, do they have an angle here? And they barely lose out, but you do that like 7 times and find yourself 7,000 gold behind. Like then when you try to make the play, it looks like that, and you're like, oh, there was no angle. But like they don't want to just let their Nexus explode, right?
Yeah.
I would like it if they did, but you know, I'm being mean because this game feels sad for them, and it's an unfair game. We didn't get to judge the draft properly. The early game was a disaster. It's not fair. I wanted to see my man Diablo pop off. I feel cheated, and unfortunately, there just is no game left here.
Well, as you stated so correctly before, the Nexus is alive for maybe another minute or so, so there's a chance for some more attempts. As in comes the train, and Kingen looking to lock down this Lee Sin. The hostile takeover does basically nothing as the handshake comes in. Fate's call goes down there as well, as Diablo just flashes into the enemy team. He gets the bailout as they take down Taeyun. Sponge now down as well, as it's a double. Diablo's popping off like an absolute maniac as he collects the triple and now wants to take down Kingen. There's the quadruple. Ultra! Nexus is still alive! Nexus still alive! Diablo's still alive! He turns the game around! I got to see it, Atlas! I got it happened! Sometimes you just need to ask! Yeah, now he's gonna get a second dragon here. Okay, that's gonna give him a lot more stats here. It's, you know, it's another Infernal Drake. Maybe he could do it again. Playable, question mark? Yeah, I mean, sort of, kind of. Maybe. In these fights with Kalista, if you use all of your CC on the front line instead, look at Diablo. He goes in your flash forward. He knows he has the bailout, and all these health bars are low, and Clear actually does relevant damage, so he can get these resets so easily. And he just flies through the team fight. Watch this from his perspective. Again, sitting on 3 items here. Goes in for the flash, changes targets here, gets the bailout, gets the reset. That's this one here onto the Jarvan, goes for the egg. He just got so much gold. 3,000 gold in that fight! That's 3,000 gold, I swear. Oh my god. All right, yep, that's a decent amount of money. He is now 300 gold ahead. Yep, so Mercurial's Scimitar bought outright as well as a belt. He's like, if they can't CC me, this is what I do. Yeah, I've got so many weapons, I'm gonna need a belt. Now, can you guys just hold on to him? Buy enough time for me to get my flash back, and I'll do it again. Well, this Kalista is playing into a Jarvan, into an Anivia. Wow, we got a flanking King in as well. Nongshim just wanted to end the game right here. This is such a good angle. If Kingen can get on top of them with that big old shield that he'll collect as well. Diablo really far forward here. They do spot him out. Let's see whether Raptor can actually protect it. Decent double. Oh, never mind. He's down to the GA already. Sponge kind of out of this fight before it even starts as the flash out from Scout. They will be able to take down Daystar, but now Diablo trying to do the same thing again, but he's not going to get bailed out. Not this time. Raptor might be able to save it as he safeguards away, and now it's only Kellen left alive. Scout lives, and there they go. It was a decent final salvo, but Nongshim will put them down and end this game 2-0. But at least we got to see Diablo pop off, and that's what we all wanted on the Kalista, right? Everybody wins. Yeah. Who enjoys watching Diablo pop off? Because except the ones that wanted 3 games. Because we didn't quite get there. Still, Nongshim will get back on the horse after their disappointing loss against KRX in the Saturday Showdown last week. They are able to take down B&K FearX pretty comfortably here, 2-0, despite a couple of whoopsies, we could say. Yeah, you could say there was a bit of a whoopsie there in the early game for the side of FearX, and I feel bad for Raptor because he was trying to be aggressive. He was really trying to flex his mechanics in so many of these moments, but Sponge outplayed him. And, you know, Sponge was great at the start of the year, was even really good in Kespa Cup. You and I were saying he was the best part of this team when the bottom lane was really struggling because everyone was watching Taeyun back in Korea. But today he really popped off. I think a pretty clear POM for me, especially with his performance in Game 2. You could make an argument for Lehens, you could make an argument for Scout, but yeah, there was a bit of a jungle gap in the second game, and it just, unfortunately for FearX, was because of their playstyle and how they've played so many of these games where they have a in-game deficit, they just keep forcing the same plays over and over again and trading slightly down as they just kind of feel like they're donating over. If they could turn those plays into winning ones and get back into the game, then it would feel like it was worth it. But in Game 2, I feel robbed because just because the Lee Sin died and the Anivia was ahead didn't mean they had to hard force so many of those skirmishes that went poorly. Yeah, for me, I just feel like Raptor didn't have to go for those plays early on, right? As Lehens, with his pretty classic celebration these days, I wanted to see more out of B&K FearX. It's kind of crazy, Wolf, because on the Korean side, it was unanimous B&K predictions. They felt like maybe they'd fixed things up after what was a great LCK Cup for this squad. And remember, they hadn't changed anything. Like, they should be only getting better. Now Daystar's in. I suppose that's the only shift you could say now. Yeah, I guess. For me, like, I saw something different in that B&K bounce back with Daystar. It was a good win, but there was still a lot of mistakes, a lot of scrappiness, especially in that second game that made me feel like, oh, okay, let's not overhype this just yet. For Nongshim on the other side, I just trusted that Lehens was going to bounce back. And that's something that, has, bitten me in the behind a few times. But I thought, okay, he had a few bad games there, went back to his old ways when we saw, as far back as Kespa Cup and some of the early LCK Cup games. But
he had a pretty good series, honestly, here. And his Bard was great. You know, he was able to help things out on the top side. They won the lane. Kellen, yeah, it's you win some, you lose some.
Well, that definitely wasn't it. This was that one pop-off from Diablo, showing us that he still has the hands. Unfortunately, this time around, SBNK put in a very large hole early on in both of these games. And were then just unable to really climb out.
Judgment there from Diablo was insane because he knows that Scout's in stasis and Jhin can't kill him fast enough and there's no damage. Like, that's why he went forward like that. He's like, they can't kill me. Yeah, it was actually sick, but it's ultimately not enough because this is the final fight of the game.
And the Glacial Storm actually doing so much work here as well. Raptor kind of out of the fight. Diablo down to the bailout before anything really happened. And Taeyun this time played safe, didn't get executed, and they were able to just clean them up. Having a look at the damage graph here, Diablo, man, he tried so hard in this game. Just really ultimately did not work out, as Scout also just doing so much and being able to find so many of these early kills onto Daystar. So much of it was based on his wall placements. This Anivia was so extremely good. And I think, you know, Scout and Sponge probably the front runners for POM for me, although Sponge, that outplay in the mid lane probably tips him over the line for me, but maybe it's just Scout. I don't know.
I think both are fine.
Well, it is going to be Taeyun that picks it up. Never you mind.
His Yunara was really good. You know, I think they could have lost game one if he got caught in those big major team fights, and he'd always position incredibly well. His Jhin was incredibly accurate. You know, he had some really strong ultimates in game two, but I felt like the game wasn't about him. But surprised by this, but not unhappy with it.
Yeah, no, it's not the worst. And also making Kellen look as silly as he did in that top lane certainly is a way to do it. I probably didn't think about it because he was playing Jhin, and I have personal bias against the champion. I need to apologize for that, sort of. But this time around, certainly was not the issue. The Jhin working out very, very nicely, and Taeyun having two pretty great games. And I think in game number one, he was the reason that they were able to get so far ahead, right? That early kill that he picks up onto Raptor going a little bit overly aggressive, as he has been wont to do over the last couple of weeks, and then being able to push that forward, got that great outplay on the bottom side, and then doing the same thing here in this game. So
what does it say about Kiwoom DRX? Are they even better than we thought? You know, it's...
Don't try and understand the standings. That's what I've figured out. They're
maybe we should just call them the misunderstandings.
Yeah, the misunderstandings. There we go. I was trying to figure it out what the word was, and it was right there. So yeah, the misunderstandings. That's what we are going to be bringing up onto your screen before each and every game from now on, because it just doesn't make sense.
It does not. Taeyun, I think we haven't heard from him in a while in an interview like this, so I'm glad that he gets to have his spotlight here on the stage. Now that everyone is watching, at least he's not in game, so it'll be totally fine.
Well, this is the thing. You can watch now because he's about to go into the Rift in a couple of days, and therefore I think that it will have worn off. So
if he disappears on stage, you'll know we've already explained the meme, so...
Yeah, exactly right. Now it's time for the interview, though, so let's throw it over.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Taeyun on the side of Nongshim Red Force, who just secured a 2-0 victory. You guys have just ended the losing streak. This is your first POM. How do you feel? Now against KT, and during the 2 losing streak, although KT was the first place team, rather than us losing because the enemy was good, I felt like we were just the ones making a mistake, not playing as we normally do. So I think that's the part that we had the most feedback on, and we're able to end the losing streak today. And so what did you work on fixing? And what was that feedback like? Just one moment. Well, to be really honest, our team was actually on a really good spirit after the 2 winning streak. And I feel like we were kind of swept away in that atmosphere a little bit. And I think we were really focused on the pathing and just the bot lane laning phase. And I think that's the most discussion that we had. And in game 1, it felt like your win really depended on the bot lane skirmish. So what did you pay attention to here? Yeah, Diablo plays bot pretty harshly and aggressively. So I think in game 1, we were really focused down on the enemy bot lane. And for game 2, you know, it felt like Kalista Renata didn't actually pressure us as hard as they would have with that kind of comp. So we were playing it pretty comfortably. And in game 1, even after seeing the Lulu, the enemy picked Akali as the last pick. So what was your team's read on this? Yeah, I mean, we just said, wow, they just went with Akali. Yeah, so were you expecting that pick? Yes, we did actually have a feeling that they would do that. And with that last pick, Akali, the Akali actually picked up quite a few kills and scaled pretty well. So how were you looking to deal with that? Yeah, with the Akali taking a lot of kills, I think we just felt like we were trying to focus on not really outplaying ourselves, not really focusing too much on the Akali, just making sure that we play our own team game. And in game 2, we saw the Jarvan, Anivia, and Bard for your first 3 picks, which makes a low movement champion just cry. So, were these picks with the consideration that the rest of the enemy comp didn't really matter against your comp? You know, we were pretty confident with the Anivia and the Bard picks. And these are actually priority picks that we are actually really comfortable with. And I think it's just really mainly Lihens who was actually quite confident. And game 2 was very favorable to you, but the enemy Kalista at one point got a quadra kill acing your team. So what did your team discuss after the ace? Honestly, yeah, we were quite shocked. It was terrifying. And you know, our death timer, given that it was 40 seconds, we were like, oh my god, maybe the game is over. But thankfully, it didn't end. And I think we just made sure that we were playing out our team fight slowly instead of trying letting the Kalista get a good opening. And what would you like to say that you did well today? And when Kalista was ulting and the Renata was following up, I actually dodged these skill shots, and I think that was what I did the best today. And your next opponent is Hanjin Brian, so what is your mindset? I think our performance is the most crucial. I feel like my teammates are doing really well right now. And Brian is just doing as well, so we have to make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves, and we'll try our best to win. And that's all from Taeyun, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Yaya, as it is Taeyun and Nongshim with a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. I mean, was it clean? It was a little not clean.
There was one fight in that second game, you know.
It was a little not clean.
It was pretty clean.
It was pretty clean, I would say.
Considering the week 2 Nongshim had, which was rough, it was a good bounce back. I think that's the main takeaway. Good bounce back. And this is a team who last year struggled to bounce back after their rough time in the Legend group. So I was a little bit concerned. Like, it was only one rough week, but I was like, are we going to see an immediate return of form? And I think we can say this was that. And sure, it wasn't 100% clean, but which team in the LCK, apart from KT, is 100% clean?
No one.
No one.
No one.
Literally no one. And also, they had some interesting idea coming into the draft. Like Heji mentioned about the draft, the Jarvan, Anivia, Bard on the first 3 picks. And I think it might be like a new order about the picks, because we normally don't pick it together, right? But I think the more the game goes on, I feel like Anivia is just a thing right now. Maybe it's time to just drop off the rise here.
Yeah, with all that kind of space-making terrain, you're getting corralled into where you end up feeling the frostbite of the Anivia and the rest of the team. So we take a look at the POM. It did go to Taeyun. It was 7 out of 13. A little help from Chijijik, a little help from Soup. But yeah, you know, Sponge had himself a pretty good series as well, really nullifying Raptor and getting around the map there.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's no surprise a lot of votes for Sponge, having a lot of impact. And if you actually didn't know, Sea Sponges predated Raptors by over 500 million years. Everyone thinks dinosaurs old as hell. Sea sponges way older, way older. So there you go. There's a little fact for you.
True.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what you would say with this.
He's saying the truth.
Yeah, it was.
You know?
It was true. It felt like Sponge knew what Raptor was doing before.
He was there
Raptor
first. He was in the lanes first. On the Pantheon, he got there first.
Yeah, sure. I mean, also, like, what can I say after this series, man? Nice try. They tried to invade a Sponge at level 3 for the first game, but yeah, you tried really hard, but like, not even close.
There was a little bit too much trying.
Nice try, buddy. You know?
Sponge. Yeah, Wolf. Again, when we do comments, they don't see each other's
We
comments.
don't share. We don't share.
Exactly.
Little bit of a copy in the homework. Oh, what did you write?
I mean,
oh, don't forget to change it a little
so
bit.
literally, what I did.
Don't make it obvious.
No, what I did is that I
Deleted
literally.
the buddy. That's what you did.
I literally picked the POM, the Pommand, when the game 2, like the first skirmish happened in the game 2. I literally just picked it. So I think it's Wolf copying me.
Wolf copied you and added Buddy on the end.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy is very American, so that makes sense.
True.
Guess what did wouldn't say nice try, buddy. That's not
Nice try, pal.
pal, friend, guy,
Bros.
bros. Nah, nice try, bros. That's what I say after they lose.
Dude.
Let's see what the Korean side had to say
Lads.
with their comments. Lads. Keep going. He's cooking the ramyuns. Let's go. The multiple ramyuns.
He tries to do the branding for the team, but yeah, sure.
Only with Nongshim Red Forest had the lead and Taeyun carried.
Yeah, something happened in between, but you know, we don't need to explain that.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. At the end, Taeyun carried.
Series started, series ended 2-0.
Basically, it's clean 2-0, nothing to see here. That's what he did. Totally perfect. Keep this up. He could change the ADC meta.
Could he?
Cloud Templar, I think so. Umpty going with Taeyun. Attack mode engaged. Defense mode triggered.
No, you should.
I can't see the cameras in the way.
No, you should do it with the like robot voice.
Yeah, do a robot voice.
How do you do a robot
Like,
voice?
Attack mode engaged. Defense mode completed. Something like this. You can
Attack
do better.
mode engaged. Defense mode completed.
And now,
Digon,
it's
do your voice.
Attack mode engaged. Defense mode completed.
Nah, I think he did better. I think Dan did better.
Off there.
How would 2017 Digon do it?
2017 Digon was so Giga Chad and just knew so much less to be afraid of.
Give it another go.
Give it another go.
Attack mode engaged. Defense mode completed.
Much better.
Successful.
Successful host. Thank you, Digon. Thank you so much.
Wait, can I have a second to mold about BNK Fear X? Diablo?
No.
Can't play the game.
no.
When Raptor is throwing the game, that's my third team.
Just bring the standings
2025
up.
jungler
Just bring
is
the
so
standings
bad.
up.
He's
They're at
getting
the bottom of the table. Why are all the teams that went to first stand doing so bad?
he's getting upset about predictions. He's doing a Mauhaus.
Yeah, that's true. Holy moly. He even said, I predicted BNK, but in fact, I predicted Nongshim. He's really trying hard.
You know what? It's just nice to see the spirit of Chronicler lives on. You know?
True.
Chronicler mentioned.
Yeah, but just saying, like BNK Fear X. I think they gotta fix the draft first.
You know what? At least they did get a win under the belt so far, because they could have been 0-5 at this point. They really need to sort things out. They are not in great stead.
It hurts.
This was our second best team in LCK Cup.
It was. But it just looked like Korean solo queue. That's what it looked like to me. It was not
Painful.
good. And then a moment of maybe we don't lose, and then we lose. That's usually what happened to KT last year, where you were riding the roller coaster, but this year's roller coaster, solid. And now we're going up against the feel-good story of D plus Kia. That'll be our next match. You don't want to go anywhere as we ride the roller coaster once again. There we go.
흔들립니다. 젠지가 일황임을 증명을 합니다.
호랑이가 사냥당했습니다.
Lots of dashes here on the Ambessa. Flex on in, and Konami.
카나비! Canyon gets the double impale. Fickler is obliterated.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
Get the work done that it wanted to, but they do manage to take down the dragon. Delight battle dances his way out of Gumayushi, finds the feather pull. They're looking for the angle. There it is! Oh my god!
봐줘. 개맛있다. 이거야.
And the wallop as well, and HLE will destroy them. Will walk it off. Chet Scout though, still chasing after him. Let's see who has the DPS, and it's perfect. That locks it up. Maybe it is the year. Perfect, you absolute madman. Whoa! Use it. He is lurking. Hijack is there for Scout, so effort is not allowed in here. The chains are just going to go straight into the charm. Cease and desist comes down. And Scout, he gets the ulti, but he's too low. And he's going to be taken out by Cuz. BDD gets himself away. Let's fight with a phenomenal spell shield. And BDD will be able to pick up the kill onto the Inara. And down will go the Nocturne. KT finding a fantastic fight.
Sunned up quite a bit. Chu is being taxied out of here by Jovi. Being hits about half health. Might come down to just a flip on this one. And even the Anivia ult's in there. We get the Bard ult onto 2 and the follow-up on Aduro and onto Ruler as well, who just dies. The ball gets it! Gets it! As it's stolen away by a Bard.
Not out of it yet.
Okay, they haven't given up. They still find a window to win a fight despite this big
Wait a second. Oh my god, Gideon. What is that? That was like his W is not supposed to instantly kill people. As Teddy's just trying to snipe the egg, does manage to take down Angelus. There it goes, Yukal as well. He gets it! They get the soul as Gideon is so massive. And now they can just slow them down as Ezreal dream.
에디. 나도 잘했잖아.
나이스.
Không một ai lường trước được rằng chúng tôi, những underdog, sẽ làm được điều này. Con rồng xanh bất khuất sẽ một lần nữa cất cánh bay lên ngay tại nơi này. Thăng Long, Hà Nội.
Genji, T1, KT, Hanwha, Bro, Nongshim, BNK, D+,
the DN Automotive Supers keyword.
Wait, where did you put
So wait,
Nongshim?
hold on. So you guys
I
got
have
that on
Nongshim
tape, right?
6th.
Like you guys, the audio went through, right? So I can rip up his paper now
Wait,
and tell him he's an idiot. Right?
Wait. Wait, we're supposed to be overreacting. If you put Nongshim sick, did you even react to what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an actual reaction, not just fantasy mode. What did you write?
He wrote everyone's predictions in, and then in Degon's sideways, he wrote absolute delusional nonsense instead of writing Degon's predictions in.
I mean, I don't think it's absolute.
Actually, wait, hold on. I think
just
sorry,
the
I
bro-
misspoke.
the
He
bro
wrote
position-
Degon's predictions in.
Take the lead, it's our time, no goodbyes. Fade All the glory spoken of for centuries. See you on the other side. See you on the other side. The deep is to die. It's to die. See you on the other side. I see you on the other side. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
KT 화이팅! KT 울퍼 화이팅! 리플라스피아 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to KT versus DK here at the LCK 2026. And before we bring up the misunderstandings, it is time to prepare everyone for what this means. KT could move it to a 5-0 start, but also, Wolf, this is the first time we've seen KT versus DK since the Kesper Cup, which didn't really count because it was a completely different KT roster, and so it was Road to MSI. Is the last time we saw these teams face off, and it was a KT 3-0.
Yeah, D+ kind of got spanked there, and then the time before that was when KT stole the Legend group away from D+ in the tiebreakers. So D+ I think has a little bit of a bone to pick with this roster right now. Probably not feeling too happy, especially with their, cowardly escape from the group stage of Kespa Cup where they sent their challengers team out. KT have lost one game. This season it was to Genji. They have defeated everyone else they faced 2-0, and despite D+ coming off of a 2-0 win over Genji, KT's like, yeah, I've already taken that team out. I'm not scared of you.
Hey, however, they lost a game.
Yeah, that's true.
To Genji. DK did not, and so maybe that means via the Genji, given transitive properties, that DK are in better form. But I don't know whether that is exactly the case. I just think as soon as we assume that KT are going to be really good and are going to win, they probably won't. Let's have a look, though, at our points of the match here. Win only. KT versus DK snaps a 21-loss streak against Genji when, two teams riding some serious momentum. Absolutely. Let's see who does keep it rolling on up. And KT, it looks like sky's the limit as far as this particular very dangerous roller coaster is concerned. I hope that everyone has, it's the point where it's not like you don't have straps on the roller coaster. You need a parachute on the roller coaster, It's up that high.
It's okay to shout out your other sponsor as well, their effort. She gets the love from CVMAX here is that...
Oh, the DK guy.
It's the DK guy, the enthusiastic guy.
It really is such a joy.
It was such an emotional win for D+ and D+ fans to actually overcome Genji after a 21 series losing streak. To put that in perspective, I see a lot of people saying it was 21 games. No, they took if you guys have been watching, a lot of those went to 3, a lot of those went to 5, right? Some of the other times they were so close to doing it, but could not actually get over the final hurdle. As, this used to be an SK Telecom thing. It's now a KT thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of extra doors that are going to need to hop onto that meme. But we'll see whether we can tack the DK one open or whether they are going to be able to stand in their way. Because I think it's a kind of unique matchup. And I'm weird. I was the only guy, I think, that predicted DK to win this matchup. And I was looking down the line at how these lanes are going to go. And I just feel like there is an angle for DK specifically into KT. And I don't know where it is. It might be just like a weird Atlas's Waters thing. That also caused me to predict BNK FearX in our previous series, and look at how that went.
I predicted KT, but I don't trust. You cannot convince me, and I talked about this on Let's Cover Career recently, but you cannot convince me that the KT players are going to remain best in slot, basically, like best in their roles. Is Perfect the best top laner in the LCK? Probably not. Keen still looks better than him, right? But he beat Keen. Is BDD and Cuz the best mid-jungle duo right now?
Yes.
The stats say yes. I think that part we can kind of trust, but...
I think that's going to remain the same.
Can you convince me that,
is Effort the, best support in the LCK?
Is Effort better than Duro right now? Is aiming the most consistent AD carry in the LCK? What I think about KT is it is not, they are more than the sum of their parts. This roster, their synergy, their macro, and their early game team fighting is by far the best. And their laning phases back it up as well. Because Cuz is such a strong early game jungler, they just end up getting leads and they don't let them go. I've been doing it a lot, but I'll say it again. I think KT Rolster could be most compared to Genji of just a few months ago, right? Where they were the most insane early game leading team. They go to macro games where you just cannot ever make a dent in them. They don't make any mistakes. They don't give you any vision. They don't give you any quarter. You cannot cross the line, the midpoint of the map. You cannot cross the river when this team gets ahead because they will find you, they will punish you, and they will kill you. And to call KT this elite, right, this unstoppable, this clean, this doesn't feel right, especially when you look at the individual names on the board, right?
Yeah,
but here we are, right? And that's why this team, I think, has been shaped so much by Effort's shot calling. Cuz, obviously, a vocal player on this team as well as BDD. When you watch the voice comms, when you watch them talk to each other, it's Effort who's often really leading the charge in the bottom lane 2v2s. And I don't think that Aiming has had a support like that in a while. Yeah, it really feels like quite a big change for this team.
I do have to say, though, on the other side, DK coming off their first their first victory over Genji in 22 games, 22 series, including the one that they just won. So incredible, incredible victory for them. And being able to get that sort of monkey off your back and then come into this series revitalized is, I think, a huge deal because they have so many young players. Look at this bottom lane especially. You know, Smash and Korea are very, very new, but we know what they're capable of, right? Smash, when he was on the T1 Challengers roster alongside Reckless that a lot of people were watching, you know, a few years ago, so many expectations for this guy. Where was he going to end up after he'd had his stint in Challenger because he looked so incredibly good? And Korea finally finding a bit of success here in the LCK as well after having a few whoopsies, we could say, earlier on in the season.
We got to interview him last week after the win over
it was very
Gen G. He ripped the loss streak, and he's pretending to be camera shy, I think, here, which is very cute and very funny.
I don't know whether he was pretending, actually.
As, like, I look at this D+ roster, they're very invigorated, right? They have a lot of momentum on their side. I think the jury is still out on Career, but he's made some massive improvements, right? And his highs look higher than they did before, and his lows are less frequent. So,
and they also played against Effort in Challenger quite a lot as well, right? They were there at the same time, both Korea and Smash, obviously on different teams at that point, but they did play against him, and I have a feeling that their win rate against Effort was relatively high.
KT, you're going to pick first pick here. D+ will have often picked blue side instead of picking either first or second pick. So
if you asked me who got like right of first selection, I wouldn't have been able to tell you, to be perfectly honest.
And I think the drafting has been very strong for KT this season. They have quite a flexible champion pool, especially BDD. I think has flexed it more than anyone else.
I think BDD is like, I keep saying this, and he was like player of the year last year as well. But I think that this has already been like the start of what could be BDD's best year, which is ridiculous because this guy debuted so many years ago, and he just keeps getting better and better.
It's not like his last year was bad, or his 2024 was bad, or his 2023 KT 17-1 was bad either. Like, he's had just such a consistent run,
and it just keeps getting better, like individually. Like BDD is just so incredibly good. On your screen right now, we do see the Pantheon is banned away this time, so passing the test is DK. They will have to take away the Rumble at the same time, but what is the next one that goes?
So they definitely should take that away. Well, we're looking at the Varus here, actually, by KT, and then you're looking at Orianna, you're looking at potentially the, I mean, with the Nocturne ban here, you could ban Ryze if you're really not
Karma has to be banned, right?
Karma, in the hands of Effort, has already proven to be a bit of an issue, so I think they have an answer to it. Like, they could try to play Seraphine into it, but I'm not a big fan of that.
It's an awkward one to first pick, to be honest. So the Jace is going to be taken away.
This is smart because Perfect has looked phenomenal on this pick, but they can either go Karma here or they can go Orianna. That's the trade.
Yep.
Or you could
Orianna.
go Jarvan, I suppose, but I think I prefer the Karma.
So now you get the Orianna on the other side, and you can pick it with the Jarvan, like you were talking about. So Lucid not going to have the Nocturne available to pair alongside this, but Orianna Jarvan is a lot of power.
So does BDD go for the Azir pick here, or the Ryze is what I expected, to be honest, because he's been so good at this pick, and you could just say, all right, on one hand, you guys have insane engage. You have the Orianna Shockwave, you have the Jarvan Cataclysm, you have the Ball Carrier.
Wow.
But we have the damage. And so they have the safe Ezreal pick here for damage. They get Ezreal Karma, and they get the Ryze, wave clear, and consistent late game damage. And sometimes that could be enough if you just play defensively, as the Nautilus pick here early is an opt-in to a lane. It's not going to be a fun time, let's just say.
I'm a little bit worried for how this one's going to go for D+. It all depends on what Smash is going to be playing. Obviously, if they have a lot of all-in potential in the early stages, you can navigate this lane, but it is still so incredibly difficult, especially when this Ezreal Karma gets rolling. First ban in our next round is going to be Xin Zhao, targeting the jungle here, as Lucid has already locked away the Jarvan. The Xin, the Pantheon, now both banned away, as there goes the Sivir to pair with this Nautilus.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Smash's plan is going to be. Trying to play Caitlyn here would be quite challenging.
Just Draven. Just Draven at Smash.
Draven
don't be scared.
Would be fun.
I don't think it's a good idea, but
I don't think they should play Ziggs Nautilus, and I don't think they should play Jhin either. So their options are quite limited, as we'll see Vi as the jungle pool gets even thinner here for Cuz.
I mean, Cuz does have a fairly infinite champion pool.
I would like to see him on something tanky, but there's not a whole lot of great options for that.
Mondo!
I mean, actually, believe it or not, good kind of work here.
Could be a thing.
They don't have a lot of CC. They have the binding from the Rune Prison. They have, you know, a little bit of Karma CC with the leash, but MF, another strong lane. I actually kind of would have liked the MF with the Nautilus. Felt like a strong lane. I'm thinking Caitlyn here. Draven would be a crazy one that needs really some sort of crazy pick to follow up with it, like a Camille top lane or something.
Yeah. I'm a bit intrigued as to where Smash is going to go here. We're going to have to find out, as he'll need to pick relatively soon. Unless they go for a top lane pick, but I think that would be kind of crazy. I think giving Xiu counter pick sounds like the best choice.
I mean, the problem is they pick Nautilus, right?
Oh,
like,
okay.
There's so many different lanes you can play if you don't pick Nautilus here. There's other range supports you could play. You could have played a Lulu lane and just tried to...
I mean, Nami was up, you know? Like, there's a bunch of choices. Obviously, they might have wanted to change, like, when they picked their support, and so therefore maybe Nami gets banned if you live in that kind of world, but Vayne top into the Gnar will be picked up by Perfect once again. He did this into Cassante earlier on in the year and picked up a victory.
It's got to be. Is it going to be like something like a Kindred? Are they going crazy mode?
Oh no, effort. Remember, the last game that they lost against Gen G, they lost it because he didn't hover Nasus. He hovered Teemo instead. And this time, he hasn't hovered Nasus yet.
Wukong actually kind of fits the bill here. Gives them the engage. It gives them extra peel. It works incredibly well with Karma. Gets the speed ups.
Where was the Nasus effort?
He's a changed man. This, you are never going to sell me on this.
Well, I mean,
like,
you're not going to win the lane, Wolf. You will not win the lane.
Like, of all the picks.
Wait. Hear me out. I've got the cook. I got the cook on this one. Okay, so basically, you don't have Nocturne available, right? And Nocturne's really, really good at diving in and getting amazing ball placement. You know what Kai'Sa does? Dives in!
It would be pretty unfortunate if a dive target that Kai'Sa chose could have a Wukong on top of it to defend it, or a massive shield from a Karma, or also be an Ezreal that would just shift towards its friends. Kai'Sa's a great pick into Ezreal. Ezreal Karma, a bit of a different story. They have a Gnar, so there's a little bit of extra ranged AD damage. You know, if the player on Mega, there's some engage tools there as well. But you were playing Kai'Sa into double 80 carry with Ryze. There are 3 insanely consistent damage dealers here, and if you go on like Ryze as Kai'Sa, he's got Seraphs, he's probably just going to laugh at you, but even if you kill him, there's still 2 other threats. There's an Ezreal there, there's a Vayne there, and you're not going to live after you kill the first target. I think this draft here from CVMAX is a bit of an overcook for me. I like the Gnar, I like the Jarvan start. They've got engaged for days. The dive is strong, but there's too many targets to kill. You're going to need some big shockwaves, I think, if you make this draft work.
The thing is, they don't have a lot of health bar on the side of KT, right? I mean, Wukong is the closest thing to a tank that they have, so if they do manage to get onto a target, that target will die. It's just whether they can get to that point through KT in this game 1. All right, I've got more for you, Wolf.
All right, so give me all of the reasons why I should trust.
All right, no, don't trust. I'm not telling you, don't go that far. Don't be crazy on me. No. What I mean is, so there is the potential that Lucid pitches a tent. Okay. And in the 3v3 bottom lane, I actually feel like Jarvan, Kai'Sa, Nautilus could get something done.
I agree with what you're saying, because obviously the Cuz early game Wukong isn't going to have the same level of power as the Jarvan. Doesn't have CC. You know, is just able to do a little bit of burst damage. Has some mobility, which matters less when you're pitching a tent. But it's the problem of the minions. Like, the minions will be pushing for KT all the time. So there's a vision advantage there. There's always going to be, you know, brush control, the extra damage from the minions if you really wanted to extend a fight. These are all problematic things. And Effort's just going to keep poking, and he's, like, trying to bait hooks here as well. He's like, yeah, go for it. We also want barrier.
He's going to need a level 2 if he does want the hook. Yeah. I think Korea took W.
Yeah, you're right. That is correct.
But that's what happens when you just need to soak Qs over
and over again.
There you go.
There it is. Yeah. As Effort knows he gets level 2 first, drops the W.
Well, at least the Yeah, Q going to land there from Smash, all onto effort to try and get some damage there as Korea now looking for the opportunity as the level 3 gank is coming in for Lucid. Heal comes out. Let's see whether they can get any more as the Arcane Shift out of aiming. That may spell the end of it. However, Korea goes forward, finds a bit of value, but will get snared. And now, even with the minions contending for it, that's a lot of damage towards Korea. But now it's the return journey. And that time, the flash is answered by Lucid. Aiming has a barrier, but does not have his life anymore. And the hook from downtown! That is the Korea we wanted to see today.
That was some shades of barrel right there.
That's what I'm talking about.
That was some barrel level shenanigery right there from Career. He's like, I'm going back in. Lucid's like, I don't have my buttons. I'm out of here. But he convinces Lucid to come back. And aiming an effort to like, nah, Lucid doesn't come back. And it's the play there from Career that tricks him, okay? Lucid's like, I don't have buttons, I don't have buttons. And aiming an effort like, oh, okay, Career, thanks for half your health bar. Lucid's like, aha.
I mean, we've also seen EQ flashes from Jarvans hit like this, but this answer was just gorgeous.
And aiming,
Lucid.
because he had flash, he thought he was safe there, but it's the flash from the Jarvan, like you said, that gets the flag drag to buffer into him and get the knock up. Clean stuff from Lucid, but you know, I was very worried when Career went back in. I was like, oh, this is looking even potentially worse. And then not only do they get the kills on the bottom lane there, they get both flashes out of aiming and effort. So a huge turnaround, and it took some trickery.
Yeah,
but it's working.
The fact that Korea did that without using flash is insane because this lane relies so much on winning all-ins, and so having both of those flashes available means that even in the 2v2, they might be able to get something done. However, it is a cull that Smash has gone for. They may not necessarily be hyper-investing into more aggression towards this bottom side to snowball it through, maybe just accepting that they have now found themselves a little bit of leeway.
I mean, it's a huge win, and he can just go, okay, well, I'll explode in the mid-game. I have so much more money now. He's 650 up, and the problem is your first buy isn't going to take away Karma's buttons, so she's still going to just shove the lane in with the Ezreal. So I actually think this is the correct buy here from Smash. Just invest in a further future lead.
Yeah.
Don't look at this if you're a D+ fan. Just, you know, avert your eyes, because...
Hey, I don't see Korea on that list, okay?
True. He has been banned more than he has been picked as well. This Nautilus pick is really high prio in the LCK despite a lack of success.
Yeah. So let's see whether Korea can show us what all of the bans are about. As already, I mean, he is finding the angles. The flash forward, he manages to catch aiming after the Arcane Shift, and now Smash comes forward. Another knock-up from Lucid, and Smash collects his third of the game.
All right.
Okay, well, that might be your answer. Maybe that's right. That's it right there.
I guess so. What was the shift angle?
I don't know, but it was into an anchor.
Yeah, maybe just go back. I think he went to the side there. Let's watch again, because did my eyes deceive me, or did he?
I think he shifted. Oh my!
You gotta go left
Lord.
there.
He was like, "No effort, I'll save you."
Yeah.
We need the Celine Dion. That's what we need.
Well, Effort's heart will go on.
It will. Aiming stopped.
Yikes. Okay, well, that happens from time to time. You know, I wasn't convinced about the Kai'Sa pick, but at this point, I kind of feel like it could have been anything.
I mean, it's been picked into Ezreal all the time.
Yeah.
Like, it is the theoretical answer, but like you were saying, paired with the Nautilus, I think is a bridge too far.
Into Karma,
into this,
you know?
Into this lane.
Yeah,
exactly
if it was like
right.
Ezreal, Leona, I'm like, sure, all day long, fine.
Yep.
Absolutely. But you know what? I guess if you just get 3 kills early, make me look very foolish by my take.
Hey, do you know what the best thing is? As Korea is going to have to get out of here because there's a Realm Warp coming on forward. No flash available for Korea as now Smash, I don't think he's going to be helping. And Korea does connect the anchor, but he's dead before it actually does anything. Or at least I thought he hit the anchor. Regardless, he was going to die.
Look at the river. There are 4 control wards across the river here by KT Rolster, and
would you say that they control the river?
They do have quite a bit of control, and they end up getting this gank off because they know that Lucid is not in the vicinity. He's clearing his top jungle. They pull this off. They don't have enough power to start the dragon, and Cuz just got level 6. But I think this was a really good read from KT, and despite the early deficit here and the lack of attention that Cuz is given to this bottom lane because he is Wukong, And he thought that, Karma Ezreal should be self-sufficient, especially with Ezreal's shift ability. But they ended up getting a lot of vision elsewhere on the map and are still able to turn this into a win.
My lord, Effort is so brave. Isn't he so... Another great hook, but a good arcane shift to answer it this time around.
They may be able to start Dragon D+ here. They have a lot of control with the back timing here of KT. Lucid's in the area. I think they should clear this wave as soon as possible and then head over and start it up. That's exactly what they're planning to do here. So this could be an extension of this early game, really working out quite heavily for D+. It's a strong early Dragon, so Soul a little bit nerfed by that as Effort is here, and it looks like we might have a... I don't think you can really contest this.
Well, the Drake is just going to get left alone.
Wow.
Yeah, Lucid will back away, respecting a lot the fact that Cuz probably level 6. That Cyclone is very scary, could have been right there. And Showmaker will be able to clear out this way. We haven't really checked in on the mid lane. The first roam there from BDD was definitely good, but it did cost him a few minions, so Showmaker is ahead a little bit in that department.
Early Phage here for Perfect, starting to put the pressure on Xiu. Had the lane frozen against Xiu pretty heavily early on, so built up a 300 gold lead here. And no call buy or anything like that, just trying to naturally bully this Gnar where the attention has been bottom side. And all the while, because of this prio here, Cuz is going to start up the grubs, and there isn't a response just yet. BDD doesn't have teleport, obviously, and doesn't have Realm Warp, so there's no support for Cuz here, but because he's Wukong, he can just nope out if Lucid tries to challenge, which he will.
Yeah, he is going to nope out, like you say. But 2 grubs go over to KT. Very, very happy about that. She hits Mega and is trying to be frustrating, but I think Perfect is going to be all right with that tumble available.
Got the
pretty
exhaust,
difficult
though.
to wallop him.
Pretty good for
Hey, that's a good point.
Xiu. I feel like he's very happy with that. The grubs were denied. All 3 of them, that is to say, especially with Ryze in this game. Would be really annoying if he did have that. Can they get over here and stop the Dragon is the question, because right now Lucid is clearing his topside jungle. KT have had so much vision on this Dragon, so they know that D+ aren't doing it, but they haven't actually pulled the trigger themselves just yet. And waiting for the first Cyclone.
I think this game has really changed. After the Champion Select, I did feel like KT would be in really good standing in the early stages. Right now, we're seeing the DK have a slight lead in the early game. I'm wondering what it kind of looks like for the mid game now that DK are off to such a good start.
Well, I think the real problem for KT is that this Kai'Sa has Kraken Slayer before her call is cashed in, This is where, even if Showmaker is dead even, he doesn't have to have the lead. He needs to be set up as, okay.
Well, there's a shockwave onto BDD, but Lucid's already out of there, or at least attempting to. As Cuz goes forward, he has to flash to respect the Cyclone. Cuz doesn't push the button, so no flash now for the Jarvan is a huge deal as Korea is trying to get over here as quickly as possible.
Gaming needs help. He's not going to be able to catch this wave here. He's going to true shot.
Yeah, so Smash takes a bit of damage, but otherwise it is this whole minion wave basically taken down. Aiming does get there for the cannon.
Okay.
Not too much of it actually is going to be removed.
Good crisis management here from KT. They group up as Lucid's trying to take this blue buff away in return.
Yeah, it does have Showmaker there alongside him, and BDD needs to back. So they're not going to be able to challenge for this. It will be a successful steal.
The Ezreal, going back to your original point though, of like, how does this mid game look? The Ezreal is significantly behind. It's not just that this Kai'Sa has 3 kills, but the Ezreal's lost some farm, didn't get to have the pushing lane he was hoping for, only has 1 plate worth of gold, so the 2-item spike is significantly delayed. And while this Kai'Sa is incredibly strong, the Vayne isn't online yet. Obviously the Ryze is still putting together components here. So if you end up winning an early team fight here with this Kai'Sa, this lead it's already pretty massive, but it can balloon quite heavily. So KT really need to respect the fact that this is such a strong comp early and is so much stronger in this game, the scenario we're in this specific game. So any combo set up from Lucid and Showmaker, if it hits, could be disastrous, maybe even game ending.
Well, Effort, I think, will need to flatten. No, he'll need to die. He's just going to die. So Showmaker going to pick that one up. Caught warding there a little bit. Effort a little out of position is not what we've been seeing out of him so far this season. That's a great pickup here for DK, putting them 4-1 and should be able to guarantee the Dragon.
Unfortunately for Cuz, he wanted to, go topside, finish clearing that jungle, and then maybe make an impact there before starting Dragon. So Effort wanted to go over and make sure they could continue to have vision around the Drake itself and the entry point there in the river, but ends up getting caught and taken out with really nothing expended for D+. They just kind of kill him for free, get the Dragon anyways, and there is just no counterplay. There's no follow-up here for KT. And Cuz was on the wrong side of the map, finds himself about 400 gold behind himself.
Speaking of the wrong side of the map, there's a killer instinct out of Smash. Cuz gets into position though, and that is a Cyclone and a very dead Kai'Sa. Showmaker now looks for BDD as the anchor somehow lands yet again, but the Shockwave doesn't, and so they won't have the follow-up damage to take down the Rise. Final hour was procced here towards the top side as Shiu did go extraordinarily low, but getting the shutdown onto Smash, a huge deal here for KT.
Looks like Aiming's going to greed for plates here as well, and I think he absolutely can because he has the coverage here from Effort. And so he'll get a plate and deny all of these minions. So going back to the initial play here, Smash just does not have the full information that Effort is here, and so finds himself having to look for this all in, but Aiming has barrier, Cuz shows up, uses the Cyclone with the Warrior Trickster, doesn't have to flash. That's a big overextension. Luckily for D+, the kill goes over to Wukong. He uses gold well, but I think that KT would have rather Aiming pick up that kill. But
Aiming would have definitely rather.
He's the gold king.
Yeah, he's the gold king for a reason, and that is because he takes all of the gold, mostly from his team. So that is something he'll be sad about personally, because certainly not. And Wukong, Rise, I think, are going to be the big carries in this game if KT are going to look good. But still, I mean, the gold lead has only extended here for DK since the early game. And it's still 1.6k here for Smash. And this Kai'Sa is what this DK comp's about, right? Like, Showmaker, of course, is going to be really, really important, but largely for utility, it's Smash getting down that consistent DPS in these team fights. And so he needs to be strong. Rageblade on the way, will be done relatively soon. And Smash is just doing his very best to get there, get to these 2-item, 3-item spikes, and make something happen.
Yeah, Perfect does have his Hex Plate ready. This is the build he went for last time around.
Yep.
Just constantly using your ultimate to apply pressure in lane, and then in team fights later on. Is trying to generate a bigger lead here, but it has not really grown that much. Unfortunately for him, Shiu was handling this matchup incredibly well. Only 10 CS down, only about 100 gold in it.
And if he's going to stay at this deficit, then the Gnar is going to be so much more useful later on in the game, right? Like, Gnar actually kind of can contribute in a team fight, whereas Vayne is a lot more about finding those jewels, and you don't really have the kind of AoE to make things happen. So
I think that the problem for KT is that, you know, this Gnar, if it's shut down, will have really big problems setting up in team fights. But with Smash being as ahead as he is, Shiu has so much more agency. He's not just going to flop in side lanes. He'll actually be able to push as well. And, you know, this Vayne, like you said, doesn't do AoE damage as, okay, a bit of a choice here from Career.
Yeah, a choice indeed. As it's just supportal combat with Aiming coming on over to convince Career to leave. We'll acquiesce for now. And Effort is thinking about where to go. He was considering heading up towards that top side to try and make something happen, but that is not going to be his choice. We'll just head back towards this mid lane to help his Ezreal out. BDD over here. They do have... everyone's quests are now completed after BDD does do his, but Smash now with 2 items is big.
This is the Rageblade spike here for the Kai'Sa early on. You're going to do so much in team fights, and actually, in this game state, before everyone comes online, you're actually a really consistent damage threat with this build. Is nice.
Good Warrior Trickster.
Yeah, getting out of there. But the next Dragon here for KT, they have to make a tough choice. They wanted to scale up to triple DPS threat, or do they want to risk this fight, try to look for a nice Cyclone angle, maybe catch somebody? Because if you lose this fight, I think D+'s lead just gets too big.
And I think you have to pick your battles pretty effectively as KT.
Wow, and D+ find this pocket of vision here. Okay, now we are going to see Shiu dove, but he has got this Mega.
Yeah, Mega is in a great position. They do really need to respect the ultimate, but there is the Condemn, as Shiu will go down. Perfect is just going to proc those Silver Bolts, and down he will go. That will be the first turret of the game going over to KT in trade for the Rift Herald.
BD gets all that money, and that's huge for him. And I think it was a little bit greedy from D+ to try to go for the Herald early with no protection down there. Shiu did unfortunately kind of have a bit of a whiff there with his Mega and got zoned out. The Condemn was really good. But if he can buy more time, then maybe this ends up being a better situation for D+. Because I think the idea was, okay, he'll hold his own here. They can't dive him. We're going to grab Herald, and then we'll use the Herald to then pressure for Dragon. They can still do that, but they would have liked to not have a dead Gnar and BDD get first break.
Yeah. Probably would have been a little bit of a better thing, as Smash does pick up his Berserker's Greaves. We're going to check this one out one more time, as like you were saying, the Condemn timing, very, very nice. Just layer the CC.
Ruins what she was trying to do here, and he still plays it as well as he can.
Yeah.
In live, BDD got sent to the top lane, and he doesn't have Teleport. He has Realm Warp, but it's, you know, only level 2 right now, so I don't think he's going to the Dragon.
Effort is just going to get flashed on and killed once again in the river. And Shiu is now feeling a little bit better about how this one is going.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, there's no real...
Korea, I think, may have just felt sorry for Effort and is going to go the same way. True Shot Barrage is going to connect, but he does get his shield back.
He's literally Beryl, right?
Yeah, he is. I mean, so is Effort, though. I mean, the spirit of Beryl is alive on both of these teams. Of course, he is a former player of both of them, and so it does make some sense.
He gets away with his life this time, but this is going to be the Dragon going over to D+. KT had made the choice to give Dragon, but they also, unfortunately, were still caught in the river with their support, as BDD wants to duel Shiu here with no MR.
It doesn't really look like a duel, though. It just looks like Shiu taking a whole bunch of damage and looking to try and escape if he can. Finally, some of these hyperprocs will come on through. And it's a Cloud Soul this game as well. Double Dragon going over to DK. A lot of extra movement speed. I actually feel like Cloud Soul for DK specifically it's kind of nuts.
It's crazy what the value could be for them. Like, all of their ultimates are so high impact. I mean, it's great for Wukong, it's great for Vayne as well, but they're
also
so
like getting movement speed after pressing depth charge, pretty good here for both keeping Korea alive and for, you know, him to be able to lock down some extra kills. So that's certainly going to be good if they can continue stacking these dragons.
The lead for Smash is still the main issue here for KT Rolster, and you know, they made the call to give Dragon. They were not able to get that topside turret, but I think that if they can stabilize in this mid game, you know, there's still some time left, and if they can get just one Dragon, you know, even this first Cloud Drake, it's so much time bought for this composition to come online, because the Smash is on his 2 items incredibly early, and Aiming is still hoping he can get his before 21 minutes. You know, he's had a bit of a rough one. Actually gets it right here at 18:30. Had a little bit more gold than I thought. It's more about the fact that Smash is ahead than he's behind in this one. So does pick it up here. But now he's finally kind of a champion. And BDD is, one day he'll be one. But if they can kind of survive here and get this Rise online, Ezreal, Rise, Vayne, late game is pretty crazy. It's pretty insane what damage output they have. And like I said, with Smash and the whole dive composition here for D+, if they only kill one target, that's not enough if we get to that late game. Right now, they can almost only kill half of one target, and it's actually still enough.
Yeah. And also, I mean, DK, if they do kill one of them, then they all just kind of fall like dominoes after that point, right? Unless Cuz finds incredible angles. With his Cyclone, will have Inspire help there from Effort as well. But I think DK very happy with the spot that they are in the game for now. Problem is that DK have certainly made some eclectic decisions later on in some of their games. And so we'll just have to see whether they can keep their heads on a swivel and make this one work.
I remember it was their team fight outplays that got them that upset win over Gen G, first time in 21 series. So that's where KT will have to fight their way back, is through that good team fighting here.
Yep.
I really favor D+ right now, even though it looks like, you know, maybe this could fall apart at a moment's notice with an overextension. I think they have the skills to back this up. I think with Smash's lead, he's now going to itemize into AP so he can get his W evolved and really harass KT on objectives. Like, they're doing everything right. I love the build from Smash, especially with the lead he has. It is
Dusk and Dawn is so ridiculous on this champion as well.
It's so good. Aiming's going in.
Yeah, it's not looking like, without it completed, it's not going to do as much as Aiming just demonstrating the power spike that he's on. And that is going to be Smash heading on back. I think he might look for a little bit of a recall here. I don't know how close he is to his Dusk and Dawn. I think he went for a relatively recent back, picked up a Blasting Wand and the Ruby Crystal, and so might still be a little while away.
Yeah, probably just a few more waves or a team fight win if there is an opportunity. Baron is really the only objective right now, and even though he is very ahead, still a Kai'Sa comp with an Orianna, so not a Baron that you can rush just now. Later on, we'll be able to do it quickly, as BD is just going to get away with this. Empowered Recall for the win.
Yep, we'll just be leaving on that one. Showmaker, actually, BDD stuck around, and so Showmaker overextended now, unaware of where this Rise is. Korea, though, moving on over. Cuz looking to get himself up here as Lucid going to show up, blocks Cuz's approach. BDD down to 50%, so is Showmaker, and it looks like both teams a little bit unsure about whether they want to keep fighting, but with BDD leaving, KT do agree that they will stop the chase.
KT had 5, though, and Shiu is getting some free farm on the edge, as well as Smash just returns back to mid lane very quickly. We'll clear that ward, and also we'll have a lot of extra push. It's got to be close to that Dusk and Dawn, like you were saying.
Pretty smart play, actually, out of DK.
They realized it pretty quickly that there was something suspicious going on. Like, Showmaker's like, why would he let me push up this far? Then they spotted him and just reacted so quickly. They have a Kai'Sa that can come from mid lane from so far away. Obviously, the Ezreal can impact with True Shot Barrage, but it's just not the same. And I think it was the great call from D+, the way they played it, and also for KT to back out and not try to go for like a Flash Cyclone commitment there, because that probably would have been the end of the game for them if they messed it up.
Well, Essence Reaver is now completed for Perfect. As Vayne starting to get scary, but it's another blue steal here for Lucid, not to be confused with the Zoolander look. It's a steal of the blue buff. As now, Cuz goes in, goes out as they look for Epic. Cataclysm onto aiming, gets the Arcane Shift. A bunch of buttons now on cooldown, but KT still feeling all right. Showmaker getting closed in on. Shockwave collects only one of them, and they take down the Orianna. The target selection's so good, but on the other side, the same thing happens as DK wipe out the bottom lane. Now, Korea goes in, misses the hook, but hits the depth charge, and BDD gets knocked up and taken down. It's a double for Smash as another anchor lands onto Perfect, and it's a triple. Space Vayne is better than regular Vayne, as there is the Void Seeker as well. That's going to get a cheeky little assist there for Smash as the ace comes in for DK.
And it's exactly what you said. If one of these carries falls down for KT at this point, they fall over like dominoes, and Aiming loses half of his health bar. I really like this call to go in for the Realm War, but Aiming actually cannot get in. He's used both his Flash and his Arcane Shift, so he just has to kite his way out. Gets over the wall here as it just barely comes back, but Shield gets him over the wall. Smash follows up, and now they're stuck on, and they have to fight their way out of this. Cuz is trying to peel here, but BDD gets caught by this Nautilus ultimate. And I think if he doesn't get hit by that, maybe they can do enough damage to where more of these KT members get out, but because he is just deleted there by Career, tossing that ultimate in, they just get wiped here, and KT Rolster lose Baron on top of it. As you guys can see in the picture-in-picture, Dusk and Dawn is picked up for Smash, and I think KT is about to lose their second game of the tournament.
Yeah, and he also gets an arm guard. Man, Smash is absolutely huge. He also soloed the Drake at the same time. So it's just kind of getting everything here for DK. Soul Point as well as that Baron. Let's see whether they can use this composition to siege. It doesn't necessarily have the most massive range, but they have a lot of brute force. And Smash will be able to take himself a little bit of Shellfish and collect a red buff here as they now start to see whether they can knock down a few more of these turrets. Inna's still up and available and pretty healthy here on KT's side. As we have a look at the money, man, there's a new Gold King in town and his name's Smash.
A lot of money here for him, and unfortunately, Aiming's lane was just such a disaster early on. He's just possibly never ever going to be relevant in this game. I think for KT, you got to keep yourself in the headspace of we are scaling, and also there's still a best of three because things went disastrously wrong. You had the Ezreal Karma lane, but it was unfortunately some misplays down there and some great play from Lucid that just got this Smash, Kai'Sa played by Smash so far ahead that it is just unplayable. And now he's 4.5k up, sitting on 3.5 items, and they're looking to end this game.
Yeah, they're pushing in at least. This inner turret not long for the world as Shears should be able to secure that one. The 4-1 working out nicely. As finally KT do come over. They should actually be able to defend this, so spoke a little bit untruly there, but DK with the push advantage and this Baron buff will really be able to pull KT around the map wherever they would like. Another minion wave crashes in the mid lane. That is going to spell the end of that inner. So it feels like only a matter of time. The DK are going to be able to wear them down. KT probably going to have to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play here.
The Ryze is doing massive work here for KT because the wave clear is so good with this champ. They even have a Karma, right, and Ezreal is decent, so it's going to buy them a lot of space here to try to buy time for at least keeping 2 inhibitors alive rather than losing both of them. Like, that's what I mean at the bottom and the mid. I don't think they're even going to get the one on the bottom, though, because they could just rotate aiming and effort over here. And in fact, as Baron push is kind of stymied now, and I think that's fair for D+. You're so ahead, back off, get more control over the map, play for Dragon. Your soul is within reach. You know, if you get that Cloud Soul, this game is already unlosable.
Yeah.
You don't want to just keep pushing into this Ryze wave clear and just lose sight of the lead that you have. You want to get the reset that you want. And they do that. And they still have 30 seconds of Baron left to maintain prio and then push some deeper vision. And they have so much of it already.
Next Baron might be what they're looking for, as Aiming does collect his Spear of Sojourn, so he has 3 items now, but we're very close to Azonia's being done for Smash. This Kai'Sa is a very big deal.
And he might not even need to use his arm guard, which wouldn't shock anyone considering the game state.
Yeah, he basically already has Zhonya's, doesn't he? Because he hasn't actually broken that arm guard just yet. So some crystalline overgrowth to be taken down here, as they will be able to look for their last inner turret with the dregs of this Baron. It does finally wear off. It's all the warrior tricks of timing from Cuz. Just gorgeous. And that will avoid that, but it won't stop this turret from being obliterated.
D+ get a ton of money off of this Baron, but they don't get the inhibitors. And for KT, that was the goal. You know, you're just hanging on by a thread with those inhibitors alive, and maybe you could scale up, right? I mean, giving this dragon over feels horrible, and maybe they could set up some sort of crazy angle to contest it, but they may just simply have to give it and pray for that late game Elder fight to be theirs.
They also never get any of their buffs, though. Like, DK just own the entirety of the map right now. And there is just, it feels like there's no way for KT to get in, because Effort, as soon as he walks anywhere to get vision, he's dead. No matter who finds him, they just kill him.
They just cannot get out of the base right now. And I think trying to fight for a buff is exactly what D+ wants. You know, trying the fight in, you know, prio for mid, it's exactly what D+ wants. Look, Career's fishing for it. All the while, Xiu has teleport and is pushing the top lane. The setup here for D+ macro-wise is phenomenal. Doing everything right.
Sterix completed here for the Gnar, very close to that Wit's End being done. And that means that BDD matching him in side lanes is going to be a little bit more difficult as we get the full zoom out. A huge teleport angle for the Gnar, as Xiu's Gnar is in a pretty good position, but he's right on top of a ward and a little bit too close to KT, but he gets out. I don't know how he managed to, but he managed to. His career goes in, probably wants to go back out. As KT also, I mean, they don't want to fight, but they would have really liked a free Gnar. But now, Xiu uses it to get himself a couple of plates in this mid lane as well, and push KT completely away from this dragon. So somehow, it actually works out as he gets the Gnar to get him out of the Cyclone. The Realm Warp does nothing at all as they opt out of that play. And now without Cyclone, KT cannot teamfight at all, ever. They still might have to, though, as the Shockwave needs to get flashed out there by BDD. In goes Xiu, looking for an angle once again. He's down very low. That Steric Shield did some work, but they do take out the Gnar. Smash gets the Void Seek on the aiming, somehow threading the needle into the back line. And KT, they get a pick and lose no one.
KT pushing now to try to challenge this mid wave for the first time in forever. The mid-outer is still on 4 plates right now. And KT are not going to push any further, but I think D+, you could have just taken the dragon for free. The teleport flank for, well, I mean, it cost Xiu his life ultimately in the end. He went for the TP play. They got the flash out of effort, at least on that initial setup there. But I think that TP play was a bridge too far. And then Xiu has no flash, and he's walking forward here. Like, this is greed. This is unnecessary.
He had no Mega Gnar, so it was just a little bit of an odd maneuver.
Also, Showmaker trying to hit a flash holding rise with the... actually, he didn't even flash it. I thought BDD flashed that.
I thought he did too.
But anyways, he had flash.
That flashed it instead.
I guess
someone flashed out of the Shockwave.
Yeah, it wasn't effort. It was Cuz in that case. But either way, you know, trying to look for that play means you lost your tool. Maybe Xiu didn't get the memo that Shockwave wasn't up anymore. Anyways, they're still massively ahead. They're in total control of this game, but I don't think they should have given that freebie over.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to write that down as a little bit of a note. Like, maybe check this one out for next time, guys. That was not a perfect play. Speaking of perfect, he is now discovering that there's a Xiu towards the southern side of the map, as the Condemn is going to be used pretty early. Mega Gnar is going to come on through. And DK looking to make their way back towards the Baron after pushing KT away.
KT are just playing Wave Clear Simulator. You know, they're just clearing these waves.
This Baron just goes down so quickly as well.
They can't contest it. And the Elder isn't up for 4 minutes. And KT, their best bet, and even this is kind of a stretch, is to try to push and grab bounty off of this turret.
And Showmaker, you can see, he can block off so much terrain with the orb. Korea is there as well.
They're trying
as the Baron has been taken. Cuz this time doesn't hit the Warrior Trickster, as he does finally press the button, but there's the depth charge onto Perfect. Shockwave mops up the monkey, and DK are looking for even more. KT running the wrong direction. The exhaust is good from Perfect. That'll keep him alive with the Inspire Shield there as well, but the rest of DK swoop in and look to take down BDD. That'll be their first prize as Perfect teleports away. I just don't think that that's going to be winning them the game, as DK are just looking to finish off the stragglers, aiming being one of them, as the Arcane shifts away. The flash in from Lucid hits him again with that QE flash. And DK will break open the base now. Let's see whether they can even push to end.
I think they can. There's just not enough wave clear here anymore. BDD is down for 30 seconds. That should be the game. D+, one small error, but one we can easily forgive. KT thought, I'm not giving Baron for free. I'm getting mid-turret. DK said, we're getting Baron, and we're going to get the win. Right with it.
It's the final hour here for Perfect, and let's see whether he can make it work as the Shockwave does not connect. The Void Seeker does, though. 4 seconds on the Killer Instinct, but there's no seconds on the Nexus. It's going to be taken down, and DK continue their reign of terror over the LCK. First it was Genji, now it's KT. We'll see whether they can break the winning streak with another victory in this series.
And it was, I think, the first flub from Effort and aiming as a duo where they really just kind of had a rough start. I mean, they were outplayed there, but there was a lot of greed. They really underestimated the power of that early Jarvan when their Wukong is AFK because he's a Wukong, right? He's not going to be down there.
And this is what we were talking about, right? It's the 3v3 that's so much better.
But then if it's a 3v2, you know, if you're not expecting it, it's even worse. And like, the fact that this Kai'Sa was given a free pass is my biggest issue for KT here, because I didn't like this Kai'Sa in the draft. I thought it wasn't going to work out, but they got so much value early, and Smash took over the game. Showmaker became a huge problem. Shiu actually handled the Vayne matchup incredibly well, and D+ end up getting the W. I'm still not going to say I thought the draft was great for them, but the play made it worth it.
Yeah, and they got the draft into a position where it did work as well, right? Being able to put down the Ezreal Karma is no mean feat, especially when it's pilot. Like, Aiming has said that he's in love with playing Ezreal, but now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back to the space, we're going to break down game number 1, and then we will have the second game of the series. See you there.
이제 썸머네.
천천히 보자, 얘들아.
옹 노플이다 이거. 끌어도 돼. 야, 나 밖에 살짝. 옹 노플.
아무래부터.
뭔데? 아, 찐이다 찐. 야, 이거 옹 노플이야, 옹 노플이야. 오케이. 형, 나 공 좀. 아이즈 노플. 잡고. 야, 이제 볼게. 아, 공 없다, 천천히. 아, 천천히. 얘들아, 미드 가면 돼, 미드.
아, 보자. 와봐.
야, 그럼 자, 천천히.
보자, 괜찮아.
오빠. 라이즈.
천천히 보자.
라이즈.
각자, 얘들아. 야, 나 베인 잡으러 간다.
나 잡아봐. 야, 이제 여기.
나 혼자 잡을게.
호수 형 이제 안 해요, 형.
야, 베인 잘 탔다, 얘들아.
아, 베스트?
야, 끝내러 가자.
야, 이제 아래.
이제 볼게, 내가. 라이브 왔어. 나랑 시우랑 끝내러 갈게.
아, 잡았어?
아, 끝난 거 같아, 이러면. 미드 가자.
노플.
미드 와봐, 내가 끝내면 할 것 같았어요. The work done that it wanted to, but they do manage to take down the dragon. Delight battle dances his way out of Gumayushi, finds the feather pull. They're looking for the angle. There it is! Oh my god!
미 봐줘. 개맛있다. 이거야.
And the wallop as well, and HLE will destroy them. Will walk it off. Scout though, still chasing after him. Let's see who has the DP. Oh, and it's Perfect that locks it up. Maybe it is the year. Perfect, you absolute madman. Wow. Use it. He is lurking. Hijack is there for Scout, so effort is not allowed in here. The chains are just going to go straight into the charm. Cease and desist comes down. And Scout, he gets the ulti, but he's too low. And he's going to be taken out by Cuz. BDD gets himself away. It's fought with a phenomenal spell shield. And BDD will be able to pick up the kill onto the Yunara. And down will go the Nocturne. KT finding a fantastic fight.
stunned up quite a bit. Chu is being taxied out of here by Jovi. Keen hits about half health. Might come down to just a flip on this one. And even the Anivia ult's in there. We get the Bard ult onto 2 and the follow-up on Aduro and onto Ruler as well, who just dies. The bomb gets it! Gets it! As it's stolen away by a Bard.
Not out of it yet. Okay, they haven't given up. They still find a window to win a fight despite this big...
Wait a second. Oh my god. Oh my god, Gideon. What is that? That was like his W is not supposed to instantly kill people. As Teddy's just trying to snipe the egg, does manage to take down Andulus. There he goes, UCal as well. He gets it! They get the soul as Gideon is so massive. And now they can just slow them down as Ezreal scream. And then...
나도 잘했잖아.
나이스.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
D+ made sure that all those aboard the KT roller coaster did not have a smooth ride. They derailed it before it got started early in game one. It is D+ 1-0 over league leading KT Rolster. And they did it with style. They did it with the man who's had so many eyes on him. It's the rookie career who had himself a great early start in the game.
Yeah, and I think it starts from the draft because we've seen this Karma band so much. Karma Ezreal is like the premier duo, you know, even more so than Ashe Seraphine. But one of the weaknesses of both this matchup and the Ashe Seraphine is vulnerability to a pick like Nautilus. And it does put you in a position where you're on the back foot until you can find that setup, until you can find that all-in. And it's really reliant on the jungler getting down there. But you saw that Lucid was able to get down there, and suddenly it completely derailed this lane that is supposed to crush in the 2v2.
I mean, only if you want to prioritize the Karma, you should ban Nautilus. So make them ban Karma so you can have the better first pick, which is Orianna. But I think in this case, they just let them Orianna for free and then let them have Nautilus as well. So I think this draft doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, a second time here where there's draft resources put to the bot lane, and then they don't win that lane. We saw that one earlier with Diablo and Drex in game one.
I mean, they were fine.
Were they?
Yes.
Ah!
Yeah, I mean, after this, sure, they're out. They didn't even use the sunset, but they just ran in again and tried to be greedy, and then they get punished.
She's not here, right?
It's just the wait for the cooldowns again. Follow the flash. The arcane shift is still down at that point. And I know you're supposed to play this lane super aggressively and you're supposed to have pressure. They had pressure.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Playing with pressure when you know the jungler's there, when you know you don't have your arcane shift. And Wukong was there at the end of the clip. He was almost there to support you, but you overstepped in here. This was a great dredge line coming out. So good. And you can also criticize aiming for not going over the wall where you wouldn't have been able to be grabbed. But I mean, Korea was just on form, and you have to be.
Yeah.
You play Nautilus in a lane like this, every time you miss, you're taking so much damage in return. So the solution, just hit.
Yeah, it was really clean game by Korea, and I think again they're fine. Even though the draft was the issue for them, I think they played really well until that moment.
I like how you bring that up though. Like a lot of the times we highlight the Nautilus that hits, but when you miss, you take a lot of punishment, you get a lot of damage. However, it stabilized after this, and then in the middle of the game, there was a big cluster of a fight where D+, they were organized, KT was not, and they get punished.
This kind of shows that they are really greedy about the setup. So I think here they should have known that DK is kind of collapsing on them. So you can already see Xiu pressuring the mid lane. But look at KT's formation here. So aiming is already showing on the mid lane. Alone, by the way, and also they already checked the BDD's position as well because of the control ward here. He just cleared, so they DK already knew that they are kind of split, and also considering their champions are not good to disengage the Jarvan ulti. So I think this was kind of like such a free angle to Lucid to just jump in here. So you can just roll the clip from here now, and it's just so easy target for Lucid. So I think KT bot lane already burnt all the summoners even before the team fight. Yeah, of course, Showmaker, he was off position. But right now, 2 of the targets from KT here is isolated. So such a free gold right here for Xiu and Smash right there.
Definitely sends the message, but I think just the non-committal engage from Lucid, burning the resources, then again, similar to that first gank, waiting for the sort of resources, the cooldowns to be back up to go for again, was really intelligent, and sensing there wasn't that much threat when they were so split. Also, when you have a Kais in your composition, when people are split, it's so easy to pick off targets. I think KT, they've been so good so far this season, but a team who found them slipping a little bit in this game 1.
All right. Well, the only other team to beat D+, or to beat KT, other than D+, is Gen.G. That's the only game that they've dropped so far. We got it. That was a great telestrator, but, it doesn't take the dollar signs, it takes the coins, the gold. And a couple of guys who like their gold and are quite the golden pair is Atlas and Wolf.
That didn't land, really. Not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. Man.
Give you a rego. Give you a rego on that one, Digon. It's okay. We lost his audio. Oh, well. We had double Digon for a few seconds there during the rest of the space.
It's okay. So it was okay. I like gold.
Yeah. It's like there's relatively golden hair. Mine though.
Golden.
Yeah, mine's closer, getting closer to silver, unfortunately, rather than gold. So it's not quite. When I was 2.
All right, ready or not?
Gold.
Here we go. Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf, who met 9 years ago in Hongdae.
We did do that.
We did, yay. A good callback to what we were talking about earlier.
Thanks, Digon. What an incredible throw. Oh, fantastic. All right, now it's time for game number 2 between DK and KT. There was a segue I could have gone with there, and I chose not to, Wolf. Are you proud of me?
I also saw the angle on the word throw that was used as past tense through.
Oh, well, now that we've given it away, it feels like, I kind of wanted you to address it.
If you hadn't said anything about it, I would have taken it, but I was surprised you didn't take it anyway. Good job, Digon. I think that the draft was kind of uninspiring from D+, but the way they executed it gives you kind of this hope. Again, we saw a similar story against Gen.G where you're like, this draft has some holes in it. Gen.G got the better end of things. They have a lead, but they made the clutch calls in team fights. In this game, it was just great macro play from a lead. They turned Smash into a demigod, basically, in the early game, and then played around it. I wonder, though, if we go into game 2 and D+ have a similarly risky or laissez-faire, let's say, draft, if KT don't end up with a deficit, what happens? Because I think KT were forced off of some great plays from both the Jarvan. Oh, it's blue side from KT. But both Jarvan, in this case from Lucid, and from Career on the bottom side, just kind of made KT play the game with one hand tied behind their back. Blue side is really important if you're going to control the bottom 2v2 because it gives you the jungle pressure. It's also obviously better for Baron control.
Yeah, we'll see whether that is actually going to work out here for KT or whether they're going to draft into it is more relevant. But let's see what the bans are going to bring out. Last time, Nocturne, Bard, and Varus were banned by KT, and Pantheon, Rumble, and Jace were taken away from D+. This time around, though, they get to ban away BDD's Azir, things like this, because they have a bit more flexibility on the first pick side.
Yeah.
I was about to say blue side, but it's not actually the blue side.
Rumble's got to go. Pantheon's got to go. Varus, I think probably should go, but
this is weird that they're banning the Pantheon on first pick.
Yeah, I wonder what their game plan is going to be. Nocturne is one of the junglers that comes to mind, but Xin Zhao obviously really strong here too for D+, but not really first pick territory right now. Once the Bard is gone.
Yeah, again, Korea getting back-to-back respect for his Bard play. That is fantastic. Last time looked brilliant on the Nautilus, so I think continuing to focus some bans his way is a really good idea. But having a look at the list, I mean, Varus is the big one that kind of stands out.
Maybe Ashe is the ban here. Okay, they banned Nocturne on their side. Thought perhaps they were fishing for something with the Nocturne themselves. Lulu Yunara is a really strong lane, and it's one of the biggest duos I think you get on second pick. So they'll take away the Vi. So is it just a early Ashe pick here for D+, or are they going for something a little bit different? The Xin Zhao is the clear winner in terms of jungle picks available right now, but not really what you'd pick first pick for necessarily.
Yeah, especially, it is very strange that it's the Vi band away. Obviously, that was the one that Lucid found the most success on when he was back in Challenger, things like this, years past. But I don't feel like right now in the current meta, the Vi is all that strong. But Showmaker feels like the Annie is all that strong.
It's just, it seems like it's the best, safest pick, but it doesn't feel like they got necessarily what they wanted. This is what I was worried about.
Yeah, so I actually think that this is much better, though, when you haven't locked a bottom lane yet. So now DK can answer this with whatever they want, knowing that they're going into an Ashe Seraphine.
Well, the question is, what do they answer it with no Bard here? Obviously, the Karma is gone. That's one of the winning lanes there. They could deny the Seraphine, pick it away, but is not a lot of great lanes for that right now. And you're also then give them counterpick for support, and they can change the way this lane functions entirely. Going for Jace is a safe choice here. You already have decent setup, and this is a relatively safe blind pick because they have to pick the Seraphine on 3 if you're not going to deny it, so you can ban the Yorick.
It's actually really cute.
And Sion.
Forcing them to make that decision, either playing Ashe without the Seraphine or not having that Yorick to go into the Jace. The protection of the Sion and the Yorick can also come on through as Lucid considering the Lee Sin. And that will be locked away, something that Lucid has found a lot of success on in the past. But I see the Lee Sin today, and I'm a little bit worried. The Seraphine going to be snap locked, though, so those protection of the Jace bans are going to come on through pretty freely here by D+.
Yeah.
But the bottom lane is very scary now, especially with the Xin Zhao locked in for Cuz.
Any range supports you're worried about, you take care of now, but even most range supports still don't win this lane for you. The Nautilus is gone as well, so those all-ins are gone.
I like this.
They take away the Zeri Yuumi.
So Yuumi was something that Korea played. Actually, I think it was the first one to play it here in the LCK, and it was horrendous. But we know that the Zeri Yuumi can actually find success into this lane if piloted well.
There's some all-in angles for sure. I think it was Keria and Pays who played it better later on.
Yeah. We have seen examples of how it's supposed to go. It just was not demonstrated in its first game.
I'm worried that they might try to go for a Lucian Nami in the bottom lane.
Or a Corki Nami or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really tough to pull off. It follows up for the Annie really well, like incredibly well. But getting out of the laning phase isn't going to be easy. Varus actually wasn't banned this entire time. That's a ranged answer to try to kind of outpoke.
I feel like Ashe is a decent matchup into the Varus, though. I feel like you're not as worried about the range and
this
sort of thing.
Got to be a Yorick ban, I think. I don't think there's anything else they're worried about, unless they prefer to ban Sion and take away both tanks from Perfect.
Yeah. I'd be a little bit worried if they don't ban the Yorick. It's going to be Mel instead.
Mel. The thing about the Yorick is it doesn't work well with the rest of this comp necessarily. It doesn't follow up on arrows because it's usually not there.
Jax.
This is a very different answer. We have not seen this pick in the LCK.
Okay.
I'm kind of into it, though, because it sets up a bigger front line for Seraphine, and Seraphine interacts with the Jax very well. Instead, they're going to go for stock standard.
I mean, this draft from KT is just gorgeous. I think it's very similar to what we saw them pilot into Bro just at the end of last week.
So things get really interesting for BDD's final pick. We don't know what the bottom lane is going to be here for D+ Kia, because they let this through, right? It was a heavy cost. And the Ziggs answer has been mixed in terms of its results so far here in the LCK. And this does not give them any form of consistent damage. It is, you know, the damage that you're going to have from his buttons and the burst that comes with it, the burst and the shockwave. But you don't have an 80 carry in this draft at all.
Yeah, there's not a lot of physical damage. As Korea is thinking about a Camille.
What if you go Jace mid and, you know, it's Annie support?
Oh, honestly? That's probably a bridge too far.
Yeah,
but it is kind of fun.
It's a fun idea.
Because then you also dodge the Yorick matchup.
I think playing Camille into Ashe Seraphine does not sound very fun to me.
I also think that Annie and Ziggs together doesn't sound like a bottom lane that's real. So instead, it's going to be the Pyke Ziggs, and that gives a bit of extra physical damage. And Korea has looked great on the Pyke as well.
Is he going to play Victor, or is he going to play Syndra and try to just get further ahead and try to push this Annie out of lane? Or just play Hui. Kind of forgot about this pick that BD kind of has in his back pocket. We see it come out every now and then. Similar to Chovy, you know, we saw players like Bulldog utilize this past its prime, but still a very good pick in terms of range. Now, we saw the play from Nangung on this Pyke actually find success. Like, he actually was able to get a great early game off very early on in the season against Honda Life Esports. Career, he was flipping through the Camille pick, right? And the second the Pyke got locked in, he took his jacket off. Like, he's
like, ready to lock in.
I'm sweating a little bit, but I'm ready to lock in. You know, that was the vibe I got from him here. I really like this draft from KT, but the draft of D+ Kia is very simple and a lot of comfort, I think, across these players. And so it certainly can work given the right circumstances. They'll have to get through the laning phase with this Pyke roaming and making a lot of plays elsewhere. Shut down the Hui and let this Jace really fly in this game. Without jungle resources, it'll be tough, but it is possible for D+ to win with this comp. But I think KT kind of got everything they wanted. They got the counter picks they were looking for, and their draft is insanely meta and robust.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested in how this one is going to go, because I feel like the front line of D+ isn't quite there, but they have so much firepower and so much range as well. It doesn't necessarily look like much of a poke composition because there's an Annie there, but with Ziggs and Jace, you can really pepper them with so many spells before you get into a team fight. And then Lucid, if he's able to then fish for the angle alongside Korea, it can be really explosive. So I'm very much looking forward to how this one's going to go. Let's get into the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Summoner's Rift. As the flash stun onto BDD, the Bone Skewer as well. They're looking to focus him down, but it's Showmaker that dies first. Oh my goodness. Sometimes the game is kind of done at level 1.
Are we going to watch 2 games back-to-back where the early game is decided by some shenanigans and then we have to watch the team that's behind struggle? It might be the case, Atlas.
Yes, perhaps.
Well, let's just say this. KT had a pretty, as you know, Mauhaus would say, they had an inkling that D+ was going to look for an aggressive level 1 here, and they were just all grouped up with the Seraphine level 1 to answer it. So a kill goes over to Effort first. He picks up first blood, and a kill goes over to Aiming second there. So a lot of gold in this Ashe's pocket. Obviously not able to buy items with this money just yet, but feeling very strong about their early laning phase here. His career has no XP.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more tough now, you could say. Both mid laners with no flash as well. Both junglers do have theirs, but let's have a look at this one more time.
So BDD is kind of...
They just knew.
He's hard baiting, is what I would say.
Yeah.
And he kites back to the left here, flashes away, shields come through.
And Lucid missing the Q there as well. I don't think it would have made any difference whatsoever because of the flash angle from BDD. So very nicely played there. Does mean that now we can see Aiming with a 500 gold lead, and so does Effort. Oh dear, Cuz looking to make his way in and just pressure Showmaker somewhat. he will be able to do that. As this cannon, he really wants to collect, but the fear is going to prevent it.
Here for aiming. Picks up 2 waves. Oh,
nice bone skewer there from Korea, but does not quite have any follow-up.
Yeah, well, at least stop the back, because it looked like he was going to get the freest back of his life. He was considering ghosting back to lane, you know?
Yeah.
And we'll stop that back, because he is in such a fantastic spot now. But will help even up the CS. And we'll see what he can pick up here. 2 daggers and boots. So that's pretty good for Ash. Feels really quite oppressive. Harder to hit your Qs as Smash now, and the Ash follow-up is stronger. He still has Ghost. He has more attack speed. That's bad if you're Ziggs or Pyke. You don't want to interact.
Yeah. Xiu actually finding some decent angles here on this Jace into the arc. We know.
Effort.
Oh dear. Okay, yeah, Smash. This is not where he wants to be. Does find himself a satchel, but is just going to run into the bushes and die.
All right, so any early game bot lane destroyers in the chat? You know, maybe in game 1, Lucid and Korea were like, you know what? Ruin the bottom lane. We're not playing that.
Yeah, well.
And then in this one, it was kind of effort. He's like, nah, you guys can't play it. Sorry.
Well, Korea level 2 is looking to disrupt the jungle. Should be Lucid taking away this Raptor camp. They've forsaken the bottom lane entirely, Korea as well, as Showmaker thinking about going for an angle here as the Maul comes down. Decent amount of extra damage and a turret shot onto Showmaker is not really what he wanted to take. So he's going to be backing away. Does have his teleport. No, he doesn't have his teleport, actually.
He used his TP already, which is part of why he was putting that pressure on to try to clear that wave. Cuz is not going to like what he sees here, at least initially.
Well, he isn't going to see it. That's the problem, as he gets lit on fire and will be taken out. Good resonating strike there to claim the kill for Lucid. And now Cuz is dead, and he's going to lose even more of his jungle. Lucid actually starting a snowball rolling just in his matchup alone, as the Bone Skewer going to collect effort as well. Great satchel to follow it as he gets the flash. Beat drop comes down though, and Smash could be dead again, as never mind, Lucid's here to save the day, and safeguards out. So DK keep their bottom laner alive, and effort uses both of his sums.
Also, Smash just calm and collected, instantly satchels correctly there. Also has his flash still, doesn't use it. He just knows that Lucid's got his back, and Lucid pushes aiming away. So you mentioned effort sums down now. Huge win there for them. Now, it's still a pretty big disaster in the bottom lane, to be frank, but yeah, a little bit of hole patching has been done, and the Lucid lead was one that you could definitely feel.
Ooh, Showmaker taking a bit of damage because not electing to go in for it. As Lucid was on the top side of the map, so was pretty far away from this one.
There are a few matchups you can go into Annie, right? Like, a lot of people like to opt for the Galio to just absorb the pressure because Annie doesn't do that much damage. You know, some people like to completely outrange with a pick like the Hui. We've even seen Victor in this matchup. As, you know, a Bear's going to get dropped on you sometimes, very annoying, but BDD wants to just buy space here and use his range advantage to harass Showmaker and punish him when Showmaker's trying to be greedy like this.
Yeah, that is going to be Spiraling Despair coming down, and Showmaker will take a big boom boom, but he is going to keep himself alive, as now Korea looking to make his way in, gets the flash stun onto Perfect. Perfect is going to flash away. Lucid unable to find an angle here as Cuz is moving in. The acceleration gate will get the Pyke out to safety.
Really
Pyke is so squishy.
Yeah, really great early game, though, from Korea, all things considered. You know, he was so put behind by that level 1, and has actually made some great plays in this game. He and Smash showcasing they have a ton of mastery of this bottom duo, even though they looked a little bit timid to lock the Pyke in the draft. They're looking very, very well versed at this. Still a pretty significant early game lead here for KT, and it doesn't get better very soon here for D+, unfortunately. At least Lucid has potentially an in if he can make some outplays happen around some early fights. Could be what they're looking for, especially with the Seraphine still down on Flash. You know, potentially challenge for a Dragon. Yeah, to go their way.
Some angles there. As Mega Inferno Bomb now available here for Smash, can use that to clear out waves if he would like to. As Korea is going to be found by Effort, but not found by any of Effort's buttons, unfortunately, for KT fans. As Drake, first one going to be a Hex Tech. Pretty dangerous Dragon. Does do a fair bit of damage. But Now Cuz, oh dear, once again going to be discovered in his jungle. The Bone Skewer comes down, he flashes to get out of the stun as Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. There's a kickback onto BDD. He's stunned up by Showmaker as well. Has to flash to get himself out of the way. The sidestep is just gorgeous, and he'll keep himself alive. Korea has to dash to get himself out of this one, but doesn't have flash, so he's going to get pulled back and murdered. My God,
Tell me BDD's
so
not a
good.
robot. I'm serious. Just like
I can't. I don't have proof.
He was just like, no, if I sidestep like this, you don't even throw it. Okay, don't even try it. You're not gonna hit me.
Oh my Lord, he is too good.
It was actually insane, and he was so calm. He also was just like, you know what? I will match this rotation into the Annie. I don't care. I'm willing to challenge. This is actually bonkers. Now, first of all, this is a great setup here from Lucid and Career. Cuz's flash is phenomenal, but now he's on the wrong side here. The bomb comes through. He's chunked out. So BDD is left up a creek without a paddle. What does he do? Everything right. Sidesteps this.
My Lord!
And he's like, nothing can hit me.
And then Career's like, that was so good, BDD. Let me Bone Skewer a minion. And then he died, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was not the good part. It was good for KT fans because it puts aiming further ahead.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, BDD further ahead. He was the one who picked up that kill.
Yeah, aiming is also further ahead.
He is still quite large, yes.
Yeah, and Lucid will be able to collect himself a grub or two. Looks like there is not going to be too much of a response here for Cuz, even though he is on the top side of the map. It's not going to be a contest.
Denying grubs from a Yorick feels pretty good.
Yeah. Career and Lucid are now looking for a dive onto the Yorick as well, as they're wasting no time looking to make their way in. The wave is going to crash. Let's see whether the Ghoulie Wall can actually save this Yorick to the skies. And yeah, Career, you cannot tank those. That is 2 kills. Shiu dies as well.
Yeah.
Can I have failed dives for 20?
Yes, the answer to your question about the Ghoulie Wall, talk about the Ghoulie Wall, it does kind of prevent you from getting out of the turret aggro range
I
there.
do think that it wasn't as much the Ghoulie Wall than
Are
it
you
was
sure?
just running like lemmings, sorry.
They were Meilings, they were melee champions running into the
Yeah, there we go.
So
that's from the sequel game.
Turret pickup here from Career, okay. Yeah.
All right, got another fight as BDD is finally going to die. Cuz gets kicked back, but he just takes them both out. The explosion of BDD's ulti from the grave, and Tibbers dies as well. So it looked like we were coming back to a good play from DK, and now it's a 2-for-1.
All right, I'm gonna have to there's a vote to surrender in League of Legends. Maybe we should do like a broadcast vote to stop replays in a game like this, where every time we watch like a bit of a silly moment where KT is just exploding people, we miss the next part where they're exploding people.
Well, I wonder what the next part is that we're going to miss.
BDD here gets the speed up. It's not enough, but Kez actually comes in here, gets the wind become lightning value, and the explosion comes through. It just looked cinematic. The way he just got a collateral with a spear.
Yeah.
Impales 2 people, but 1 kill was his, the other was BDD's. Perfect still has flash.
Yeah, great little sidestep here as Perfect gets booped into the wall, but he is able to get himself to safety.
Is Perfect the best top laner in the LCK?
I mean, it's starting to look like we're getting him back.
The answer is no, but I mean, is it yes? It's no, right? It's definitely Keen is better.
I tell you what, he's playing some pretty fantastic Yorick right now. Is Perfect.
He's just not gankable, as we've learned. He still has his flash. Still has flash. Does not care. Does not interested in your gank.
He's also he's not ahead, but he is doing just fine in this matchup as well as Cuz thinking about helping him out. Lucid walking on a control ward here.
Good fear.
Yeah,
that was clean.
Gets the speed up as well. BDD knowing how to navigate the 1 billion buttons that Hui does have.
He is quite a painter of a player.
Yeah.
So it's a fitting champion for him. As Cuz is also still here. Seraphine coming up. You really want to kill the Yorick. I get it. D+, but I don't think it's happening. Arrow also coming up.
Yeah, that is not going to connect, just barely. Man, I kind of thought that there'd be some hitbox shenanigans there as Korea is able to live through it. Now there's no arrow for the fight against Smash here in this bottom lane, but he needs to hit the bouncing bombs if he wants to be able to win in that metric. As Lucid now control vision all over the place here for DK.
Yeah, they're really trying to make these plays topside, but they have been shut down at every turn by a good play from Perfect, fast rotations from KT. KT have had such a good read on this. They know that ganking for the Ziggs is so much harder to pull off and not realistic. So, and obviously they've tried to go for BDD. It has also not really been working out in their favor. So they're like, all right, maybe give York another pass, because basically, with the lead that Lucid had, they're kind of like, we got to chain gank. We have to somehow find an in to this game. Otherwise, KT are just going to run us over in the mid game, and it has just not worked out for D+. I think it's the right call. You're playing the Pyke draft. You need to try to get some value out of his early power, but they have just come up empty. A smash is on a ward. I'm not sure if he's aware of that. I think he's not.
Well, Aiming is going to run after him. Great satchel there to disengage. Still, the Ghost has been popped, and Aiming is still going to lose way too much of his health bar to fight this one. Lucid protecting his AD carry player, who is playing a mage.
This is really quite funny situation where everyone comes
Yeah.
like, yes, keep him interested.
Who is baiting
and
who?
Lucid's like, yes, keep him interested.
We just needed Aiming and Smash to like kill each other at the same time, and no one to show up. And that would have added, I think, to the whole situation.
It would have been the only way to make it more comical.
Indeed. All right, we do have the back coming through here for Korea, who is without an ultimate still.
Now, Shiu has not hit the other champions that are not Yorick yet in this game, really. But he is starting to build a pretty significant lead. He has his Ghost Blade online, has been chipping away at these plates, also has a call that's about to cash in. So he is going to be a huge threat later on.
Arrow.
Unless he gets arrowed.
Oh, good flash. Gets Shiu out of the way, but also great arrow to get that flash. So DK down another tool here as Cuz looks for Showmaker. Korea right here will be able to get a follow-up stun as well. The electrocute does come down. A Showmaker does take a lot of damage there from BDD. Does have his Blackfire Torch done.
They wanted to try to stop KT from coming up to punish the flash so that Shiu could keep his topside prio, but they've taken so much damage. KT are looking to contest this still. Perfect has TP, so he can actually back and come straight back to the turret to defend. D+ need to be careful about overextending here, but again, they don't have many legs in this game, so they're just trying to force any skirmish they can around this Pyke. Has level 6 now.
Oh, little Bone Skewer steal attempt. That was cute. Cuz is still just going to be able to take his blue buff, though, so it doesn't really do too much of anything at all. I like the idea, though.
Yeah, I don't think Perfect completed his back, so he's still up here, did not teleport back into lane. And they're still trying to put the pressure on this top lane, playing through this Jace, the one winning lane. Nice try.
He goes for it. Doesn't quite work. As Lucid to clear out this control ward, and they'll at least get that. But the gold lead has just disintegrated. It's 400. It's not really anything to write home about. The problem is, I don't know, like, how DK is supposed to really navigate things later on. I can see how KT's comp works any day of the week, right? Like, it is just, it's so...
BDD, like,
it's a consistent style of comp.
Because it has, like, this Hui pick is so great, it's like BDD's Mel pick is effort.
Oh, yeah.
Should be okay, right?
Yeah, Lucid will get the flash out of effort, but like you say, he is okay.
He opts to use his flash instead of his ult, because if he ults there and they flash it, then he probably dies. So I think it was the right call. And now he has his ult for a dragon contest.
Yeah, potentially. We do have a back coming on through for Korea. We'll be able to get himself back home.
It looks like it's a free plate here for BDD in the mid lane, as Dragon's still not getting the attention it deserves.
Yeah, 15.5 minutes, and we haven't had a second Drake yet. Showmaker looking for aiming, and we'll just throw a bear at him. That's a lot of damage onto this Ashe, who's now looking to turn things. There's a kickback. Beautifully done. Doesn't matter if you missed the Q there. Lucid was making sure that Showmaker picks up a kill. But now Cuz is looking to make his way in. There's a teleport as the Encore goes entirely wide. The Grasping Maw, though, doing a whole bunch of work as Lucid delivers the ulti to his teammates. I'm not sure about that one, but Cuz is still going down very low. Mega Inferno Bomb hits onto 2 as Korea can see he's lining up that death from below, but no one is quite in range just yet. And it is just a pick onto aiming, and DK come out on top.
Yeah, Lucid was about to get reported 4x, but he did end up affording most of that damage to his team. And KT Roaster looked like, you know, episode 4 Stormtroopers with some of the skill shots on that team fight. Got the flash out of Smash, but man, a lot of things missed. BDD was missing everywhere. Effort missed his ultimate. Man, it was not great.
Imagine if, like, Han Solo could also flash, man. He would have never been hit by anything ever.
Yeah, so we'll watch this again. Showmaker sets this one up. Aiming just doesn't have time to react here to the Tibbers, so doesn't flash here, and then doesn't have vision of Lucid either. Lucid just gets on top of him and kicks him before he could do anything. So he doesn't use his flash because he just could not react to either of those. And then here, we got some whiffing. Whiff from Cuz. Okay, whiff from Effort.
Good dash cannon from Showmaker.
Yeah, hit from BDD. And then Lucid's like, all right, everybody come give me a hug.
Yeah, if I'm going down, you're coming with me.
And then Cuz dodges here. This misses from Effort again, and then BDD misses. But it doesn't matter as another one from Career this time.
Yeah, I've seen this play before. As the stun comes down and Cuz is just dead, Lucid comes and steals it away. Bit of extra money there for DK as the arrow is going to connect. There is the damage from BDD as well, as Lucid looking to try and take down the Hui. Mega Inferno Bomb to try and follow up. The rest of KT are looking to get here though, and Chiu is very dead. Yeah, trying to kill BDD just seems to be a mistake in this game.
The numbers on the top of the screen say D+ are winning. But my eyes are telling me they're not winning.
Yeah.
Like, they keep getting these things. Like, Showmaker's going to get this turret here on the other side. It is going to be the second of the game, which is a lot of their gold lead, right? And these turrets, they picked up the top one earlier on. They've been putting that pressure on this entire game, but they haven't really taken a convincing true 5v5 fight, but they're getting these scrappy wins everywhere, and this Jace is starting to be too big of a problem. And the comp, like I said, is kind of simple in how it works. I think KT's comp is also relatively simple and very robust. Like you were saying, it kind of does everything. It's got the engage, it's got the range, it's got the front line,
got the split push.
Got the split push. Like it doesn't really have any weaknesses, but who knows what's going to happen at the end of this game. As Career, I don't think you want to go in there.
Oh, good dancing shoes though. As teleport in, we are committing for a fight over a dead Rift Herald, as now Career down relatively low. Hextech Minefield comes in to try and save him there as Showmaker gets his way forward. The Eye is trying to be protected because just walks over and takes it. Gets the knock up onto Lucid as well. The kickback is decent as the Encore doesn't do too much, and down goes Cuz to start this one off. Shiu dives forward as BDD is kept alive with the help of the Mikhails out of Effort, and now Lucid seeing what he can do. Coolie Wall is going to trap him for a few moments, but does have Showmaker there with that Incinerator's Career. He's going to get the shutdown, looks for the resets and will not find them. Taken down by aiming is now the fight seems to be on yet again as Lucid, oh my goodness, lying in wait. I don't know whether he really wants to try and kill Perfect here, because I don't know whether he wins that fight. And in fact, he does not, ladies and gentlemen. I think many of us probably could have told him that, but he went for it anyway. Yeah, kudos for trying.
I think he could. I think he could have just gone home. He could have slept. Yeah, this was the fight.
Sleep when you're dead, Wolf.
Yeah, this is the fight that started all off way earlier on, and then Shiu ends up overextending here to get the turret, but it's a successful play, right? They end up getting the turret, but the other side of the fight is a little bit messy, right? Lucid getting on top of BDD here. And then the next fight is just, frankly, absolute cinema. If this is what our top question mark of the LCK is, I'm here for it, because we don't even know. I mean, KT's #1. D+ is making a case for them being #1. They beat Genji. Like, this fight just never ends, right? You have Shiu on the flank here, hits the shock blast. They want to delete Effort, not quite able to get it initially. As I thought I banned replays from this game.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just going to be a Herald charge. This Seraphine ultimate buys enough space here. The ultimate from BDD is so much damage. He gets the heal from Effort, so he survives. And then Lucid goes back in. Lucid goes back in alive.
And he goes in again. There's ghouls doing ridiculous things. Lucid
I thought he
needs
learned.
to be very careful. There is an army chasing him down. And the Q is going to finish him off. Now Perfect looking for Showmaker. The Molten Shield doing a bunch of work. He needs another Q, but the army is killing him.
The summon battle.
Oh my goodness. Perfect is just becoming a little bit too big. Mega Inferno Bomb will... what? Comet kills him. Okay.
Anyway, bottom turn's gonna
Perfect
go
is
down.
a Smash fan. He is a big Smash fan. He's like, nah, man, you deserve this one.
Do you remember that silly, I don't know if I want to call it a reality TV show, but the BattleBot show where you build the robots?
Yeah!
I feel like that was what was happening between those two summons there. Like, they just kind of forgot their programming. How silly that show could be at times.
Indeed.
I think Lucid also forgot his programming about Yorick.
But I mean, how do you forget it? The last thing you did on the Rift was die to this guy.
He's like, Showmaker has the damage. No.
Yeah.
And then Showmaker's like, oh my god. Oh, I lose this as well. I need another stun. And Perfect's like, oh my god, he's getting his stun. And then Perfect gets hit by the bomb because this game just needed more comedy.
Yeah. All right, well, Showmaker is now looking for aiming. We'll be able to find him there. Does get Mikhails. Effort going to keep him alive as now Perfect shows up. And Career is like, no, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge. And you can't really blame him for that one. Cloud Soul once again, ladies and gentlemen.
This
is very
could be
cool.
the best two teams in the LCK right now.
I mean, honestly, definitely the most entertaining at this point in time.
Most fun for sure, guaranteed. Lock it in.
Well, Cuz taking a fair bit.
I'm no longer bored by KT.
Nope, not at all. As the arrow going to connect onto Xiu. He has a blast cone. It's right there, but he's just dead. Cuz also taking a lot of damage, but KT locking down the enemy top laner, and now they're looking for even more as BDD doesn't quite find a couple of buttons, and that will allow DK to escape.
Gold doesn't matter, I guess.
No, I don't think that's what this game is about.
This game is a hands game. This game is a mechanics fest. It's just...
I mean, Korea has a QSS.
Yeah, he has a QSS. Look at the goal across all of these players. Like, Aiming still has the goal lead, but everywhere else is red, even though Perfect has 5 kills to 1. It's just been put down in lane so hard. Shio is hard farmed. It got all the extra CS, got those turret plates and first
Yeah, plate money is such a big deal here as DK using the Ziggs, right?
It's just so silly to try to quantify the game state with the numbers you can see on screen, because this whole game, and the kill score kind of tells the story that I think our minds are linked with, in that the team fighting is not working for D+, but they are getting a lot on the map. How much more can they get is the question, because when it comes to straight up 5v5s, especially with the state BDD is getting in very quickly here with 2 items, it is a tough sell for D+, but maybe with some traps.
Well, let's see whether they can find the angle onto Cuz. Does have his sweeper at the ready now.
KT,
got this control ward, and DK will back away.
I mean, there's only so much KT could do in terms of just kind of huddling in the corner macro-wise. Like, Xiu has just been hitting turrets all game long, and there has been very little response. He is level 15 right now. You know, he's behind Perfect in XP. A lot of that's from the kills, but still feels like there's no answer to this Jace consistently yet for KT.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that the game is this even. I don't know why KT has like a 100 if that gold lead when they have Soul Point, double the kills, exactly the same turrets.
They have not really been doing the killing of the minions or structures.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. It's just CS margins being extended here. And Aiming is behind in farm, but Smash is behind in gold
It's
by
interesting
a considerable number.
To look at the KP as well and to say that Cuz is the lowest KP for KT.
Yeah. Well, he's going to throw down the ulti. His career, I don't know whether he wanted that bone skewer, and he's just dead. Yeah.
That's Pyke. When we get to the mid to late game, he just isn't going to be able to live. QSS not enough here.
Nope.
And Cuz, I mean, he was willing to use his ultimate to absorb that pressure and look for the turn. Now he doesn't have it.
Well, Lucid is now looking for a possible kick angle here as the bear goes down. There goes Cuz. And now Effort could be in trouble as well. The bouncing bombs, a Mega Inferno bomb, and Effort is just dead. The Lee Sin catches up to him, and Lucid shuts him down. And now there's a Baron on the board. There's a Yorick in the bottom lane, though.
Hey.
And
Perfect is like, Supreme said it's my turn to hit the turret. Stop it, Xiu. It's my time to side lane. So we are going to see a bit of a late contest here. TP coming through from Perfect after he takes out the turret.
I mean,
this
Cuz
is a tough Yorick.
never going to come over here, but can they actually win the fight? That's going to be the question as Korea gets a bone skewer just to annoy Perfect here momentarily. They turn onto BDD, and Korea finds him and stops him from getting out. That is Showmaker collecting that kill, and they kept the Baron leash. The Lee Sin's dead, though. There are no smites left. Oh,
Yorick
God.
Penta? Yorick Penta angle, Atlas?
Yeah, I think it's like we need circus music. We need the yakety sax as this game has gone weird. There is the kill onto the Pyke, but Aiming goes down as well. Showmaker has a Molten Shield, but not a life. And Perfect is a one-man army, and he's set up for the Baron for KT.
All right. You know what?
No.
I'm not bored of KT.
Not anymore.
But I'm not excited either.
God.
All right, so for those who were around last year, we did have this
I was here last year.
Yeah. For those who weren't around last year, and for those who do remember, I'll remind you, we did have this matchup twice before the tiebreaker match to decide Rise and Legend. Both KT D+ matchups were as silly, if not more silly than this, so this should come as a surprise to no one. But again, these two teams may be our best teams in the LCK, that doesn't show up in the misunderstandings. But
yeah,
the fact that Perfect is level 16, TP's in as D+ Flounder here, not able to burst the Baron down, but not able to win the team fight.
Hit Lucid with his ultimate.
And he does so much damage that Lucid can no longer actually do anything in this fight. And decides to cancel his aggression, but dies anyways. And then they go onto Aiming here. which is fair because he's the damage dealer in your head, right? It's actually the Yorick.
Yeah.
As in Showmaker is also getting owned by the Baron. The Baron was actually the
absolute MVP.
POM candidate in this one.
All right. Well,
there's no Baron box on my
as
palm
we
selector.
come back from the from that, we have Xiu taking an inner turret. The inner turret dies on the bottom side as well, but it looks like KT might just be able to wipe this one out.
KT are trying to be the first team to win an LCK game with a gold deficit.
Well, I mean, it's happening right now. Xiu is going to take an inhibitor turret, as Perfect's back is going to get stopped. The rest of KT going to be backing away. There is 10 seconds until Cloud Soul, and so Xiu knows what's on the line if he's unable to join a team fight, and that is dealing with a Cloud Souled up KT. As Morning Mist not going to connect, very important for Xiu staying alive.
He does not have teleport, Perfect.
Oh, that control ward in the back of this pit is actually kind of crazy. Gets a Scryer's Bloom there as well, as KT going to get spotted on this Drake, and Perfect has no TP. Like you say, he's in that top lane.
I think KT might just have to be willing to give this one up, straight up. Okay, well, they see Xiu in the top lane, but he could still TP in.
Yeah, Perfect is looking to try and find the Jace. But it's pretty difficult for Yorick to stop a teleport. So not a whole lot he can do there.
If D+ win this fight, I mean, they might just win the game. KT need to be way more careful than this.
Teleport's going to come in as Lucid. He was holding position as Kuz gets on in there. That is a lot of damage onto Xiu. He goes to the Sky Zone and flashes away. Aiming, looks for the angle. The Bone Skewer goes wide. There's the final arrow. And he's going to be able to pick up the Jace. But the KT health bars are getting low.
Perfect's full health, though, and he's here.
Korea can see these resets. But Kuz is going to move himself out of the way, and Perfect, like you say, shows up, and that is going to be show's over for DK.
And this tragedy for D+ is, Career's back's going to get stopped. The tragedy for D+ is that the one advantage, they had the huge side lane control and the teleport for Xiu. He just ends up teleporting into an encore, and he just dies instantly. He could do nothing. I mean, it does take a few autos from aiming and does pull the Ashe away, but he practically dies instantly. Doesn't really get to do anything in the fight.
Why did DK still have a gold lead?
KT,
so silly.
KT they're trying to break records. I'm pretty sure there probably has been a deficit win in the LCK before, but it's been a while.
Well,
Lucid.
Gollywall doesn't do too much. Lucid was setting up for the sick pike damage.
It is also quite fitting that aiming is the one with the gold lead on KT. All right, look at this teleport. Effort's like, all right, encore. And then the Jace has to
every way button as well.
He gets away, but not really. And they cannot get onto aiming. Career misses the skewer. Lucid cannot follow here after the flash comes through. He doesn't have flash to get on top of aiming, and that's the end of the fight as the other side wins swimmingly for KT. And that's before the Yorick really got involved.
Yeah, and also, that whole time, they were trying to focus down BDD, and effort was there with the Mikhails, with the extra protection, press and W, things like this, and BDD just holds them all in place.
Yeah.
After getting so much damage onto the Jace as well as Xiu was teleporting in. Now we've got an Infinity Edge done here for aiming. On top of his Bloodthirster, that's going to mean a lot of extra damage here for KT's AD carry.
I feel like either KT win a really decisive team fight and end the game. Otherwise, eventually they make a macro mistake, and I mean, D+ are just playing the map better. Eventually that inhibitor goes down on the top side. They have to answer if their backs get stopped. I mean, the Ziggs can be great at that. KT really need to be a little bit more decisive about where they're making their calls, because they're kind of winning these fights but not setting them up the right way. As Perfect is going to flash.
Yeah, Korea looking for a Bone Skewer. Won't be able to find it. I don't think they were going to kill Perfect anyway. As Smash might be able to deal with a minion wave if it is going to come on over, as obviously Baron is kind of required into his Ziggs. It is going to be an inner turret falling down, but that will be a trade of inner for inner.
D+ are just playing the map really well. I mean, the TP from Showmaker doesn't get a kill, but they still have the 2v1 down here. Perfect has TP of his own. We'll see who wins the race.
They also have Mega Inferno Bomb as well to clear out minion waves if they need to. Teleport does come through from BDD to stop this push in the bottom lane as the arrow is also sailing by. Oh, looks beautiful, doesn't it? And now polluting the air of Runeterra.
And now D+ are not going to be able to get the punish onto the Ashe Seraphine on the top side, but they got the TP out of BDD, so that's a win. They also got a ton of damage down. And when you look at what KT got in return, it's very little. That's why the gold lead is still D+'s.
All right, well, there is Showmaker still here. Looks for some dash cannon damage, as the Gollywall not going to be enough to hold the Annie in place.
Perfect is like, man, these guys think they can kill Yorick. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I dare to think that they can kill Yorick as well. He's level 19.
Yeah, he has Kainic Rooker, and so he absorbs a lot of magic damage, as well as he's just incredibly tanky. He's just so, he has just so many stats from his levels, like you were mentioning. And the guy he's putting up big damage numbers when they interact with him. Yeah, D+ has been ahead in gold, but ahead in kills they have not. But on the map plays,
oh, dash cannon value.
That's
Here
why
for
you dash
Smash,
cannon.
but I just don't know whether he's going to be able to survive. In fact, he will not. He flashes into the maw that BDD prepared earlier. Oh my. He's allergic to not being the best player on the map.
Look at Lucid, he's just lurking. He wants to stop some potential backs here while Shiu is pushing this, but Perfect is already home.
Okay, so they'll get another one. KT are now starting off this Baron. Lucid is there. He knows. DK are toying with them.
They want
this
a backdoor.
is such a weird game.
They want a backdoor, but I don't think they have enough tools. They can push them off the Baron.
If DK are just splitting them apart, though, so they can't stay on the Baron. They're going to go back to it now as they look for Perfect, and they will dive on top of him, committing to the fight this time, and down will go the Yorick.
And Lucid's here to stop the backs. Lucid's here to stop the backs.
So is Korea. He's searching for them, seeing whether he can lock them down.
It's going to be the end of it. They get the inhibitor, but that is it. What an insane game. Now they stop the Baron.
So silly, Wolf.
I thought KT was the best macro team in the LCK, but D+ is showcasing something a little bit different right now. I mean, they are playing the map so beautifully with these double split pushes. BDD's insane.
But it doesn't matter. Like you say, like it's the map play.
Yeah, the map plays here are just much better. They keep putting Showmaker and Shiu in the 2v1, and this time they can actually kill Perfect. Now they're back on the Baron because they got map control. They have that inhibitor on the other side of the map.
Oh, Cuz is going to show up. I don't think throwing on the Baron is a good idea because immediately the Elder is going to be coming up. So minute and a bit, and the big old scary dragon is going to be there.
Someone has to deal with this wave. Now, Showmaker's TP is coming up. Smash took TP, obviously Ziggs, and they have this Jaisu as TP as well. They could just triple TP and end the game if KT want to be outside on the map. So they have to deal with this bottom wave. And so I kind of I don't care about team fights anymore. I feel like D+ have kind of got this game in the bag with how they're playing it. If they don't make a mistake on fights, and they have so much control over this Baron, and they have the TP angle bottom lane, there's really so many. It's a choose-your-own ending adventure for D+ right now.
Hawkshot, very good value here as the Bone Skewer are going to connect onto Cuz. They're looking to take down the jungler. Not quite able to, but they get the ulti, which is such a huge deal. Shiu looking for some angles. Shock Blast, my goodness, not even accelerated. Almost obliterates effort there.
They stop the Baron, and that wave in the bottom lane is getting pushed out by Perfect now, who does have TP as well. KT need to be decisive here. They're going to push through mid and get that prio back.
It's so hard to get minion wave control, though, as Shiu catches the back minions.
And
BDD taking some damage there as Korea. You cannot die here. Arrow not going to connect as he flashes out of the way. The wind becomes lightning as Cuz looking to try and get on in there. Lucid going to be able to take down a red buff as Shiu. The spiraling despair might be exactly that. He does have a GA as he gets himself out, and that is going to be Cuz finished off. Aiming does so much damage, but he needs to find the targets to hit, as in goes Perfect to take him down to the GA as now Ever gets dove on by Shiu. Showmaker is now in the thick of things as BDD gets out of the way of the death from below. The bouncing bombs are so scary, but KT sidestepped them. How is no one on DK dead?
There's no wave in the bottom lane. There's no wave on the bottom lane, so I don't think TP could come through to try to end the game. Korea and Lucid are looking for the left side flank here.
Oh, wait, Korea is just dead. He's just dead.
He's done. And BDD is back to deal with the top side wave, so that inhibitor is going to stay alive. The Elder has spawned. This is what we live for. This is a crazy
Lucid.
game. Lucid is in serious trouble, and Perfect's coming to wrap around.
Yep, that is going to be BDD locking up the kill.
I think that might just be the game.
Yep, Arrow is going to be flown out here. And Shiu is going to avoid it.
There's a little bit of leg room. Showmaker's coming up in 20. It's going to take them some time to get the Elder, but with the Elder, certainly
it's only
at 35
Shiu and
minutes.
Smash. And so, like, the Elder Dragon 100% goes over to KT here.
And I mean, with this, certainly they could end the game, right? They have Hui, they have a really strong pushing, Seraphine, Ashe. And they got the Yorick as well, and if he gets to press a few Qs in the team fight, we know what's going to happen. As she was trying to hold the wave here and set things up, the bomb is really low value into aiming here, unfortunately, as Smash is super far away. Lucid is going to get pushed down to GA here. His career is level on the wrong side.
20 Yorick just wanders in and shovels everyone.
Exactly. Showmaker just trying to fight his way out here. BDD plays this beautifully. I mean, my God. But this is like one of the best games of League of Legends I've ever had the pleasure to see, let alone cast. Is Xiu?
Oh, dear. That's a bunch of Elder Dragon people. And Xiu is really, really dead.
Showmaker is trying to push out this super minion wave, so someone's going to have to answer.
How
Smash
is
also
here?
It just takes so many people from KT to try to get these kills that like the whole map seems open all the time. BDD does have TPs and clear that mid wave as quickly as
Wait a second.
Baron
they had the information about this Baron, so Mega Inferno Bomb can come down. Great Hawk Shot is going to spot out Lucid. Connects the Q. The Baron's down very, very low as the Encore is going to miss. He gets into the pit, and Lucid, he gets the steal!
But he dies instantly, and they're backing, but they're going to lose more than him. They lose the Jace.
Yeah, now perfect. I mean, it takes like 3 shovels,
Elder's
and
still
these turrets just get destroyed. But now the minions are killable, and Smash kills minions very, very well.
Okay, so now they are able to defend this top wave. Mid wave is pushed super deep. This game is far from over unless they can get some kills here with Elder. They're just trying to open up the base and win a fight in D+'s base to end the game. Smash level 18, clearing these waves so desperately.
Yeah, perfect. Throws down the Ghoulie Wall. Isn't quite able to get on top of Smash here, but he creates the space.
Don't forget, there's TPs available here for D+ to try to end in the bottom lane if they get an opportunity.
Let's just see. As if KT win here, we get another one of these. That's the best part. That's what I'm thinking about this entire time. As Siege Minion goes down, the minion wave has been taken. The Mega Inferno Bomb back up again. And that means that there's just not enough minions to actually end the game.
And there's also not enough for D+ to try to outpace and TP bottom lane. The inhibitor has respawned. We go again, Atlas.
Oh my goodness. All right, it's going to take another Elder for them to win the game. Let's have a look at this one. As KT, they throw everything at killing Xiu so they can get this Baron.
It's 5 people to kill Xiu. And so the wave's stacking in the bottom lane. And also, look, Smash is pushing mid. They're just getting out macroed again. And Elusive comes in for the steal here. Blast Cone's down. But he has the vision here.
Sidestep is so clean. And somehow isn't hit by that one.
Okay, just defend home. Just defend the base, which is home in Korean. And they were able to successfully do that, only losing the one inhibitor, but now it's an inhibitor advantage here for KT.
Oh no, Lucid is now in such an awkward position as Kaz going to be used as a taxi in order to try and get Lucid out of there. Still, Arrow is going to connect. That will be a deadly sin.
They're trying to base race this in the top lane, but Showmaker's going to have to back.
I mean, the problem is for KT is that without Baron, they cannot kill turrets. As backdoor bonus comes up, they are able to beat that timer, as they will be able to take down this inhibitor in the bottom lane as well. But the trade is going to come on through. The Jace does take one down as well.
And they really need to send someone home. Okay, BDD is back.
Yeah, BDD is going to show up. That's going to mean that Xiu is very, very dead. Does take the inhibitor with him, but the Nexus turrets are now being sieged without very many minions. Thanks, Smash.
Well, we'll see if they can push this mid-wave. TP is going to come in from Perfect to match Showmaker here as they clear this wave as quickly as possible.
They can get a couple of kills. This could actually be DK finding the win as aiming gets focused. There's a stun from Korea. Can he actually get on top of them? No, the answer is absolutely not, as aiming gets so much of his health bar back. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to 3 games as the Arrow is going to come on through as somehow Smash stays alive. Lucid is able to take down Perfect. And you're right, finally the minion wave comes back, but Lucid goes in, tries to distract them, and I don't think Smash has the damage. BDD flashes on forward, and aiming finishes off his opposition in the bottom lane. The Nexus will go down, and KT will tie up the series.
I think there's a real argument for either of these teams to ask for a postpone of Game 3 after that crazy game.
Yeah, it's like, can we just put this before the series tomorrow?
40 minutes of a grueling macro game where D+ ran circles around KT roster. They were constantly outpacing them on the map, but they could not team fight because the Pike just fell off a cliff and was just a squishy bag of money later on in the game. And that's not to say that Career didn't try his damnedest to look for picks. He got a lot of flashes in late game skirmishes. But D+ ultimately were not able to find the angles to end the game. There were a few angles where they could have looked for a double TP to try to end, but if that fails, they lose the game. They played around with KT a lot, but ultimately this Yorick eventually was able to get into the base. Aiming was doing so much damage in the late game. We thought this game was practically a shoo-in after Aiming got that kill level 1. The lane was a disaster. But man, Career and Smash gave this game so much longevity, not to mention the great macro from Shiyu specifically. His decision-making, his judgment on this chase was insane. They played through top side when they had that deficit in the bottom side. Man, if this is what the best thing the LCK has to offer, I'm all here for it, but I don't even know if that's true.
No, I think we definitely don't know that that's true, but I just want more of it. We have grins on the faces of DK, though. They are not out of this one yet, as we do go to a short break. When we get back, the Space has the pleasure of breaking down that game, and then we'll get another one. We'll see you soon.
있어. 나 미카엘 있어.
나 직스 밀어줄게.
타워 쳐줘.
나 애니 밀어줄게.
애니 밀어줄게. 타워 쳐줘.
애니 밀어내. 애니 밀어줄게.
타워 치자. 애니.
나 타워팅 가요. 야 파이크 노플. 파이크. 아 끝났다 이러면. 아 형이 와줄래? 여러분 이거 깨다 얘들아.
타워 줄게. 타워. 리진 3초. 야 하라마 라인 없다. 뭐 팽이야. 바텀 라인으로 끝내자.
아 살짝 지금 아 끝날 것 같아.
엑스 노플.
리신 궁 있으면 안 돼.
아 리신 노고.
오케이 리신 노고.
엑스 노플이야. 3타죠. 죽여도 돼.
게이스트 20초.
리진.
아 되게 힘드네.
Genji, T1, KT, Hanwha, Bro, Nongshim, BNK, D+, the DN Automotive Supers, Kiwi.
Wait, where did you put
So wait,
Nongshim?
hold on. So you guys got that on
Nongshim
tape, right?
sixth.
Like you guys, the audio went through, right? So I can rip up his paper now and tell him he's an idiot. Right?
Wait. We're supposed to be overreacting. If you put Nongshim sick, did you even react to what we've seen so far?
Yeah, that's supposed to be an actual reaction, not just fantasy mode. What did you write?
He wrote everyone's predictions in, and then in Degon's sideways, he wrote absolute delusional nonsense instead of writing Degon's predictions in.
I mean, I don't think it's absolute.
Actually, wait, hold on. I think just sorry, I misspoke. He wrote Degon's predictions in.
Every scar is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. Lots of spots on the LCK bingo card have been marked in this best of 3 series. 2 games in the books, and it's going all 3. D plus Kia and KT Rolster. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. And, you know, just like this intro, it started with a bang. That was the second fastest first blood in the history of Korean League of Legends. The fastest of all time, of course, last split, or a couple years ago, Morgan on Zeus.
Of course.
Of course.
Whoa.
Everyone knew.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean...
41 seconds.
Of course. Yeah, of course
Just run into him and die.
The fastest all time for the LCK. 41 seconds, not much slower. Much faster than the 2026 LCK fastest, although obviously we have only just started the 2026 regular season. But yeah, this was pretty rapid, and this trap that was set here, really good from KT. Like, they expected some shenanigans from the Pyke in particular. Pyke Annie, really strong early duo, but they both flash in. And you know what else is really strong early? Ashe. Especially if the Seraphine has set up the stun there, just meant there was easy follow-up. And once you're in as this Pyke who's flashed, you're not getting out.
Great bait out from KT overall. And also after that, obviously you spend so many things already in the invade situation, so you can't really do anything in this kind of situation. Such a great outcome for the bot lane.
Yeah, you know, you're probably feeling pretty good after the way that last game went, and so you try that early invade, you get punished, and very much like what we saw happen to Raptor and BFX, kind of snowballs to the rest of the part of the game when those invades don't work out. Here, keep your eyes on Ziggs, because we've got our very well-renowned Ziggs player here in Ox watching Smash.
There was a satchel. He just threw a satchel there. Lincoln, you miss it.
You don't need that.
Did it achieve anything? No.
But you don't need it.
And actually, the fight had started pretty good for DK until this turnaround comes in. Ash arrow hits on the Ziggs. No satchel. You're dead. And I think it kind of shows the strength of this composition from KT, is that initially they started to lose the fight, but the power of the turnaround with the Seraphine ult, the shielding, healing, so good. Pyke goes in to get a kill, doesn't get out again.
But who cares? We have Yorick right now. And here, I think, I don't know what Lucian was thinking, but it's Yorick, Fat Yorick, the team fighter.
Yorick Mori.
And you might think you can get him, but haha, nice joke, nice try, buddy. Right there. I mean, Yorick with the team fight, he saved so many times.
The thing is as well, I don't think he had time to get a second Sonic Wave, but if you don't kill with the first one, with all the ghouls in the way, you're never hitting a second one. It's so frustrating.
Another Christopher Yundolan joint right there. Thank you to Yundo, G-Sun, and the rest of the production team for that look there. Again, it's just so crazy though, because despite as many kills as they had, KT were not in the lead for most of that game. D plus Kia had the gold. They were cartographers. They were playing around the map so well, despite being down almost double the amount of kills that KT had throughout that game.
Yeah, and I think Lucid and Korea had like a combined, at the end, 16 deaths, but they were getting money. And you know, generally money does win games, but in this case it wasn't enough. And kind of just the Yorick, eventually they just lacked the damage to cut through him, especially you have the backing, the healing, shielding from the Seraphine. We have another clip to show you, because we saw the Yorick there having some power. This is when he's hit level 20 final form, because the fight actually honestly starts off pretty okay for D+. We initially have Korea in a little bit of hot water, but he's able to disengage, and they get some nice turnaround kills until Yorick arrives.
Yeah, and also for Jace, this kind of situation, it's really hard for him to do anything, so he's getting chased down. And yeah, they tried to fight back, and it was okay trade because you got the cause, and you might think we can just disengage with the Pyke and Lee Sin, but right now, Perfect goes in with the flash, and you literally have 0 damage on this champion. You have Ziggs, you have Annie. Like you cannot do anything. Like, what can you do?
It's such a nightmare. Just the Yorick running at you, level 20. What can Annie? There's no counterplay.
Yeah, they're not even trying to kill him. They're just like, disaster, man. He's coming. It's just like a hurricane. You can't even do anything. You just let him kill you, and like, yeah, sure. Like, so it's a perfect.
Oh yeah, again, the itemization for that Yorick, the Kinnick Rookard came on in. And
oh yeah.
Just unkillable. Perfect, just continuing his dominance in the top side of the map. That's someone you don't want to mess with. What? That doesn't even include the maiden.
Yeah, if that's running at you.
Look at the hat, man.
I'm out. This is a little bit less intimidating.
What's more intimidating, chat? Is it that? Oh, yes.
I tried.
Wow. All right,
my God.
Despite all that, again, it was kind of a crazy game, but this series, again, it's a battle at the top of the standings. Is D+ legit? Is KT truly the best team? Every team has given KT their best shot here. What do you want to see here in game number 3?
It's honestly hard to say. I feel like I normally have a good answer, but it's just been such a chaotic series. I just hope more of this, honestly.
Yeah, I'm
so much fun. That's the main thing.
So the game 1 was AP Pyke, which is Karma, and the second game was a real Pyke. And what's for third game? Are we having more Pykes on the bot lane?
Not sure what's happening in terms of picks, but Showmaker is hitting his 700th game in the LCK. So let's send it back on over for the conclusion of game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. Looking absolutely phenomenal in the hat we did. Big fan of that one as Showmaker hits 700 games. And this is all LCK, by the way, number 9, which is pretty impressive. There's a few players on that list that are no longer playing as well, so it's only a matter of time before Showmaker is able to move further up that one at the same time. So, DK going to get themselves first pick. KT will be on the blue side, and so it's going to be exactly the same draft locations as game number 2.
I want to see what that first pick is going to be because we're in game 3 of Fearless now. So much is removed.
And it's DK that actually, I think with some of the first ones, to really value counter pick as you got deeper into Fearless.
So surprised by this, to be honest, but we'll see what they want to go with. I think blue side is very valuable if you can have the stronger winning bottom lane. I think a pick that I am super scared about for either side is the Vi. I think the Vi 100% has to be removed here in this first phase, but if you're KT Rolster, you still got to ban the Rumble. You know, you cannot let that one through. Pantheon.
Rumble, yeah, Pantheon's another big deal.
And then you probably, I think, let the Varus go and you ban Vi. Unless, you know, you think that D+ are looking for something else, you have a good read and you're going to get it yourself, because BD is an insane Ahri player, as we've showcased. We were even watching again during the break in those highlights again. Ban the Bard, actually.
Well, the Bard ban on the KT side, I kind of feel like it's D+ that really needs to ban Vi. Weirdly enough, because it's Lucid, right? Korea Vi player. But it's the Ahri Vi, like you mentioned, is
and they have red,
so scary in the hands of KT.
They don't have red, but they have the 1-2 punch of grabbing both of those if they want, if you get anything else. So then maybe they're angling for, you first pick Pantheon, we go for the Ahri Vi. Maybe that's the setup KT is looking for. And then if you don't, then we get Pantheon.
Oh, wow.
So they'll ban Pantheon themselves, D+.
Oh, they'll give them that option. That's kind of interesting that they do take that one away when they could have first picked it. Instead, not going to be the case.
Vi or Varus? Vi. I think this is the correct call. I think you absolutely just do not want either of these teams to have it. It makes the comp so much simpler to play this deep and Fearless.
It's exactly the same bans then from game number 2. And so we'll see what the evolution is as far as the first pick is concerned. Last time it was Annie. This time, let's see where they're going to go. As the fact that we haven't had any of these Lulu drafts yet, yeah, the Yunara type situations, it's really kind of nerve-wracking for what you might end up meeting, as the Varus is going to be the choice. Difficult to play a Yunara lane into it. Obviously, you do have a lot of poke in lane, but doesn't fill me with like checkmate first pick type stuff.
What if you go Lulu Ambessa, you keep the Ambessa flex, Lulu works well with it. You don't have to show your 80 carry right now necessarily because you already know it's the Varus. They'll grab the Yunara instead though, and I think the Lulu, it's not, Lulu Varus is not an oppressive lane, but you got to get this here if you're going to get it, which is why I thought you get something else with the Lulu instead, but they want to wait and get more information before they lock in Cuz's pick. And the Ambessa goes to the other side as a result. I think this might have been a bit of a whiff here from KT Rolster.
Could have been.
Hard to say yet. I mean, Ambessa's not doing well in the LCK, but I think this deep and Fearless with these setups and draft, I think it can be very strong, especially because they have two incredible Ambessa players.
Yeah, this is the thing. Shiyu is so good at this champion. I don't think Ambessa from the jungle has looked all that good this season, but from the top lane, certainly made things happen. So that Ambessa going to be locked away. Perfect has also really liked to pick up the Ambessa at the same time. That was when he first started to make a resurgence last year, was off the back of some Ambessa plays. Him and Doran really making their way towards Worlds, looking great on that champion.
Support is a big question mark. Do they just slam the Crank?
Ooh, the Crank? That'd be fun. Showmaker is instead considering a Twisted Fate.
I
and honestly,
love this. It's such a good pick here.
Yeah, and also running them around the map was working pretty well in game number 2. So
we've got so much CC setup here.
And so much wave clear as well.
If the gold card lands onto somebody, then the Varus follows up with chains. Then you have the Ambessa ult, and it's just so simple to lock down the Yunara. And because the Ambessa can go through all of the front line, the Yunara is never necessarily going to be safe, as
she might be with a Galio.
That would help quite a bit.
See whether that is what BDD is going to lock away.
It's pretty decent into the Twisted Fate.
Oh, wow.
Trundle.
Trundle is not the switch that I was expecting here for Cuz, but will be locked in. It denies Shiyu locking in a tank instead, but they're not representing anything all that Trundleable right now. And with the fact that the Ambessa can go into the top lane means that you can pick something that's happy to play into the Troll as well.
Yeah, this pick doesn't really hit for me right now. We'll see what else they have planned though, as Trundle can be empowered quite well by the Lulu, but it's not the best. It's not the most mobile to set up wild growth engages or anything like that. Again, the Ambessa was the pick I thought they should have gotten instead early on, but banning the Nami away now, trying to make sure that this bottom lane has prio.
Yep.
And, I mean, it's really one of the only viable range supports left, I mean, unless we're going down into, like, the bucket of the Jannas down there.
Well, we'll see.
Smash has a lot of experience playing alongside that, but...
That is true. That is true. Reckless did really like himself some Janna play.
Nico?
One last ban. Yeah, Nico could be the option, as that one hasn't been seen just yet.
Nico's the one that stands out to me here, but the Blitzcrank I talked about earlier was also looming as a potential threat, because this comp has so much single target. Anything hits, you are just, it's a free kill.
Well, the Mel going to be taken away from BDD, so not going to have his chance on her this time.
BDD loves his Mel, and he also loves like scaling mid lane picks, but I don't know if it's going to work out this time. I think he's just going to be a facilitator with the Galio. Silas, though.
Interesting.
Has always been a classic response to the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, Silas would actually be really cool because you can then match if you pick up the Destiny from him. Certainly is pretty strong, but the Ahri is the pickup instead. And oftentimes I've said, oh, Ahri, lacking damage, blah, blah, blah. BDD is just different when it comes to playing this champion. He is so incredibly good. So that is going to be his call. Can be a difficult lane for the Twisted Fate.
Are we flipping Lucid onto a different pick here, and it's going to be the top lane Ambessa, or what's going to happen? This is when D+ is going to reveal all.
Aphelios. Wow, Aphelios Thresh? Is that going to be the lock-in?
Hey, and it's blind top lane Varus.
Yeah.
This puts Perfect into a pretty challenging position because Varus wins a lot of lanes. Nefiri is fantastic by the way.
It's top lane Trundle?
The Nefiri I was thinking about in this draft earlier on if they were going to run the Ahri because the Vi was banned.
Wait, it's top lane Nefiri?
I guess so. It is fantastic into Twisted Fate. It scales decently well if you can get out of the laning phase. And it is incredibly safe, works really well for grub fights. And because of the dogs, like the I guess we just call them dogs, I don't know what their official term is, little Darkling doggies, eventually you kind of win trades against Varus long term. And Varus is very immobile, so the Trundle ganks can actually be quite strong there on the top side. If they play through top side and try to win the lane through the Lulu on the bottom side and avoid hooks, it's a lot of ifs. This series, man, I knew that it was going to be interesting, but I just didn't know it was going to be epic. Like, I feel like this series has reached levels of epic. It has been absolutely cinematic. It has vastly overdone my expectations. I thought the best thing we could hope for was silly, and I think we got a little bit of that, and especially in both early games. But the series has kind of evolved into insane mind games. And, I mean, Trundle into Varus sounds like a horrible time, but Nefiri, I could kind of see it, especially because it's so good into Twisted Fate.
And I'm like trying to work out how you're going to be playing Nefiri in the top lane. Because I felt like, you know, it was jungle and then fringe mid lane. I've never seen it top. Looking forward to seeing how it's going to be piloted here by Perfect. All right, T+ Kia fans, full voice right now as Perfect finds the first dagger and the second dagger. That's an electrocute.
Electrocute, ignite. He is going to be looking for aggressive trades constantly. Shu has the exhaust. He looks pretty familiar with this tech.
Yep.
And I think it makes a lot of sense. He'll obviously have the teleport later. They both will. It's perfect. Look for another Q.
I mean, Shu he has to dodge all of the daggers and then you win. That's how it kind of goes, and then hit your piercing arrows, and then it'll be all right.
And if you can snipe the dogs like that, it is a huge win.
Yeah, Perfect needs to hit like more than 0. Did hit 2 at the beginning. We saw how dangerous that was. As Korea going to find the death sentence.
Still level 1 Aphelios, so Effort is happy to keep playing the game.
Yep.
Whew, this series is tense, man.
I don't really understand, like, both of these compositions are weird. And so who's got the one that's going to win? Like last game, it was fine because like I knew what KT's comp does. We've seen it so many times.
Lucid is setting up some vertical jungling here as well early on in this game, which I think was probably the game plan all along with the Varus pick that they picked up, knowing the Trundle situation. Feeling pretty good about his start here.
Yeah.
And he has vision on both the top side as well as this approach for Cuz, so we'll see the Trundle coming down right now.
Well, this is going to be all about... I actually had a feeling that KT would try and play towards top side, and you can see Cuz is moving up there, knows that now doesn't have very much of his top side left, and so can go towards the bottom side jungle to try and make something happen, but a level 3 gank for the Trundle could be real difficult times for Shiu. And in he goes, doesn't quite find the kennel. Oh, it's so cute that he has the kennel skin and there's a dog in the top lane.
That's
really
cute.
That's great synergy. As top debut, yeah.
This should come as a surprise to no one.
Another death sentence going to connect here as Effort's lit on fire. Good playback as well as the flash does get him out of there, but the flash forward, the moonshot not enough. And Smash just puts that flash on cooldown.
Yeah, and aiming is very healthy here and has the cleanse. They're not going to actually commit to a fight.
All right, there's the Lantern. The flash play comes in. The Lulu did make it back home, but aiming is going to be forced back as well.
Yeah, he's going to be joining pretty soon, I think. Although
Korea has been just not afraid to press as many buttons as possible.
He is really pressing the buttons. The evolution of Perfect has just been so insane, Atlas. I mean, we were looking at this guy as one of the worst top players in LCK early on. He was a player who was known for playing 2 champions.
Yep.
Rumble and Udyr. One of which is constantly banned, and the other one was meta for a very brief period of time, and Perfect wasn't even amazing at it, but was able to be, you know, he got through some of those games that were pretty tough. There was that one game where he was, what, 0-5, and then still made an impact later on. But now he's a world finalist, and is pulling out picks like Nefiri, is smashing people on Yorg, is solo killing Doran, and something has changed in this player. It is absolutely, you know, for me, really, I don't know, mind-opening to see that sometimes players just don't reach their full potential until much later. And it's rare to see that in a competitive league like this.
Yeah, true. And also, like, it does feel like Perfect is finally settled. Like, one thing that you often saw on the player cam, especially when it came to Perfect, was a lot of nerves, right? A lot of shaking, like not being able to quite replicate the amount of impact that he had, obviously, off stage, on stage. And I mean, it takes a special kind of person to be able to do that, but it takes an even more special kind of person to be able to mitigate it and like develop enough in order to overcome it. And that is a very, very cool thing. Is now the all-in from said Perfect is coming on forward. Flash out from Shiu. He will be able to escape, but Perfect holds onto the flash and gets rid of the Varus.
Yeah, and we'll hold this wave as well. Perfect does not follow flash there. Don't think he would have been able to kill. So he has flash advantage for the future. Also, exhaust is down, which is arguably the most important part of all of this because it means that he can continue to do this, and he's about to have his ultimate. So he can avoid the chains of corruption with his untargetable and then ult Shiu and all in him very soon. Shiu also doesn't have teleport. And head back to the lane here. The freeze is going to be dropped.
All right, well,
denies as much as he can, has evened up the CS now until this wave crashes.
It is a big wave, and steel caps are going to be very, very valuable into this Nefiri. And so Shiu going to put them to work. As does have that wave to deal with now. Showmaker just looking for a blue card. We'll be throwing that one towards the wave. Right now, BDD with a bit of an advantage as far as CS, but obviously it's Twisted Fate, so he's got more money. Nice charm. Connects here from BDD as well.
Not being the robot allegations.
Nope. Wow, I mean, Showmaker also hit the gold card.
True.
Nailed it. I've never seen one of them miss.
Same. Well, actually, I take it back. Been a few Nefiri Ws and...
oh, no, but like it hit. He had to go untargetable.
Sure.
You know, it still goes there. Just didn't do anything.
All right, there's an angle here for Career and Smash for the all-in, but Cuz is here.
Yeah, this is a bit of a scary one if it does actually happen. As Smash makes his way out, he's got the Gravitum up and available. Gets the snare. There's the hook as they get a bit of a look in at Cuz.
Yeah, the damage output between this Lulu and Yunara is too high. Even though Lucid has level 6, he has actually a full level lead on Cuz right now, who is just starved in the jungle. Committing to this with the Trundle nearby is pretty risky with those low health bars. He sticks around a little bit, but is not going to commit. Oh, I take it back.
Yeah, Korea just really wants to press buttons. As Lucid's making his way in, public execution onto the Lulu, who doesn't have the flash. A few seconds, and he would have been okay, but it's Smash that picks up first blood. A great start here for D+ Kia.
D+, firing on all cylinders here in the bottom lane. And, you know, Career, when he went for that hook, I think they realized, like, something is not right. I think that Ambessa is definitely here. They already knew it moments before because they were sending Cuz over and they wanted to cover, but then Cuz just went back to clear his jungle because he needs to. He's so far behind. And sadly, with no flash on that Lulu for just a few more seconds, Career's got the Summoner's track. He's got his flash coming up just a few seconds later, right now as we speak, and he gets the hook to lead to the kill. So now Smash is also 400 gold up in this game. And Perfect, like, he has his ult, he has his Ignite coming back here, but you have to be so careful with how you judge this. You have to be able to dodge the chains of corruption. Easier said than done, as Flandre was the last person to play this in LPL.
All right. So it's a bit of a thing over there. Playing up against Weibo. Pretty cute. Flandre has always been a bit of an eclectic player.
You know, it's
in the LPL.
It's a weird matchup in Varus. When Varus gets picked in the top lane, you got to think of something.
Yeah, and I think also, like, we've been seeing so many of these Varus bans. I imagine it's being experimented with a lot. We've been seeing more 80 carries used on the top side of the map than we have in a really long time. And so I think this is what the scientists have discovered is one of the possible answers.
And it shows that Perfect is like a scholar, right? He's like, okay, I've seen this matchup in the LPL. I've studied it myself in solo queue. You know, probably has actually had some scrims with it as well. And he's like, okay, I see what people are doing with this. I'm going to practice this because this could happen to me. They could flex the Varus top, and I need to be ready for that. And he absolutely was, at least in terms of the pick.
Yeah, it looks like it's not played in solo queue all that often towards the top side of the map. But maybe my stats are a little bit off at the moment. That's all right. Cuz not going to be contesting any grubs right now. As you can see, gold advantages across the board here for D+.
Yeah, and this is going to be triple grubs for a really strong comp.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a TF comp.
Yeah.
You don't really want to give them triple grubs.
But they just don't really have a choice here. As Showmaker's playing this laning phase pretty well. Has a lot of prio, as the Nefiri cannot look for the all-in just yet. Shiu actually has his exhaust back, so that's a big problem for Perfect to try to make something happen there. And I think this lane, the timings for Perfect trying to snowball it are kind of gone. He's just going to have to join team fights and hope that he can get accelerated elsewhere. And he won't have teleport, obviously, for a really long time, so he's kind of trapped in this bad lane. Kind of like he was in the previous game on the Yorick, where a lot of resources were given and he just had to huddle under the turret. It's going to be the same story here for a while. We know he blossomed into a huge Yorick in Game 2 and was able to make a massive impact. I'm not necessarily sure that that's going to be the same case here.
Yeah, I feel like Neferi might be a slightly different champion, although it does have minions. So I guess there's that, you know, the little hot dogs and ghouls. I mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah, he
pretty sure.
Will struggle to do consistent damage, but can be a big assassin threat alongside BDD here. And the Trundle can help set it up. Obviously, Polymorph makes it easier for BDD to hit charms. Smash does not have Cleanse, because he wanted to crush this lane. And so, you know, if a charm hits him, he's in trouble a lot of the time. Obviously, Lantern can do wonders for you.
Yep, does also want to have Mikhail's on career as quickly as possible. Might be able to get one, but right now you can see putting that pickaxe and serrated dirk to work here, as aiming is taking a fair bit, as Lantern is offered. Arcabruin comes on through as aiming presses his R button just before this dragon gets started by KT.
I think they have too much control. Showmaker's just going to look for plates.
Well, Chains of Corruption is thrown out, and in goes Perfect. Teleport from Showmaker, though, and the exhaust is down. Shu is going to be the one to lock down the second kill here for DK. This time they don't both die to the turret, and so we're going to say that that one's a positive here for DK, but KT do lock down the Drake.
Yeah, this is a really good call from D+. Showmaker was on the turret and decided, okay, we're going to go for a dive here. I think Perfect realized very quickly what was going on. He's like, okay, Showmaker's going to come. I need to be able to come over here and deal with this, but is not able to, with the Ambessa also showing up there, deal with the dive. So he does fall, and the aggro is juggled correctly. Look at where Showmaker is. He drops, you know, he pushes that whole wave in, then drops the aggro on the turret, comes over here. Perfect goes for the W early, but then still gets stunned. Showmaker holds. Very calm play here. Lucid no longer has turret aggro. BD is unable to clear the wave in time to turn that into a play.
Yep, had a great charm onto Lucid, but wasn't able to make anything of it. So KT still killless so far in this game, 2,500 gold behind.
Yeah, this is, I feel like the news does not get better for a while here for KT in this draft.
Well, this is the problem. A draft like this from DK, it almost doesn't matter what your opposition comp is. It only matters whether you're ahead. Because TF in a side lane can just be so incredibly annoying.
And
then you're spending the entire game just pulling them around the map. And they were already doing it in the last game with that weird draft that they had there. Not that this is any less weird, but they're still doing it. So
well, it's definitely Showmaker, I think, looking at last game and saying, listen, you know, this is absolutely our win in terms of the macro, in terms of the map reads. We are outplaying them hard. Give me my World Skin Twisted Fate.
Give me my favorite champ.
And I will do it again. And unfortunately, this Trundle pick feels like it's really holding KT back.
It was a weird choice. I feel like they were hovering something that made a lot of sense. Like the Galio was like consideration. They were thinking about locking down something for BDD. And then they moved to this Trundle, which it is one of those picks that can be very strong, but it's more of an answer rather than the statement, you know?
It really is. It almost always is. I mean, there was a time where we had Trundle first picks in the LCK, and he was a little bit overtuned and was doing really well, and we were seeing tanks every game.
Yeah, it's because you had to play a tank support, right?
Exactly. So, like, that was different, and this is something that doesn't fully make sense to me. Maybe there was a big pivot in the draft, but Smash has his Collector. You know, the Kraken Slayer is done here for aiming as well. We're looking at, you know, a team fight up here on Herald in 2 minutes time that I think KT really need to win to get the momentum back in this game, but I just don't know how they're going to do that.
Well, Shu lining up some of those Blight stacks, and you can see Perfect really does not want those procced.
No.
And we'll just go on target for that. Has a long cooldown, though. And Showmaker, Destiny up and available once again, and he just used it, and that means he's dead. Beautiful play. I think Showmaker must have said, like, hey, wait, let me know when he uses his untarget ability, and then we kill him. And that is precisely what they did.
That's why the Neferi is so good into Twisted Fate and is often picked in the jungle when Twisted Fate is out. Like, Raptor has schooled everyone on this, Pioshik has schooled everyone on this, but
the thing is, like, when you're in lane, you have to use it to avoid trades, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of your lane abilities, but it doesn't give you any defensive tools when it's on cooldown, and he didn't have flash. So Showmaker's just like, all right, I'm here for another hot dog. And he delivers it to Shiu, who, by the way, he was 1,200 gold ahead before that kill. He's now 1,800 gold ahead. He has almost the whole turret. I think this draft has kind of failed here for KT Rolster. And I think that without aiming, having the Yunara equivalent of a Zeri moment here in a big upcoming team fight, I just don't know if they ever catch up. I mean, Ardent Sensor's picked up here, but he doesn't have a traditional front line in this draft. He has a Trundle and a Fury, and hopefully BDD charms somebody and he gets the first kill, then maybe he could snowball a team fight, but there's so many threats. Like, he could get gold carded, he could get hooked. One of those things can lead into the other, into the Ambessa ultimate. Smash?
Well, he's not going to be able to click the Lantern, as Smash has to get out of there. Aiming flashes after him. Moonlight Vigil goes down. The hook connects from Korea, but he doesn't follow up as Lucid turns up. And Cuz is going to get smoked. They still get the ulti out as Lucid dives forward. I just don't know whether he really wanted to. The death sentence isn't that this time his career is going to miss. Has to flash. No one's dead.
Wow.
What the heck just happened?
Incredible play from aiming there in that situation, but Career, man, I was not familiar with his Thresh game. And I feel like I should have been with how I am watching this unfold thus far. Imagine if he had had Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
And even worse with how the hook accuracy is looking so far. Showmaker does not have ult here, but maybe aiming overextends.
He does have flash. Oh, he doesn't press the button. Just going to come down here and deal with this minion wave. Looks like Smash will pick up shop in mid, as that wave is crashing on forward. I think Korea will be able to pick that one up.
He picked up 2 assists early on, but he obviously has his passive, so he's generated a massive lead himself, which sometimes is a fake lead, but in this game, when he's got his Rod of Ages online this quickly, and the Lich Bane is coming soon, he's also stacked 2 Dark Seals, and that can obviously snowball. I think this game is like potentially about to blow for D+. Like, they're about to become so unstoppable that KT can't do anything. What they did in that last fight was impressive with the spacing from aiming there. He maximized damage through his ult and was able to push those melees away. The Trundle Wild Growth combo really helped them out, but I don't know if KT get many more of those even fights if things continue this way. They need to make a play, and they just don't have the playmaking champions. I mean, BDD's on Ahri, but who does he charm? Who does he go in on?
Whoa, the flash gold card comes on through as, oh, Effort! Get you a support like Effort, everyone! Flashes in front of aiming and just dies.
Yeah, well, I mean, aiming is going to try to see what he can get off of that wave. I don't know if he gets much.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's even worth it. Maybe just letting aiming die would have been fine. As, all right, in goes the Nefiri. Call of the pack comes on through as now the rest of KT are going to turn up. Flash is available here for Shiu, and Showmaker turns up to defend his top laner. Lucid's here as well, and so Shiu goes unpunished.
Shiu going to be totally fine here, just kind of walks off, doesn't even have to exhaust.
Yeah, and Perfect is just kind of falling further and further behind.
Yeah, he and this Ahri in the mid lane are just not necessarily ever going to make an impact in this game because they have expiration dates. Aiming is the one who's going to get fresher as the game goes on. He's going to be the one who's a bigger problem to deal with. But there are just so many tools to deal with him. Whereas even if you kill Smash, for example, you know, if you get on top of him with this Nefiri Ahri, you got to deal with the Varus. You know, you got to deal with the Twisted Fate. As aiming here gets stunned, Effort flashes to block the hook he knows is coming.
Oh, it's that Alistair video from 2010, man.
Okay.
As Effort.
스페 노플. 너 살아봐. 그냥 내가 해줄게.
Yeah, it's like, get out.
Wow, that was actually pretty incredible, but it's cute and all, but it doesn't really change the story, unfortunately.
And I think that Steven Max was there like, oh man, it would have been really cool if we had killed the AD carry. As, all right, there's the exhaust down. Flashes over Cuz to get over towards Lucid, but aiming comes in to shut down this Varus. Showmaker is now in amongst everyone and should be taken out. BDD's on the board now as well. As in the meantime, Smash is just ripping things to shreds in the mid lane.
Is he going to get out, though? I think he should probably leave. They're looking for a lantern. Yeah.
He should be able to take that if he does want to get out, but aiming is going to be able to answer. DK, hold on to this 4,000 gold lead. As Perfect still wishes that he could hit a few more of these daggers, but it's okay.
It definitely felt like a win that KT shouldn't have been able to get that kill onto Showmaker, but ultimately it puts a small dent in the gold graph, but I don't know if it's really going to change the overall story yet, but it's a big win. And aiming now has a second item.
And BDD being on the board as well, as far as money is concerned, is a big deal. He has his second item as well.
Yeah, his 2-item spike versus Lich Bane plus 6 stacks of Rod of Ages for Showmaker. Feeling pretty good for BDD to make plays like what we saw here. as you know, Trundle can help set up the Ahri, gives you a little bit less space here. This was actually really well played by BDD. And then Showmaker just comes in because he's expecting Lucid is going to have some sort of follow-up here, but he does not.
Yeah.
And so, unfortunately, he just is a donation.
And now everyone was there for KT as well.
And now they're trying to siege here. And, you know, I just don't think they really can right now. They want to get Aiming more money if they can. They know he's really strong at team fighting at this moment in time, and they have a lot of upfront damage, and CC here with this Ahri pick to potentially get him set up to get enough kills to get huge early, because they know that if the later this game goes, it's going to be so much tougher to set up those picks, but D+ are playing respectfully. Well, Lucid, maybe he's not.
Lucid is going to need to get on over towards that Lantern, does do so, as the Kennel not exactly in the right position as Perfect comes back down to face off against Xiu, who is very scary. Dusk and Dawn is going to be coming in as the second item after that Hex Plate. And this Varus, sort of hybrid, wacky auto attack AP Varus, just really does a whole bunch of damage. And that second item is now complete.
Yeah, he got sent in the top lane because of this item. And
yep.
It was nerfed in part because of him as well, but he's still very relevant, still does huge damage. And KT are going to have to, for now, bide their time. Now, they do have 2 dragons. And Mountain, you know, it feels like it's not amazing for either team, but it would really help the kind of battle power of the Yunara Ahri here for KT.
Yeah, and getting tankier is going to be very good for both compositions, but probably best, like, KT just kind of win no matter what, because Cuz will become massive with the extra stats. He can subjugate his opposition.
He also gets, you know, a lot from Wild Growth, as we saw already several times this game. You know, he is a real threat that can allow the Yunara, like he kind of becomes a tank temporarily to allow the Yunara to do all that damage if the CC is down. And Aiming did take Cleanse, and because of that, you know, it's a faster Ardent Sensor here for Effort.
Oh, Lucid lurking here, because is down here as well as Effort.
It's definitely the pressure point on the map right now. Everyone's grouped. Dragon in 12 seconds.
Yeah, Showmaker coming on over. They want to deny this soul point. Xiu is going to be the target as Aiming turns up just to wipe out the wave.
Xiu needs to be very careful. He has no flash. His exhaust is coming up soon, but isn't ready yet.
I just
play through range.
It's a very difficult composition to play for objectives, right? DK really want to be splitting the map and forcing little skirmishes, things like this. But now playing the 5v5 is going to be a tough one as Showmaker looking to try and make it awkward as BDD is rotating over.
Herald
Sid diving on in. The Herald is going to come down. Maybe that's the front line that they require. As Cuz not going to be able to get the smite. Now Lucid diving on forward is now Perfect in trouble. Calls the pack. But I think he's still going to be in trouble. Korea looking for a little bit of an engage angle as Shelly might be able to get a knock up, but instead he just bonks her head against the wall, finds the death sentence into Cuz though! And he's going to get wiped out. Smash does so much DPS, however, Moonlight Vigil just barely connects! And Lucid is there with the follow-up! My goodness, DK!
What a god-tier ultimate there from Lucid. Absolutely insane. The Moonlight Vigil coming through as well. And it's the Herald that causes so many problems for KT. They're trying to burst it down after they lose the Dragon to make sure that it does not give them grief in the upcoming skirmish, and it absolutely does. As, watch, the Herald gets dropped here, and they're like, okay, well, we don't get Dragon, let's try to burst this down and kite away. BD never really gets access to the fight, and Career is able to board the Herald here at range. And then BD is pushed away by Showmaker, and as he gets out here, Cuz is caught by the hook. Career is having the series of his life, man.
I mean, and the Pike was basically useless. How do you go from that Pike game to this level of Thresh?
His early game was okay, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, it
was a 40-minute game.
He did some things, but it was otherwise pretty forgettable. But this is not. This is so good out of this guy.
He is really controlling this entire game, and it's a 6,000 gold lead. They get the first Dragon,
and they got a Baron.
Yeah, KT are now going to kind of struggle to defend these turrets. You know, there's a lot of money standing on the map here. Xiu is attacked.
Chains of Corruption is going to connect onto Aiming, but he also manages to find that Arc of Ruin. Doggos get mad, but they are not going to be able to get their mark. As out goes Xiu. They do get the flash of the Varus. Certainly a huge deal here. As the rest of DK were rotating up. And playing for sides is certainly something that they want to do, but KT, if they can actually manage to get a few of these picks, especially with some flashes now down.
If this turret was lower on health, they would actually look like a real threat here, but because it's at half, they don't have a Herald, they can't even really proc that crystalline overgrowth, and they're going to have to walk away. This comp dives incredibly well with an Nefiri Ahri, even with the Trundle Pillar helping out substantially, but they just don't have the ability to go through. His Shew's crazy!
Yeah, what is this? He's 1 versus 5 right now. The Wild Growth to try and hold him in place. He survives for such a long time as finally Perfect is able to take him down, and now Showmaker is going to pay for his sins as well.
Well,
and he had a lot of gusto. I like that. Buy some time for Smash,
like
I guess.
last time, it was the same thing where Showmaker goes in and dies, and Smash is like, all right, well, I'm going to get this turret, and I've got a Thresh to make sure I get out. So he's going to get an inner.
Well, if they
outer,
don't look at the mid lane, it can't hurt them.
KT are going to get 2, like you're alluding to here. As well, at least they're going to try to get 2. They've got a lot of doggos here. They almost have another wave comes through, but they're going to back away. They do not want to get ulted by Lucid. It's a lot of gold swing here for KT.
The old, I'm going to stop his back, don't worry. And
it'll be
1,000 people turn
up. It'll be fine. It's not a dive comp. I have flash. Oh, wait, it is dive comp. I don't have flash. Then Showmaker is just trying to do his due diligence here, and he is, once again, just kind of comes out of the Destiny gate, and he's like, wait, everything's on fire.
Yeah, a little bit. But it's still a 5,000 gold lead here for DK. They still have a lot of control, and a few Barons still left up and available. But the Rebel Baron power play is very small.
I don't think this means that much yet, but 1 or 2 more of these types of picks, and then, you know, it's an Ahri that's a little bit out of control, and the Yunara is online. And so that shouldn't happen. That can't happen if you're a D+ fan. If you're D+ in this game, you just need to be a little bit more careful about how you approach these setups. You don't need to greed that hard for a backstop in this situation. You're already so far ahead.
The thing is that is on my mind, and has been on my mind for almost this whole game, is, like, what is it? Is it, like, Kitchen Nightmares or MasterChef? You know, as far as, like, these comps are definitely quite different. Obviously, we did see Flandre play the Nefiri already on the top side of the map, but it's new for us here in the LCK.
I think, unfortunately, with this Trundle, the Nefiri pick is really... It's not hitting for me. I think there's a lot of ways it could work. And
it wasn't hitting in lane either.
No. And I think if the Trundle is playing into any type of tank of any sort, then it works a lot better. I mean, Ambessa, you can get some good stats from that, but it's not, doesn't feel like it's super high value. I'm kind of leaning towards Breath of the Wild mistake cooking here. I can still eat it, but...
Yeah. It's dubious.
Yes.
Let's just say that. All right, well, let's see how it does work out. As right now, I have no idea who's going to win this game. There is a bunch of standing money on the map here for KT to pick up.
I think, like, I look at this and I go, if you play perfectly, KT, there's no way if both teams play perfectly from here, there's no way KT could ever win. But I'm not seeing perfect play out of anyone except perfect, and I don't mean that he has no mistakes.
Yeah.
D+ have made a few, and actually now they've let Pryo go away. And once again, like you said, they don't want a team fight necessarily with this.
I thought you were going to say that they'd had their share of sand kicked in their face, but you didn't follow it up. That's okay, though. All right, Soul Point now on the cards for KT as Lucid gets into this Banana Brush. Death Sentence does go wide as Lucid gets in there on top of Cuz. Oh, the Wild Growth on Perfect is so good as they take down Smash. And now KT may have found their team fight. Shu looking to make his way in as Lucid somehow manages to get out. Chains of Corruption connects onto Effort, who McHale's himself to get on out of there. And the Dragon is now forgotten as they look to chase down DK as DK tries to make an exit via the KT base, which is not really working out. Lucid will demonstrate some release date here with Ambessa, but that's 3 on the floor, and KT just straight up destroy the team fight.
I guess Gordon Ramsay gave him an extra life with this one.
Maybe they got called back in the next season or something like that.
This,
maybe your ideas were just a little bit too forward.
Watch this doggo go up twice, okay? Look at this. Goes up, and then goes up a second time because they can't target him. They get on top of the Aphelios, instantly delete him. Showmaker's zoned down the other side. He gets the reset, gets on top of him, still has Wild Growth on him, by the way. And Shio over here on the other side is trying to impact this, but he's a Varus, and there are just too many bad guys. And now, KT in a pretty commanding position in this game, almost what felt like with a snap of your fingers. And that Nefiri engage was phenomenal. It was not something I thought we were going to be seeing too much of this game because Perfect was just so far behind. I thought, okay, he's just never really going to be able to get in there. They're not going to be he's not going to be the Wild Growth target. It's just going to be defensively onto aiming to try to let him go through, or maybe onto Cuz if he gets up into the thick of things. But yeah, this is something KT has shown us already before with the Nocturne, right? The Nocturne Lulu was kind of their thing. They smashed T1 with it early on in week 1.
Yeah.
And this feels very similar in terms of execution.
They're making it work. And I didn't know that Neferi was picked for the team fight value. I thought it was kind of picked as an answer to this Varus, but that is not actually the case.
I think both can necessarily true. Like it ends up being utilized this way. I don't know if that was always the plan, but they made it look like the plan in that last fight as Perfect and Effort pull it off. The confidence that KT play with here, down 5,000 gold, put it down to 3K here.
Yeah, this is anyone's game now,
They
is
still
what it feels like.
are kind of getting run around the map a little bit by Showmaker and D+ Kia, which was a big problem in game 2, but team fighting good. If they can get prio on objectives and keep playing like that, sky's the limit. Like you said, looks like maybe they could actually upset here despite the deficits, despite the early game struggles.
Well, Cuz may have overextended, finds a kennel for Showmaker, as Glitterlands does go a little bit wide, but Showmaker level 17 right now, with his Rod of Ages helping him out in that department. Has Rapid Fire Cannon now complete. Wants to build towards probably a Death Cap coming in next, unless he wants to play it a bit more defensive with the Zhonya's, but I would have assumed the Arm Guard would have come in first if that was the case. It's all right. Smash. They just get dove on here as once again the doggo comes forward. He takes the lantern, but Smash may just die, and there's a Wild Growth to make sure that Perfect stays alive. Aiming, collects the double. Lucid might be the triple, but it's Cuz that chomps down on his opposition as Shiu is just flashing for the wave to try and wipe it out, as Perfect is now able to get on top of Showmaker as well. I didn't know. It's Neferi's pick for her late game power.
Yeah,
That's obviously what it is.
I'm actually mind blown that this is happening, and it's happening now twice in a row. Like, watch this fight here. Smash is like actually not in a bad spot. He's got a Thresh, okay? Career's like, yep, all right, I've seen this before. But he takes so much damage, and then the Wild Growth onto Cuz over the wall. BDD here for the follow-up, and she was just so late to the fight.
And the charm out of BDD also gorgeous at the end there.
It's just like, instantly it's over. GG, bye-bye. Who cares about your win cons? Who cares about your side lanes? I'm up in your face. I am actually kind of floored that this is working. I thought this game was done a while ago. I thought D+'s comp is brilliant from the lead they had, and then suddenly team fights happen, Wild Growths happen, and everything changes. I mean, this is a swing of 7,000 gold in this game.
Yeah.
And it will be more as they start to get these outer turrets on the map.
So that first outer does go down on the top side as far as this Baron play is concerned. It's up to 1,500 so far, as Shiu in this side lane is trying to do what he can. But this is the problem, right? I mean, Shiu is the last gold lead left, and aiming is so big. 4-0 and 6 on this Yunara. And I don't know what DK are going to be able to do to try and answer this, but it's not team fighting. That's just not what this comp is good at.
I think they have to use their CC to kill him, but the problem is they're not starting the fights. It's KT.
Perfect's going in once again. Does get out of there, though, as we can see. The rest of DK do turn up.
He has a QSS now as well, so he can kind of on command use his W the way he wants to set these fights up with Wild Growth. Effort has Wild Growth back available. D+ need to be careful.
Yeah, KT also need to be careful. DK have a lot of damage with Smash and Shiu, and Shiu does get over here. Showmaker can turn up as well. Destiny and Gate both up. And if KT ever want to run away, it gets very difficult if you are sieging the TF.
Oh, Perfect with the sidestep here. They're playing so slow, so methodical.
And also, how are you supposed to ever hit a hook onto Neferi, right? Yeah. There's just doggos everywhere. That's all right. BDD looks for the angle onto Shiu, does not find it. Well, this time.
Sparran is really opening up the map here for KT quite substantially.
Okay, Perfect looking for it. Oh, Lucid. He's like, does he see me? The answer is no, actually. He was just looking for an angle.
BDD's ult on cooldown now.
Yep. Not for very long, though.
Control wards. And we're grouped up 10 seconds until Mountain Soul here for KT.
Oh, and Showmaker did decide to go for the Arm Guard, so that will help him be a little bit more safe. As Shiu with his Zhonya's is able to go into stasis, but that is a big cooldown. Not available for the next fight. This is Mountain Soul. Up for KT.
All eyes on Perfect. Smash has to be so careful with his positioning, but I mean, it's targeted his ultimate, and when that Wild Growth hits, He dies. TP, or rather Destiny.
Yeah, goes in onto BDD. Showmaker holds onto the gold card. Is able to throw it down there as Lucid gets on over the wall. Perfect! Looks to try and get in on top of them once again as the charm connects onto Showmaker, but this time he's going to be okay. Lucid coming on down. Can he stop this Drake from being taken by Cuz? And he is! Shiyu now going to get turned up by Aiming though, who has so much money and so much damage. Cuz gets the wild growth this time and flashes on top of Smash, but he does have to get himself out of the way as DK look to regain some controllers. My god, where did the Lulu go? BDD now in trouble. He does manage to take down one on his way out as Aiming is looking to kite as best he can. And the smite onto Cuz is there. Showmaker, he knows he has the rapid fire cannon now available. And the rest of KT are trying to run away. This is still so dangerous for both of these teams as Aiming finds a minion wave and will be able to take that one down, but they deny the soul, and that's the big deal.
I still don't even have words for this game. Like, D+ come back in, the smite is good, they end up pushing Perfect. Perfect is on the edge here trying to punish Showmaker from coming through. BDD has to go golden instantly here, and look at this ult from Perfect. It's on the smash, but there's just not enough damage, and unfortunately, Effort's not in position to wild growth in a Fury this time, and that may have actually worked out in KT's favor because he's able to do it on the Cuz here after the smite comes through here from Lucid. Aiming deletes the Varus, and then boom, double knock up here. Lucid's forced away. So much of the damage is gone here for the side of D+. That ultimate whiffing, yeah, is so huge here. And look at that damage coming through. Imagine if that Moonlight Vigil hits. Aiming has to back away. BDD with his last
absolute heroism to kill Smash there.
I just, like, I don't even feel like I could say words to do justice of what both of these teams are doing here. And this 1-in-4 Twisted Fate right now, you know, is able to do so much if they can find the angles. But Mikhail's W available, obviously, for Nefiri a lot of the time. He has QSS, and the Yunara has Cleanse. It's just not really hitting in team fights, unfortunately, the way that Showmaker wanted it to. And they had so much control of this game, but once they lost it, KT have had so many potential ins, and they're looking for another wild growth combo here.
Yeah, Aiming level 17 now. And just needs to finish off his Mercurial Scimitar, and he will have full build. Pretty close here for Smash, but does have one more item slot to fill. The Aphelios is very scary.
Have really had struggles breaking the base in this series. But they are waiting for this Baron to spawn. They're going to maintain control of the mid lane. BDD actually dropping top wave to come over here.
Yeah, Shiu is going to be able to walk up towards the top lane, but was just hoping to get some vision of everyone here in the jungle. He does manage to do so with the help of Showmaker's Destiny. That is now a decent cooldown that is away as now Perfect goes in one more time.
Effort wasn't here, though. That was a pretty bizarre choice.
Yeah, finally Effort will turn up. So no ulti here for Perfect for the next little while. That's a big deal. That gives DK the confidence to push out this mid wave and get control around the Baron.
I don't think D+ knew Effort wasn't there, so now they just gave up Baron control to D+ pretty easily. Shiu also on this flank, but is seen on a ward.
Yeah, no way to clear that one out. So DK, he should be able to slink back towards the Baron. BDD looking for a little bit of an angle here as the flash hook from Korea is not going to connect. And now BDD dashing forward, looking for Showmaker. He gets cleansed. And will be able to take the Lantern if he wants to make his way back towards his teammates as Shiu lurking on a flank angle as well, but Perfect wants to dive in on top of Showmaker. He has the Zhonya's. He just flashes out of the way instead. Still, KT have all 5 members here. And this Nefiri ultimate is back up again.
Okay, Showmaker is so fortunate he had Unsealed Cleanse there, is able to escape, and will be able to TP back in if he can complete this back, and he does.
Oh, okay, Death Sentence. Barely going to go wide.
This is the game-deciding fight, very likely.
Teleport comes forward from Showmaker. The rest of the team are there to defend.
Perfect.
Starting this is absolutely crazy, but a teleport from BDD will bring him back in with full health. Cuz wanting to walk his way forward, but he is a Trundle. Getting into the pit is so hard, and this Baron is just gone. Shiu has to flash to get out of the way of Aiming, but he's unable to kill Shiu and lands a lot of damage. Now Perfect dives in on top of Smash, but he takes a Lantern to get towards the rest of the team. The public execution could have been the end of the game, but it does not land, and BDD executes the Varus. And oh, okay, Perfect is going to survive for now. Showmaker knows in an extended trade he's not going to win out on that one, but DK get the Baron.
They couldn't link together Perfect's ult and Effort's wild growth. Effort actually doesn't wild growth the fight because he can't get access. Look at the setup here for D+. It looks like a risky Baron, but they're able to track the Furies on the off angle here, and BDD is late to the fight, so they hold the Baron aggro. BDD shows up late. Shiu ends up sacrificing a lot of his health bar here to make this happen, but look, when Perfect goes in, Effort just cannot close the gap. He's dealing with Lucid. He's dealing with that smash damage. This Lulu is just so squishy. Cannot actually set this up. Now, BDD ends up getting that kill, finishes off Xiu, who sacrificed all of his health to deny any sort of flanks from the left side there. Now they're trying to turn this into something in that 15-second interim before Xiu respawns, but I just don't think they can get it. Now, 5 seconds on Dragon, though.
Yeah, exactly. This is just gone. That is Mountain Soul. Over to KT. Yeah, they're just never going to get there.
Yeah, they just cannot. They had to back. Their health bars were too low, and the timing of this works in KT's favor, so this is going to be a lot of extra stats here for all of these champions. We talked about how powerful it would be for either team, and KT are the ones who lock it down in the end.
Yeah, you can see a ping on the enemy Nexus turret. Love that. That's going to be coming on forward here. I don't know whether that is a realistic goal right now, as Lucid has to dash his way out of there. Does have a few of those in his hands, but he's going to have to flash as well. Takes the lantern. The mobility kind of ludicrous as now Showmaker getting turned on by BDD. The exhaust comes on through here as well, as the pillar is not quite enough, but BDD finds the charm, of course he does, and it's aiming that picks up the kill onto the Twisted Fate. The rest of TK trying to get these waves pushed out, and all of them have been very pushed out.
Yeah, I don't know if that's worth actually flashing 2 flashes to kill Showmaker. The pillar doesn't land. BDD has to flash as well. And they end up just losing a turret and losing bottom side control of the wave as well. I get it, you want to get the punish here, but it just does not ultimately really feel worth it, as Lucid is the one who's initially caught, but he flashes away, and then the lantern is there, so BDD shifts his focus because he wants to make value out of this ultimate. And then watch this, oops, fail flash, pillar misses. BDD is here, so 2 flashes expended. They get Showmaker, but he'll be back on the map in 20 seconds, and Baron is still in their hands. Now, what can KT get done in the next 15 seconds? Maybe if they proc that Crystalline Overgrowth, they could start to threaten this inhibitor, but easier said than done.
Yeah, they will be able to take down this turret, though, very quickly.
10 seconds, and they have enough damage. They're actually going to get this. That's massive. I didn't think they were going to actually be able to get that done, but we are 40 minutes into this game, and aiming is full build.
Yeah, if aiming looks at stuff, it kind of explodes. So
My heart has kind of exploded throughout this series. I don't even know, like, one way or the other, I'm going to be happy with the result because this has been one of the best series we've seen this year, but
I feel
it's chaotic.
Yeah, I feel at the moment, I feel like KT has a lot of control because Mountain Soul is such a big deal.
It's permanent.
DK, if their composition is going to win, they need to blow up targets, and all of them just became a whole lot more tanky. And Cuz is going to be a real tank as he keeps building these items. Right now he's a Bandle Piper.
Yeah.
But as he gets more and more, Thornmail might be on the way, right? He's got Randuin's already.
I am just
level 20 Nefiri, level 20 Varus.
Yeah, I'm most concerned about the fact that D+ don't seem to be able to get this Twisted Fate across the map to threaten sides. You know, Showmaker made a large impact early, but also kind of donated a lot of money, didn't really end up getting as much value as we expected with the lead that they had. And if KT can maintain prio for this Baron, it seems guaranteed to be theirs. Their team fight power is incredible. Their Yunara is full build. They have the wild growth combos we've talked about so much here. And Yunara has, or sorry, the Nefiri has obviously the QSS, so much safety, can kind of guarantee I'm killing a target. And D+ are on the red side, so it's tougher for them to come over and challenge vision of this Baron pit in the first place. So,
I mean, they do have an Ambessa. So actually, like, red side Ambessa can do a decent job getting into that pit. With their ulti and just a billion dashes, things like this.
Might be able to steal the Baron, but will you win the fight? You know, the fight seems to be more critical than the Baron itself, although the Baron has obviously bought D+ a lot of time in this game. I mean, it's only a 1,000 gold lead at 42 minutes. I mean, how close of a game is this in terms of money? KT have so much map control, though, and it's 80 seconds till that Baron spawns. You can see they're not pushing the issue or trying to go into D+'s base or set up any dives. They're not even using their cooldowns. BD and Cuz's flashes are still down here, but they just want to maintain vision control, deep vision control around that pit, and utilize this mid inhibitor being down to just guarantee that prio and make sure that they can take this Baron fight on their terms. Because with Baron, at 45 minutes in this game, they should be able to just crack open the base and win the game. So this is their in-game win con, and they're just playing through vision first, and they're playing very carefully.
Yeah. A very cool hat was just built by Showmaker. We have full build for Smash as well. Might want to replace an item or two here. Maybe the collector needs to go for something else. But otherwise, it's a very scary Aphelios. Not exactly with the greatest weapons right now. Like a Crescendum is perfect. Diving on forward. This is actually pretty fantastic, though, for late game ultis.
Yes.
The Infernum. So
it's great for Baron. If you are able to hit that ultimate in the Baron pit, it is absolutely what you want.
All right, aiming is public enemy #1 as far as DK are concerned.
10 seconds. No vision for D+ just yet.
All right, BDD pinged out. They know that he's towards the top side.
They want to let this Minion wave and BDD's push do the heavy lifting and then move back to the shadows. D+ have literally no vision. Nothing, none. Not even on the red buff here, and so they're going to have to leapfrog their way through, and that makes them vulnerable targets. It's not the Baron itself, it's the threat of the Baron that pushes D+ forward, and now Xiu's caught!
Yeah, he is, but is he actually? As he does make BDD go golden, flashes over the wall here. And that does mean that he will make it to safety. Teleport available, the one that he stole from his quest. And will be able to use that to get back to the rest of his team. But with no flash, this Varus is so much less deadly.
If they could buy space here, they can make it an Elder trade for Baron. Elder's up in 50 seconds. They're more prio control over that side of the map.
Yeah, they're trying to force that sort of trade.
TP in for Xiu. This game is just never going to stop being tense. Showmaker taking some poke.
Yeah, he was looking for an angle there. Locked that gold card.
Pillar
See
on
what
Xiu.
else he can find. Yeah, Pillar is going to be answered by the Lantern. Lucid going forward is aiming, thinks he's found an angle as he cleanses. Chains of Corruption go right and in goes Perfect. Finds another Wild Growth angle, but he has to flash away. The rest of DK bought the spaces. There is the flashing from Showmaker, and Lucid takes the Lantern. He stays alive, but the Arc of Judgment comes in from aiming. Showmaker manages to go into stasis here, but BDD will be able to finish it off. And KT, after the long game has been played, they're looking to take it. The charm connects yet again as BDD is absolutely a robot. He's too good at League of Legends. 4 on the floor. Korea, the last one standing. And KT will remain undefeated in the LCK for 2026.
They'll keep that perfect record, and they will take D+ out again. Showmaker looks dejected. They had all the momentum in the world after finally beating Genji after so many years.
They got decked.
Inhibitor respawn, but there's 4 dead.
Yeah, they're not respawning this time around as Lucid's still got 16 seconds. Korea's going to try his best, but the Nexus will go down. What an absolute marathon here for both of these teams, but an absolute joy to watch. And in the end, it's KT to continue that winning streak with 5 in a row.
Man, POM is so hard for me. It's BDD or Perfect, right? I mean, Perfect had the incredible Yorick game. BD was incredibly consistent across both.
I mean, aiming deserves a shout as well.
Yeah, his final team fight there. But the poke from the Nefiri actually really added up and put a timer on D+ there.
Maybe it's effort just for that flash. Leapfrogging his AD carry just so that he could die for him.
I'm going to give it to Perfect because he played Nefiri, he lost lane, he had a really rough time, but still made an incredible impact in the rest of the late game. The Yorick was, I mean, you can't overstate it. I think BDD deserves it as well. And you mentioned aiming, effort, a great game. Cuz probably not going to get it, but he had a decent series as well. And I think BDD's got the crest of courage from Digimon right there, and I think you could definitely feel some of TK's energy, or sorry, Ty's energy. TK is his younger brother, but could feel the energy there.
I just think that this series was just an absolute joy.
And to correct myself, TK's Matt's younger brother. I'm just too excited about this. Not about KT, of course.
Yeah, no, you would never be.
I just want to get the Digimon reference.
Do you know what the best part is, Wolf? You're also no longer bored by KT.
No.
That's what we were in the past, but this series, this is a very different style of KT.
This series broke me in the best way possible. I just felt captivated by it. You know? It's not every day you get to have 2 back-to-back 40-minute plus games where not until the very moment that the last team fight is decided you know who's going to win. You can have your ideas, you can have your opinions, you can have the feeling of who's in control. And we thought KT was in control of this game for sure, but you know, any mistake, any real error from them, and they would have lost the game. And with how well the macro was played from D+ in game 2, you were kind of like, who knows? Xiu made such an impact in terms of the laning phase, was able to do a lot in the early game, but was often a liability, I think, for D+ outside of it. It was one of the best targets that KT were able to find.
I mean, it was always going to be a difficult composition to play if it came to team fights. It just looked like they were snowballing so effectively in the early game, they should have been able to make something happen. This fight for DK, absolutely gorgeous. But it was this here, the first real big utilization of these wild growth combos that KT were finding in the mid to late game.
Yeah, just absolutely insane. I cannot believe KT came back in this game. I would have written them off. I mean, I did write them off. I would have like bet almost anything on KT losing this game after what happened in the early mid. And they just kept fighting. They just kept wrestling Prio away. They kept team fighting better than D+. And even though D+ had so many threats and so much CC, the builds were great. Like the QSS was a fantastic choice for Perfect. They had the Mikhails, they had the Cleanse. And it was just really difficult for D+ to actually choose the right target to CC.
Yeah, let's have a listen to KT as they close this one out, because this last team fight was absolute chaos, but it was played so well. This opening salvo with so many buttons, but then pulling it back.
Yeah, going
and then gaining reposition, like they take Lucid's GA.
Polymorph him, get the dash forward here. BDD flashes on the Showmaker while dodging the hook. Insanity!
BDD he might actually be a robot wolf.
I'm starting to wonder, like for real.
That charm as well? I mean, it's all adding up. So I don't know whether a person should be able to do that.
This is like, I mean, some of the stuff we're seeing from BDD this season reminds me of like the early days of Faker, where your mind is blown constantly.
Yeah.
And BDD
I was looking at the cleanse, I was looking at the moves, and I was thinking, BDD, what was that?
I will be happy if anyone gets it. Maybe not Cuz, but I mean, I'll be happy for him, but I don't think he should get it, but anyone else, and I am totally okay with it.
Yep. I think Aiming had a great series, but for me, it's always BDD and Perfect in this one. The way Perfect played the Yorick was absolutely unstoppable. I've kind of forgotten what happened in game one.
I would not be shocked if we're doing tiebreakers on the votes right now.
Yeah, it might actually be what we're trying to figure out, is like, is it allowed to have 2 POMs because this series went for so incredibly long? That might be another question, as it's going to be Aiming that picks it up in the games that they won, 12-2-12, which is a pretty, that's a fun number.
In that insane last game, he dies 0 times.
That may have had something to do with why KT were able to win.
Yeah, he has to deal with Gold Card. Okay, he has to deal with the Thresh, who, by the way, Career had an amazing performance on the Thresh.
Oh my god.
RSCC, Mbessa, doesn't die, doesn't overextend. Aiming looks better with effort, and I don't know if like I can quantify that in my brain, but he just looks more measured. He's not getting caught. He's not overextending. He's playing hyper-aggressive in the right moments like he did in that final team fight. He's just an evolution of him, evolution of Perfect. Cousin BDD still firing on all cylinders. It's just a different team, and you change one part of this roster, and everything just...
Yeah,
I don't know.
This was like only a few months ago, a revolving door of like Polo and Ghost, and we were trying to work out like where this was going to go and are they going to be able to fix it. And when they brought in effort, I had alarm bells ringing. I was like, KT are gone. They're going to sell their slot after this season because it's going to be so bad. And instead, they're the greatest team in the league right now.
How can, like, it's the GM's dream. You pick up effort and you're like, yeah, this saved the team and now we're the best team in the LCK. Who could have known? Who could have thought?
I have absolutely no idea. It's just unprecedented. And even when it was a near unanimous vote for KT as well, they were still able to come out on top. So everything that we thought that we knew about this team is starting to unravel. And I just want to know that tipping point when we start to believe too much.
They are now 5-0. That means that their next win would put them tied with their record from all those years ago.
And it's DNS. I don't think DNS are going to be taking them down. I think the last hope for stopping KT's perfect first round robin is Home Life Esports, weirdly enough. I think that's the strongest team they have left.
Yeah, and I wouldn't predict them to win.
No, I wouldn't either. And I predicted DK to win. I think that there was...
they almost did.
They did almost.
You were onto something.
They weren't quite able to get over the line, and I think that means that KT will be able to do it. But as you can see, Aiming is setting up for his interview with Hedgie, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to say as well, because we haven't heard from Aiming yet.
I walk away from this series feeling like, you know, I asked the question earlier, and it was kind of joking, are these the 2 best teams in the LCK? Maybe they are.
I don't know. Maybe they'll ask Aiming right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Aiming on the side of KT roster. Aiming, what an amazing performance. KT roster really doesn't know how to lose. How do you feel? Well, first of all, it was a very difficult and exhausting match. I'm really happy that we were able to win, and also even happier that we're able to keep our winning streak. You must have exerted so much energy since it was such an intense match, right? Yeah, it was such a long marathon, and yeah, I think I feel pretty exhausted physically. And D plus Gia in their last match successfully defeated Genji and was coming in hot. So, what was the feedback after game 1? Yeah, they were actually on a really good momentum, so we were actually expecting it to be a difficult match today, and we just really wanted to do even better. And yeah, in the end, in game 1 today, you flinched at their aggression. And after the gank in the bot lane at level 3, we did flinch a little bit, but we were able to pick ourselves back up after in games 2 and 3. How did you guys anticipate the enemy invade in game 2? I think based on their comp, they really wanted to go ahead and get prio in the early game and just create a little bit of chaos. So I think it was really easy to kind of anticipate and expect what they were trying to do early game. And in game 2, despite having the edge, the enemy's side lane pressure was relentless, and their Baron Steel on top of the game got the game flowing in a strange direction. So what was it like playing in game 2? I think the enemy was able to execute and capitalize off of their comp better in the beginning, but I think we were able to sort of drag it out and win through the team fight in the end. And in game 3, during the draft phase, you guys confirmed the opponent's Varus was going top before pulling out the top Nefiri. And this was actually a pick by Philandri of LPL. So was there any research behind this pick? What was the... Can you walk us through how you ended up picking this? Well, Perfect was someone who said, I'm going to win with this pick. I definitely win. So, you know, we had faith in him, but obviously he lost in the laning phase. So what do you think of top Nefiri then? Well, we did win in the end. So I think we just have to kind of wait and see see how it plays out. I think it's decent. And game 3, Effort actually sacrificed himself before you getting grabbed, Aiming. So were you moved by this? Yeah, I think Effort really likes to make those gameplays, and I think we have been kind of joking around with each other, like, you know, since we should just sacrifice for each other, and I think he actually played it off really well. So yeah, I was actually quite moved. So in game 3, the enemy had 2 AD carry champions, and they had massive damage, but KT cracked through it. So who made the call to close out this marathon? So at the very end, it was just the late game without much paying attention to who has bigger gold difference. I think it's just based off of who fights better in the late game. So I think it was really about how well we can utilize our ults. And I think in the end, I was able to go ahead and engage first. And Aiming has the number 1 KDA in the LCK 2026. So let's give it up for him. What is your secret to being a king of the KDA? I feel like my team tends to set me up really well, so it's really easy for me to deal damage. So I only have to focus on my own play and just carrying out my own role, and that's what allows me to just survive and keep outputting damage. And it looks like your next opponent is DN Supers. And 9 years ago, KT Rolster recorded their longest opening winning streak at 6 wins in a row. And it is time to surpass that. So what is your mindset for that? We're on a really good winning streak and a great momentum, so I feel like my teammates are also quite skilled and very confident right now, so I hope that we can keep on pulling a really good practice to continue round 1 with a undefeated round as our goal. And any word for your fans? Thank you so much for all the support. I hope that we can keep up our performance and keep giving you a great show. And that's all from our POM aiming, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Don't worry about that laning phase, big dog. You're gonna be great. Come on, dap me up. That's right. The big dog showing up in the top lane. Perfect. Perfect. That's right. One more time. Perfect. Pulled out Neferi for the first time in the LCK. And despite, as aiming, our POM said, a pretty tough laning phase, got the job done and was instrumental in the way those team fights played out. And KT Rolster stay undefeated against D plus Kia 2-1.
Big dog.
He is literally living in a dream. He just played Yorick and Vayne and Neferi on stage. That's just a dream of all the top laners. And the roller coaster.
But you didn't vote for him.
I didn't vote for him. But still, still, it feels great.
Ooh.
Oh, it came
We did have
down the
tiebreaker.
wire. So we did.
I broke it. Right? But
Yeah.
I think if I voted for perfect, it's perfect.
If you voted for perfect, then it would have had to come down to a tiebreaker. Someone would have to. It would have been Korean analyst who voted for PDD would have had to decide. So it was close between them, but you know.
I decided, I guess.
I mean, rightfully so, though. And I think everyone played well, and Wolf made the shout as well about effort coming into the roster. If you're a GM, if you're the GM of KT, you're like, what a great move. But all of the pieces played well in this series. And even shout outs to D plus Kia, who had themselves great moments throughout and had the opportunity to close this one out. But the uniqueness of this composition came through. The Lulu knocking up so that the Yunara can then create the space and kill. It was just a great series to watch all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was considering it a lot, because between perfect and aiming, but he's the savior of the game 3, man. I think he had so many team fights that he could actually die so easily because they have so many tools to lock him in, and he had the QSS by himself, and also he had Mikhail's from Effort as well, but I think his positioning, especially for the last team fight, he finishes out the target. I think that was crucial.
Me, I was a perfect voter, and we all know big dog. We have Colossal Canine. There's levels to this.
I love me some alliteration and also some big dog. How's it going, Dan? Ox was like, don't look at my comment. You're not allowed to look at it.
I couldn't use big dog again because I've used it twice already. Colossal Canine. There we go.
Powerful pup. I'm not sure. That was bad. I'll leave it to you guys. My bad. Perfect is the vote for Wolf. Is he the best top laner in the LCK? Wolf still, he's getting one over game by game, right?
He's the best performing top right now.
I mean, I feel like it's just really hard to draft against him. What are you going to ban against Perfect? What are you going to blind pick against Perfect? He's going to pick Neferi into it. He's going to play so many different picks.
And remember, he did get punished in game 1, right? He didn't get away with it by playing the ranged top laner, but he still showed the resilience to keep picking and going. Umpty going with Perfect. The steady play was perfect, and that pocket pick is also perfect.
This is perfect. I mean, I think at least this time he didn't have the different color for the perfect Umpty, so I think it was not that cringe enough. to like have a cringe comment, but
I think his fingers got tired of typing, so instead of typing play, he just put Plawas.
I liked it.
Plawas. Let's see what Gogo's Pla was. It's forget about Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think of the Ezreal?
it happened. I mean, it happens, you know. Like, they are testing the limits, you know. That's how the roller coaster works. You gotta go up, you gotta go down for the excitement, and then you gotta go up again, you know. So it's like they're just testing out. So you know why G2 won against LCK? Because we are willing to try out some limits. That's why KT is the best team in the LCK right now.
Egon,
Ox.
Hell yeah.
are we?
We are here in.
No, I'm just
Korea,
saying, you know.
LCK.
Oh, with the LCK.
No, listen.
LCK.
No, listen.
Yeah.
We gotta learn from the better region. No, we gotta learn from the better region.
I've been told we're not showing what did on the screen.
Guys,
anymore. No.
we gotta learn from the better region.
Oh,
well played, KT.
No.
I mean,
I know
waiting.
some people from the LEC. I'm sure they'd love to have you.
I mean, I
don't need to be here.
believe KT is gonna bring more. I'm waiting for Kog'Maw on the bot lane. I'm waiting for Top Shen from Perfect as well. Like, there's so many things to go.
No more airtime. Cut his mic. BDD is the vote for Pony. No time to explain. Hop on.
Yeah, dude.
Hop on the roller coaster.
The roller coaster, yeah.
Yeah, no time to.
No. Oh, the mic got cut.
Trying to talk.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No more
comment.
LEC
I like
bias
this.
while we talk about the best team in the LCK. Cloud Templar, he shines when it matters most. I think that's a great comment, Ox. What
I
do you
agree,
think, Ox?
but honestly, it must matter the most a lot because he shines a lot. He's a vet. He's very shiny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very shiny. Indeed. What a great series that was. A treat. All 3 games. It was an up and down series for KT, but it ends on the up. D plus Kia showing that the win against Genji wasn't just a fluke. They are here to stay and play after taking a little bit of time to figure it out here.
Yeah, I think even though they're in 7th place right now, still early in the standings, their form is really good. The fact they took it so close against KT says really good things for their trajectory going forward. KT, though, their trajectory, they're just going up. They just keep, where's the limit? We don't know.
You know what KT's doing? They're leaving everyone else behind. Oh, hey, we did. Why? No, can't talk. That's right. No more ox sausage. It's wasausage. As we take a look at tomorrow's matchup, it's Pro versus Genji, Hanjin Brion versus Genji, and then the DN Automotive Supers up against Hanwha Life Esports as the bros take the field yet again here. Ox, what do you think?
I mean, Genji aren't in the best form. What do you reckon? Do you reckon the bros can take him down?
I think that it's always a great day when it's a Hanjin Brion day.
I mean, just remember, HLE and Genji are gonna face against each other after that matchup, and I think you might think they have no chance, like Hanjin Brion and DNS, but I think every single time you might think it's one-sided. The upset happens. Last week it was literally the same. We're gonna see.
You can't go too
another upset again.
Brings up upset.
Upset. That's right. No more space time. No more space. Oh my gosh.
I'm just saying, you know.
I was like, we'll give him a one little segment to see if he can not talk about LEC, and he's dropping it, sprinkling LEC player names in. Yeah. Shameful.
Shameful. What a day of action it's been. D plus Kia falls short against KT in this matchup. KT stay undefeated, cream of the crop of the LCK after 5 series. Every time it happens, I have to check to make sure I'm not dreaming. KT fans ecstatic everywhere. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching for the last 9 years and more. We'll see you next time. Please, no more of that one. Where's my finger? Here's my finger.
젠지가 일황임을 증명을 합니다.
호랑이가 사냥당했습니다.
Lots of dashes here on the Ambessa. Flash on in, and Kanami!
카나비!
Canyon gets the double impale. Vickler is obliterated.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.